Mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia, let me go. Beelzebub has a devil put aside for me, for me, for me. So you think you can stop me and spit my eye? So you think you can love me and leave me to die?
Cole knew that German power was growing and that frightened everyone. That afternoon he took Thatcher to Speyer Cathedral to listen to some Bach. Cole's message was that closer European Union would mean less German national power. But Thatcher thought it would mean precisely the opposite.
In the crypt are the tombs of some of the early Holy Roman Emperors. While Mrs. Thatcher was admiring these visions of an earlier European unity, Chancellor Cole took me off into a corner and said, look, now she's seen me in my part of Germany, by the French border, surely she will finally understand that I'm not German, I'm European. So I said, well, Chancellor Cole, I'll do my best. And off we went back to the aeroplane to take us back to London. And as we went into the plane, Mrs. Thatcher sat down, threw herself back in her seat, kicked off her shoes and said, my God, that man is so German.
She must have, because she would not have won so many elections in a row if she had been merely dyslexic, not flexible, and not able to see the point of the argument. Which I think is why she used to spend time talking to presidents, as we've heard now, right the way through the big business people, through to the little people like me. And I do remember Lord King telling my partner, business partner and myself that he was to see Margaret Thatcher, and he was going to tell Margaret Thatcher this, and he was going to tell Margaret Thatcher that, and he was going to tell Margaret Thatcher the other thing. And we met him 2 days after the visit, and how did it go? Well, he said, Mrs. Thatcher told me this, and Mrs. Thatcher told me that, and Mrs. Thatcher told me the other thing. I felt good.
Where I knew she was going to be, thinking, I'm going to follow up on this, and we were introduced by Peregrine Worsthorne. And I thought she recognized the name, because I think if you're the leader of the Tory party, and a young man, then rather a handsome young mammal, working for the leading socialist opposition paper, says he thinks you're sexy, it's possible you remember his name. Anyway, it seemed to me that she did. So we got into a fight about Zimbabwe, then Rhodesia, where I was right on the point of fact and she was wrong. But where she stuck up for her position so well that in the end I thought, it's not that big a point. I said, well, no doubt there's much of what you say, ma'am, and I bowed as if to acknowledge that we could move on. And she said, no, bow lower. And I felt all volition leaving me. And I bowed further and straightened up again and began to say, no, much lower. So I was bent right over, and she'd been rolling up the order of the day, the parliamentary order paper, behind her back into a tube, stepped round behind me, smacked me on the bum. And I regained the vertical with some difficulty. And she walked away, and over her shoulder said, naughty boy. I thought I was going to come in my pants. Anyway.
She had a remarkable capacity when it came to the Foreign Office and to diplomats, sometimes to distance herself from the government of which she was Prime Minister. On one glorious occasion which I was personally involved in, we'd had a difficult negotiation getting a package of sanctions against South Africa, which did not include economic sanctions. But she was very unhappy that one of the proposals at the European Community Council was that we should withdraw our defence attaches. The Ministry of Defence didn't mind, but it took an awful long time for Geoffrey Howe to persuade her to go along with this, and she really was basically unconvinced but went along with it. Some weeks later we had a visit from the President of Mozambique, and I was asked to sit in on the meeting at Downing Street, and the President rebuked her for not doing enough against apartheid in South Africa. Now I'll never forget her response. She bridled. She said, Mr. President, that is simply not the case. We are refusing to sell arms to South Africa. We have initiated the Gleneagles Agreement, whereby we don't have any sporting contact with South Africa. We're using all the diplomatic means to try and bring down apartheid. We. And then suddenly she stopped, pointed at me and said, they've decided to withdraw our defence attaches. Adding the words, don't know what good that will do, but... And the president of Mozambique was rather bemused at what would seem to be happening.
Margaret, Lady T, it is a huge honour to have you here tonight. The really exciting thing is at the end of tonight, after you've unveiled this magnificent bronze statue, is in the reception of Central Office we will have the country's greatest wartime Prime Minister in Winston Churchill and our country's greatest peacetime Prime Minister in Margaret Thatcher. As you would have seen, I won't overdo it, I promise. I remember the very first time I met you was in the old Central Office in 32 Smith Square. I was in the research department, it was our Christmas party, and I was responsible for researching trade and industry. And I remember you stopped and asked me what I did, and I said so. And you said, what were the trade figures today? And I didn't know. And I didn't know, and I've never quite lost that feeling of wanting the ground to open up and swallow me. But tonight is an incredibly happy occasion. It is wonderful to see you here, wonderful to see you looking so well, and a great honour for you to come and unveil this great statue. Ready?
Yeah.
I first met Margaret Thatcher back in 1992 in Southampton-Itchen, the then constituency of my honourable friend and neighbour, the member for Christchurch, when she came to support him. And over the years, she has been enormously supportive in my efforts to get elected to this place. I remember in 2001 when she came to support me in Eastleigh, and we took her to a health club, covered live on Sky News. The chief executive of the entire group had come to welcome her, and she announced to him that these places are a complete waste of time. Up and down stairs keeps me fit.
There was only one thing, other thing I was going to ask you. Do you know what Margaret Thatcher's words of comfort to you all was?
Well, what did she say to the nation? I don't know.
She said she was very sorry for those who lost, an experience I never had.
You see? She's all heart, isn't she?
But the Tories kicked her out.
When the Tories lost the October election, their third defeat under Ted Heath, Tory backbenchers moved in on him. Heath was outraged that he should be challenged, and his anger cowed his obvious rivals into standing back. But the monetarists had got a stronger grip on Tory MPs than any of us realised. Most Labour people were surprised when they put up Margaret Thatcher as their candidate. We were even more surprised when she defeated Heath on the first ballot. I felt a sneaking feminine pleasure, I wrote in my diary. Damn it, that lass deserves to win. She had dared to put her head above the parapet, risking annihilation while the gentlemen of the party lay low. On the 11th of February 1975, she skated home on the second ballot with a majority of 70 votes over William Whitelaw, her nearest rival. I realised that we had on our hands a powerful political personality and Margaret Thatcher. I can't help feeling a thrill, I wrote in my diary. She is so clearly the best man among them. I have been saying for some time that this country is ready and more than ready for a woman Prime Minister. She had that combination men fear most. A brain as good as most of theirs, plus the mastery of the arts of femininity. On her victory, she appeared dewy-eyed before the cameras. She lends herself with grace and charm to every piece of photographer's gimmickry, I wrote. I had no doubt there was a rough politician beneath that demure exterior. I had no doubt either that the men would not be quite sure how to deal with her.
I'll also tie in with something the leader said, a personal reminiscence. By some reason of serendipity, for about 5 years at the state opening of Parliament, I found myself sitting on that bench there next to Mrs. Thatcher and spending time with her before we awaited the Queen's arrival. And the one thing I want to share with the House was in the year her husband died, and when she had already had a number of minor strokes, and she didn't speak a great deal, but suddenly she turned to me and she said, "My husband died earlier this year." And I said, "Yes, I know Baroness Thatcher." And she paused again, and then she said, "I miss him very much." And I think that was something that is remembered today, that tremendous partnership between Baroness Thatcher and her husband, which was so much a factor in her own political life.
When I became a Sunday school teacher, Margaret was in my class. She got such personality.
From the earliest age, the young Margaret was strikingly self-confident.
We had a music festival organised by the church, and she entered the piano solo for her age group, and she came first. And the next day her teacher said to her, "You were lucky, Margaret, to win that." She said, "I deserved it."
She was much more far-sighted than most United Kingdom Prime Ministers about rightward trends in Israel and the Middle East. When, as Shadow Foreign Secretary, I visited Morocco, I was told by the United Kingdom ambassador there that she gave him a direct instruction to approach the leaders of the then substantial Moroccan Jewish community and urge them to exhort the very sizable numbers of Moroccan Jewish immigrants in Israel to vote Labour in a forthcoming election. That was Shimon Peres. Until her final debacle, she generally found ways of getting her own way. There had been a Lionel Bart musical called Maggie May, and the saying went, "Others may not, but Maggie may," and that was very much her watchword.
I think she did well for me, you know, for my mum and dad. I spoke to my mum and dad last night, and, you know, they were finding it tough with Margaret being Prime Minister. But then my dad said to me, "But Michelle, we wouldn't have been able to buy our council house if it wasn't for her." So I think they did in a way, but certainly I think she is an extraordinary woman, but I didn't agree with all of her policies. For example, I think it was absolutely dreadful. And, I mean, why did she do it? The poll tax in Scotland before, a year before everyone else.
And which in the end kind of brought her down.
Yeah, I think it did, because, you know, I felt that was just totally out of order for Scotland, and I think she then became a thorn in Scotland's side. But setting that all aside, what an extraordinary woman she was. 3 elections, and her character, and I honestly do think, more than any of you put together, she had more balls than any politician, full stop. And I don't think anyone would ever like her again.
It may be late night television, but it's not that late night.
She was also prepared to help, as many members have said, with campaigning, if we felt it was a benefit. And this I found quite extraordinary, and a real insight in her ability to understand. In 1986, we had a small battle in Wandsworth. We went into an election with a majority of 1 out of a full council of 61. And Margaret Thatcher standing in the polls, if I remember correctly, was 19 or 20%. And being a great supporter of some of the things we tried to do and did do, she offered to drop in on the campaign and support. This was politely declined. And equally politely, our thank you but no was accepted. Do remember, however, very shortly after that, that 19 to 20% lifted to a win at the election that shortly followed. It also, regretfully in a way, meant that we won. We went from a majority of 1 to a majority of 35. However, as ever Margaret Thatcher, the Prime Minister, had the last say, I received another one of these phone calls from my honourable friend, a summons to Downing Street. I then had a session of picking of brains on what ones did the election result, da-da-da-da-da, and a request for an urgent full report. My honourable friend is the past master at quiet whispering in your ear so you don't miss the point. And as I left with him, he said, today is Tuesday, can we have it by Friday? And I said, look, I'm awfully sorry, John. I'm going home to pick up my bags and I'm flying out for 2 weeks. Exactly 2 weeks later, I came back, opened the doors, dropped my cases, and as I dropped the cases, the phone rang. Well, he said, have you written it yet? It's 2 weeks, we want it. And the Prime Minister in particular wants it.
When the Thatchers first moved into number 10, the Prime Minister obviously bought clothes and hats and handbags, etc., etc. But Mr. Thatcher turned up in his old Ford car, and the first thing that came out of the back were his golf clubs, which for the duration of his time at number 10 stood in the front hall.
Once you get upstairs, I mean, it's pretty private. I had a study there, which I worked it. No, it's a pretty easy place to be. I found it, anyway. We paid rent there, you know. Believe it or not.
She summoned me to number 10 to give me my first ministerial job. She said, I'm sending you to Social Security, which was my very first job in government too. Then she tried to remember some of the tiny details of the work, but soon petered out. Years in number 10 had wiped out her memory of her ancient briefs.
There was a committee which looked at it and said that if we went on as we are, then by the end of the century there'd be 4 million people from the new Commonwealth or Pakistan here. Now that's an awful lot, and I think it means that people are really rather afraid that this country might be rather swamped by people with a different culture.
She had been begged by Willie Whitelaw not to use the word swamping under any circumstances. And she went ahead and used it.
Why did Willie Whitelaw not want her to use the word?
Well, because he thought it was a very emotive word to use and would be looked upon by all those who wanted to see a reasonable outcome to the immigration problems as going over the top.
I think the famous swamping expression was perhaps a dangerous one to use at that time, but I think it was one which actually rang very well with the electorate.
The greatest gift that Mrs. Thatcher has had is in having the right enemies. Galtieri was a good enemy to have. A fascist dictator. I would like such enemies. Arthur Scargill was a good enemy to have because he didn't have a ballot, because he tried to excuse illegal actions. The script was written for the Conservatives by that.
I remember when I was first elected to Parliament in 2005, being invited to have dinner with her at the Carlton Club, and sitting next to her at dinner, I was absolutely mesmerized. My heart was beating very, very strongly. And I have to say, it was one of the most fascinating experiences of my life. Afterwards, when the photographs were being taken of us, I remember towering over her because of my 6'9" height, but thinking how she towered over me in every other respect.
I found my job working for her very exhilarating, but she was very demanding, and she didn't really like leisure. I don't mind in this room saying to one of my jobs was Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and I had to go on a visit to the Dutch estates in Staffordshire as the minister accompanying the Queen. And it was just before the recess, literally 3 days before, and it was in 82, it was just after the Falklands. And the Queen, I was sitting next to the Queen, and we started talking about holidays. She brought the subject up, and so I took it up, and she said to me in the course of this, what is the Prime Minister going to do for a holiday? And I said to her, Mum, the Prime Minister thinks that only lazy people have holidays. So at the end of the day, she was getting into one of the planes of the Queen's flight, and she said goodbye to me, and then in protocol she said goodbye to the Lord Lieutenant. She was halfway up the steps, and she turns around and says, Mr. Parkinson. So I go, yes, Mum. She said, they tell me you have influence with Mrs. Thatcher. If you'll tell her, she should take a proper holiday. So will I. I said, Mum, it's easier for you than me. I work for her, she works for you. So when I told Margaret this on Monday, she said to me, oh, I don't believe the Queen said that. I said, she did. And so on the Wednesday morning, I saw her after she'd been for her weekly audience, and she said, what have you been saying to the Queen?
When it came to the miners' strike, I think what was extraordinary was how united the party was behind Margaret Thatcher, and indeed a very large part of the country. Bear in mind that the miners had been on strike over and over and over again. They had been part of what brought down the previous administration. They'd been part of what had destroyed Ted Heath's government. And the whole idea that you could just go on strike and that you could bring the country to its knees was one that Margaret Thatcher was not prepared to countenance. When there had been the threat of strikes in 1981, she paid them off, but at the same time then set up systems to ensure that next time it happened, we'd have them.
And the liberation of Kuwait, of which we've heard again, and the winning of the EU rebate. And that's, again, in striking. She had a simple message. That was one of her secrets. She had a simple message for the country. And do you remember Robin Day had that interview with her and said, gave a long thing about how all her belligerence was going to off-put our European partners over the determination to get the rebate. And she paused and said, after this great spiel, she paused and said, but Robin, it's our money. We want it back. To date, £75 billion we got back.
I think timing, in a way, was a secret of how Denis came to do such a good job in the role of Mr. Maggie Thatcher. He turned in an Oscar-winning performance in a role he never ever auditioned for. When my mother was a new MP, Denis already was established in business and he was running his own career. So he was never the male equivalent of a constituency wife in the early days because he was too busy with his own business. So once that he retired, as I said, timing was everything. Once he retired, being a consort in number 10 was a perfect retirement job because there was no competition, because he'd had his career. And I think that was one of the reasons that it worked so well. The other reason, Denis was happy to be consort. He deeply admired my mother. He wanted to do whatever he could to help. He didn't want to launch his own political career off her back, for instance. He wasn't the sort of consort who wanted an enormous staff and carve out a role for themselves. He was the 2 steps behind, and detail, I think, is what made him so successful. I remember a huge reception in number 10 when there was a crisis, and my father said to my mother, oh dear, I'll go down and start receiving the guests, so you'll have 10 minutes. Well, 10 minutes, if you're Prime Minister, is a godsend.
Margaret Thatcher would, from time to time, pull little bits of paper with quotations on them out of her handbag, and Hayek would be one of them.
There are members on this side of the House, but there are also members on the other side of the House who I know received personal handwritten letters from her when they experienced a tragedy in their own private lives or with their families. She had an enormous compassion. If ever she found somebody was alone at Christmas, she would always say they should come and spend it with checkers with her. Indeed, famously, Ronnie Miller, the playwright, told me that he used to spend many months trying to think of excuses why he was going to be busy, because the idea of being with Margaret Thatcher at Christmas might not have been the most relaxing way to spend it.
Unable to argue his case in Cabinet, Michael Heseltine lobbied in public. In a desperate attempt to silence him, the government leaked a letter from the Solicitor General. The letter to Heseltine accused him of peddling material inaccuracies in his campaign. When the Cabinet met on the 9th of January 1986, the Prime Minister made it plain that the disarray over Westland could not continue. Michael Heseltine must stop arguing his case in public.
It's the only time I can ever remember the Prime Minister reading out the conclusions of a meeting, of a discussion which didn't take place. They were already written before the meeting started. Mrs. Thatcher was not prepared to allow my case to be put to Cabinet.
The Cabinet meeting was in full swing. We'd all of us, save Michael, decided we must exercise the principle of collective responsibility, coordinate our statements and clear them through the Cabinet Office. Not through me, through the Cabinet Office. That was necessary for political and legal reasons. The difficulty was Michael. Would he accept that? I put it to him, and then Nick Ridley put it to him twice.
Michael Heseltine seemed to be saying that should apply to 20 members of the Cabinet, but not to him, because he was responsible for conducting the deal. And I questioned that. And Michael Jopling, I think it was, questioned that. And I questioned it again. And it was that moment that he decided to shut his folder and leave the Cabinet.
I folded my papers and I said, in which case I cannot remain a member of this Cabinet. And I left very quietly and in such a way that the comment of colleagues afterwards, if you remember, was they weren't quite sure what had happened.
Can I say that I agreed with Margaret Thatcher on almost everything. Yeah. The only thing with which I disagreed with her fundamentally a big issue, and that was her decision not to stand in the second ballot in 1990. Because if she had stood, I think she would have won, and I think the course of history would have been changed. And I'm sad that those of us who went into her study that evening, Mr. Speaker, in order to try and persuade her to change her mind, that we were unsuccessful.
Gradually, as time passed, the tendency to listen only to the people who agree with you grew. It grows with everybody. It grew with Tony Blair. You could see it happening. It does happen when people go on too long. You tend only to be comfortable with the people who are saying how marvellous you are. And that tendency asserted itself. And I think in all the discussions about the poll tax, for example, that tendency became quite important.
She was a towering figure, but I have to say that I saw signs of human frailty. I was with her behind the stage in the conference hall at Brighton in 1984. She was waiting to go in front and make her great speech. She was slumped on the sofa, and I think it was Gordon Rees was sitting on the arm of the sofa, and Margaret was saying, "I don't think I can go through with this." And he said, "Of course you can, of course you can. When you get out in front there, the whole world will be cheering for you." And so it was. She went in front of that audience and she gave one of the most marvellous speeches of her whole life.
She was superbly well briefed. She worked very hard to understand the subject that was coming up. I remember taking the Prime Minister of Peru to see her. I was Trade Minister at the time, and she said after the pleasantries, "Tell me about Peru." And he started, "Peru is that narrow little country on the side of South." And she went in, and we had this population, and we have an inflation rate of 6.3. And she said to him, 6.3? I was told it was 5.7, which is right. And at this point, he got the message. She wanted to talk about the politics of his country. She knew the detail better than he did. And so she was tremendously well-briefed. And
how many handbags did she have? Did you ever estimate that?
She was quite economical. I ought to be able to give you that number, and I can't, but she loved quality, but she also loved economy. And so things tend to be reused and reworked. With her dresses, they're all labelled with different names and when they were worn, so that she didn't wear them again at the wrong occasion. She used also to take a lot of dresses on loan. You're not allowed to accept presents of any value as British Prime Minister, but British companies would lend her. And she was fascinated by the quality. She sort of knew everything, because her mother had been a seamstress. She knew everything about how they were made and used to discourse learnedly on such points.
I spoke in the confidence motion on the 22nd of November 1990. By then, Margaret Thatcher had decided not to stand again, and in circumstances which I do not believe any other Prime Minister, certainly of her stature, ever experienced. The irony of her going is that unlike other Prime Ministers who have continued in office until the departure of their choosing, she lived out her retirement in the certain knowledge and proof that what had primarily brought about her fall, the issue of Europe, that she had in fact been right. They put her in a dungeon downstairs underneath this chamber. I went down there. She was dressed in black. She was traumatized, and it was a disgrace. I do not know how it happened, but it was appalling to witness. The event that precipitated this was indeed the personal statement of the Right Honourable, the now Lord Howe of Aberavon. I do not doubt his sincerity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I challenge anybody to go through that speech and actually agree with any word of it. There was a complete commitment to the exchange rate mechanism. There was the issue of economic and monetary union. There was this, there was that, and on every single respect, she was turfed out of office for no reason other than that they disagreed with her on that European issue. Others have said that it was because of the poll tax or because they might not win their seats. It was not. It was to do with one main issue. There is much more I would want to say today. I will not. I simply say in conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that there will be no other Prime Minister of her stature, in my judgment, for decades to come. I pay tribute to my honourable friend, Right Honourable friend, the Prime Minister, for his veto and also for his Bloomberg speech on those 5 principles. But I also say that the Prime Minister, the late Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, was the greatest defender of our freedom. She understood the European issue. She stood up for the freedom of these people in this country, in Eastern and Central Europe. She was a great Prime Minister, and I pay tribute to her. Yeah.
She saw Europe as a serious threat to the independence of Britain. Given how strongly she felt about it, I would have found it amazing if she had swallowed her views and never said them. She felt very, very strongly about it. She really saw Britain's identity being lost in Europe.
It was difficult with Margaret because she was always a rather aloof person. She didn't easily unbend. I think there was always a degree of difficulty about her communications with the rest of us. One got that impression with Margaret that she wasn't a kind of real person.
Well, God, Margaret is a great tree planter. She really plants it, you know. You're supposed to put a spadeful on, and she put 8 and stamped it down, you see, and then said, "Where's the water?"
If you'd been in the House of Commons then, would you have voted for her?
Yes. I'm a great believer in loyalty to your leader, not just because I'm now leader of the party, so I'd like that from others, but I just think politics is a team game. You owe loyalty to the captain of your team. She had been elected in 1987, with a huge majority, and the Tory MP should have supported her.
Found the right girl, oh what a girl, oh what a future, I'm in a well.
I have seen her in Cornwall on holiday when someone accidentally put sea salt on their peaches and spat it out fairly quickly. I've seen her literally almost fall off the chair laughing. So the humour is there, but she takes life very seriously, and she also does not believe in wasting time in any way, and I think that is how she was brought up.
Is it a good and essential characteristic? Because a lot of senior politicians, a lot of prime ministers aren't like that. I mean, everything you hear about her was focus on this, focus on that, focus on that. Why have you done this? Have you done that? Whereas you often get a much more relaxed style, don't you, Peter, of a sort of, I mean, the way Macmillan handled the Conservative Party, completely different.
Almost took it to caricature. He was almost prostrate with languor as Prime Minister. And
reading a trollop in the afternoon.
Absolutely. He said, I'm up with a lark and I go to bed with a trollop. That's what he used to say. But he always felt with Margaret Thatcher that the clock was ticking. It wasn't just that I might not make it through the next election, I might just be a one-term Prime Minister, but even when she was in her pomp in the mid-1980s, as an outside observer of her premiership and her style of government, you felt that the clock was ticking. And she said to a friend of mine in Number 10, in July 79, and he said very kindly to her, you've had a very busy year, an exhausting election, I think you need a holiday. But she said, I must govern, I must govern. And she felt right to the very last day, didn't she, Michael, this compulsion to govern.
I was once present at a conversation between Lady Thatcher, she was then Mrs. Thatcher, and Ted Heath. And I was the only person present, beat that, at this discussion, this conversation between Lady Thatcher, Baroness Thatcher, she was then Mrs. Thatcher, and Ted Heath. And she'd only recently become leader of the Conservative Party. It was an extraordinary event that brought this to pass. I had gone to a memorial service for Hubert Humphrey. And it was held on a day Cabinet was being held. So Cabinet was going to come, but hadn't showed up because Cabinet overran its time, and the first 3 rows on the left-hand side of the aisle were left empty, and I parked myself in the middle of the 4th row. And I hadn't been sitting there very long before a figure came up and sat down next to me on my left. And this was Margaret Thatcher. And she was looking sparkling and effervescent, and so, needless to say, I regret to say, no, I don't regret to say, I tried flirting with her. I thought I was doing rather well, actually. Of course I would, wouldn't I? But I complimented her on how the dress suited her, the colour of her eyes, all this sort of thing. We were getting on famously. And all the rest of the pew was completely empty, and all of a sudden a shadow appeared at the other end of the pew, escorted by the ushers and put down next to me this side. It was Ted Heath. There then ensued a conversation between Margaret Thatcher, myself and Ted Heath. It was a very unusual conversation in that nobody said a single thing to anybody from start to finish. Considering the personalities involved, I think that's probably fairly unique. Anyway, my lords, that's enough of that story.
The Bruges speech was certainly not fair to describe it as an anti-European speech. It was a revisionist European speech. It was trying to move away from trends in European development which she didn't like. But she had not carried her senior ministers with her, and her relations with them were poor, and so were her relations with Jacques Delors and various other people, Helmut Kohl. And so she was sort of in an antagonistic position.
How important was class to Margaret Thatcher?
Well, it was very important because she came from the outside. So she had to overcome the double barrier of being from the wrong class and the wrong sex as far as the existing establishment went. But it would be a mistake to think that she was hostile to traditional social order in Britain. She was a huge believer in opportunity, but she wasn't a believer in imposing equality. And she had a sense of British history, which meant that she quite very much respected the monarchy, the constitutional order, and even the aristocracy. And what you often find with her in class is that she likes a lot of these sort of distinguished old peers and whatnot, so long as she's not being patronised. And the thing she would always note about a person who was above her, older than her, more powerful than her, is he patronising me or not? So, for example, she didn't like our Prime Minister Harold Macmillan because she felt patronised by him. But she did like the even more aristocratic Prime Minister, Alec Douglas-Home, because he treated her like a gentleman. And she knew this about every person she dealt with. And, of course, she's a woman almost always dealing with men, so she has a very strong sense of how the man is sort of instinctively reacting to her. And I think that's how she saw it. She wasn't trying to overthrow everything about old Britain. What she was trying to do was re-galvanise its greatness.
Yeah.
The protests, in some way, are actually the greatest compliment that could be paid to Margaret Thatcher. Yeah. That even in death the left have to argue against her. She would take great pride in these protests. She wouldn't get angry about them. She would regard them as utterly and completely absurd. And all I would say to those engaged in them, look at how gracious she was in always what she said when her political foes departed the scene, most recently in the statement that she issued about Michael Foot.
Deng Xiaoping, the Chinese negotiator, was a man of equal calibre to Margaret Thatcher, if you like. But he knew that my client was as awkward as he was, and it helped us to get the right result.
Well, my mother became an MP when I was 6, and after that I simply remember two incredibly busy people. My father was running a business, he was refereeing rugby football on Saturday, my mother was in the House of Commons and in her constituency on Saturdays, and I think I remember the sheer pace. They had 2 small children, twins, and they must have been absolutely flat out. I also remember, I think, that I probably ate more meals in the House of Commons canteen than the average kid.
William Hague won the leadership convincingly and promised immediately to make a fresh start, to change and renew the party. That was definitely not why Margaret Thatcher had endorsed him.
Lady Thatcher, a new start?
A what?
A new start?
A new start? Well, what was wrong with the old one? We didn't do too badly in my time.
So before William even began modernising the party, Margaret Thatcher tugged him by the collar. In her view, Major failed because he wasn't sufficiently Thatcherite. And it wasn't to happen again. And when William tried to go his own way, he brought ridicule on himself.
Leaving Oxford, Margaret got a job as a research chemist and met and married Denis Thatcher, who came from Lewisham and worked for his father's paint business.
At the time, those close to the Prime Minister had felt that her appearance was not quite suitable for a world leader. The time had come for a change of image.
I had seen a very beautiful black coat in Aquascutum's window in Regent Street, and it had wonderful shoulders, you know, the really big shoulders, and she's always looked very good in black. And so I said to her, if you're going off to see Mrs. Gorbachev, who I believe is dressed mostly in Yves Saint Laurent, I wonder if I could go and get this coat on Apro, this lovely black coat. And she said, by all means. So I went up and got it, and of course I brought it back, and she looked absolutely stunning in it.
She took with her the whole of the range of the Aquascutum latest models. And she wore these clothes magnificently. And the Russians adored the clothes and adored her for wearing it. And that was pure feminine guile. She was not unaware that this was very helpful at home, especially if you've got an election coming up.
Margaret Thatcher was a surprise to everybody, I think. But I think it, as ever, is a matter of just how the circumstances run, how the cards fall. Ted did not see after his defeat that he really ought to go. He took the view that the country was in the wrong and that he was in the right, and everyone would come to their senses sooner or later. But who was going to stand against him? There was a great reluctance to do so. And in the end, it was Margaret Thatcher who put herself forward as the candidate.
Matthew, You worked with her as a very young man, didn't you? Answering her letters, writing speeches as well?
That's when I knew her best.
Yes.
I was her correspondence clerk when she was leader of the opposition and hadn't been leader of the opposition for all that long. She was a very different person to work for than to work with. I think she could be very difficult to work with, but as a boss she was absolutely marvellous. She was always in at the office before we were. She never left until long after we had gone.
Is that marvellous? I thought it would
be
nerve-wracking for you and go, I can't go home yet because she's still working.
No, she inspired us all with a sense of kind of mission. It felt like a team, it felt like a platoon, with huge enthusiasm. We adored her.
We remembered after that she had, in addition to this extraordinary capacity to overcome and even not notice in some ways the objections that were raised to her as a woman. And of course the assumption when Erin Eve took over her campaign for leadership was that she would be most unlikely on those grounds ever to succeed. In that context it's perhaps worth telling myself one anecdote. According to Mr. Thatcher, Sir Denis Thatcher, at one stage he was sitting at home in his flat in Flood Street and Mrs. Thatcher was ironing his shirt, something she was very keen on doing, getting breakfast, ironing his shirt. And she said in a sort of rather casual way, "Denis, I'm thinking of running for the leadership." To which he responded, "Leadership of what, Margaret?" Now, that somehow...
Very frank memo from one of her private secretaries about her management style. Tell me about that and how accurate was that analysis of her and how did she receive it?
This came at the thing when things were really bad for her in 1981, when there was a plot against her and the economy appeared to be going very badly, though actually it was by then beginning to recover. And her head of her policy unit sent her this absolutely, he called it the blockbuster, absolutely stinging memo. It was all things like, your management style is dreadful, you never thank people, you're impossible, etc. And I think it had a good effect. Mrs. Thatcher was someone who never would admit that she got something wrong directly. She wouldn't say, "I'm so sorry, I got it wrong." Never. But she would change her behaviour. And if she'd been rude to you, she'd find a way of apologising by sort of inviting you up for a drink or something like that. And she did, if she basically trusted the person who criticised, she did listen. And I think in modern politics, if a political advisor had done such a rude memo, certainly in modern British politics, he would have been thrown out.
But he wasn't.
He wasn't. And, she did pay some attention. So, with rare exceptions, she accepted candour.
Almost the last day that she was in government, she summoned me, I was Minister for Housing, she summoned me to the Cabinet room, and it was a one-to-one meeting. I was on my own with her. And she said the words that will always be in my mind. We'd had our meeting and I was just packing up my papers, and she said, "Michael, we failed to destroy the dependency culture." And that stuck with me, because a lot has been said today about her caution, and I just want to say a word about that myself. But I think that what hasn't been said is that she did regret, in some cases, that caution. And that's something that hasn't fully come in my view. I mean, it wasn't just the dependency culture, though that did involve her regretting that she hadn't done anything about the welfare state to make sure that it was focused on those who really need the support of the welfare state. I think in the modern idiom she would have done her nut to realise that later it would be a liberal, lib-lab, conservative, cooperative government that was the first to do something about it. But she did regret, not only that, but I think when it came to privatisation, there were all sorts of things that I think she would have liked. I mean, we didn't privatise coal, we didn't privatise the rails, she didn't rather. She didn't do nuclear, and she didn't do the post office. And in fact, when it came to the really difficult one, electricity, which, as it happened, I was the Minister for Electricity which took that bill through the Commons, I believe that it was very much the powers of persuasion of my honourable friend Lord Parkinson against the advice of Walter Marshall, her great friend and mentor in many ways, that created the bill which we were going to put through Parliament. I think it was very much touch and go as to whether we actually went ahead with that privatisation because of this caution. I'm only stressing the cautioning because other people stress her excessiveness and her high rhetoric, and of course the wonderful things she did achieve. But it wasn't just privatisation in Europe, it's already been mentioned today. I mean, she did, I think, regret the Single Act and how far she pushed the Maastricht legislation treaty before that actually came into being. So I just wanted to say that this is somewhat of an antidote to some of the more critical things that have been said about her extremism and about her desire to do things in a hurry. I think far from it. I think she felt that she had not done things in a hurry enough sometimes, and I just wanted to put that to the House.
My mother, something which is not necessarily known about her, she was extremely good with her hands, and it would be nothing for her to repair curtains or even make them herself if she had the time to do so. I certainly remember on a couple of occasions she turned her hand to that, and quite successfully. So from that perspective, there was an element of self-reliance, if you will. Thrift would be, I think, the word that comes to mind. And certainly I think that applied to everything that she did.
I think after my mother resigned in November 1990, there wasn't very much that Denis could do. She was so shell-shocked. She said to me that she would never come to terms with what had happened, the treachery as she saw it, of her own fellow party members. Her life absolutely came to a halt. She'd moved out of her house, her weekender, she had an empty diary. My father's life, if you like, because it wasn't so dependent on Number 10, almost sort of carried on, particularly people who said to him, "Oh, Denis, we've never had time to see you when you were in Number 10, lunch," if you see what I mean. I don't think on that occasion, on the occasion of her resignation as Prime Minister, there was very much that Denis could do to cushion the most almighty shock which had been inflicted on her.
So when you read, as you must, so much that has been written about her since she died, and that image of her as hard, cold, ferocious, enjoying a good argument, do you feel that the other side of her has been sufficiently represented, the person that you knew?
No, it hasn't. It hasn't, actually. They always dwell on the sort of toughness and, resoluteness. But like I say, underneath there was a woman, and she used to care about people. She really did. And, when my wife was ill, my wife had breast cancer, about 16 years ago. My God, flowers, boxes of chocolates, everything came she really was. She felt about people.
And so you are glad that you and your wife can pay your final respects today?
Oh, very much so. It's a pleasure. Not a pleasure, but it's a privilege to be here. And, we'll be sad, but we're expecting. We expected this for the last 18 months or so, because the worm is going, a short-term memory.
Well, Denis Oliver, it's lovely.
They forgot, I think, that she had her own electors, called the Members of Parliament. And because the Prime Minister of the day, especially a long-established one, is treated with respect and deference and has great authority from the power that they have, and so they didn't really respond to the MPs. They were rather dismissive of them, I think, thinking they were rather inferior beings.
Some of these good-looking men who were around the place, like Humphrey Atkins and Cecil Parkinson and a number of others, she undoubtedly had a very soft spot for them, found it very hard to resist them. Didn't find it so hard to resist me, but that's another matter.
I remember when I first came into your Lordship's house, I went to her for advice and I said, "Margaret, I don't understand this. What's the point of making a maiden speech unless you can say something that's worth saying? I mean, all this business, you can't be controversial." She said, "Peter, you mustn't be controversial, but what you must do is stand up for what you believe." And the other thing she said to me which I think I've heard already this evening. Never start anything unless you're prepared to see it through. A few years on, one evening in your Lordship's house, I was dividing the house 7 times on the licensing bill, and I was determined and did win 7 times. But others were slightly nudging me, saying, Peter, when is this going to end? Margaret Thatcher has a party, and she's here, and she's missing her own party. So I went up to her and I said, I'm so sorry, Margaret, but I'm so glad you're here supporting my amendments. And she said, my dear, it's marvellous. I'm really enjoying myself. This is just like old times. So this was her priority. It was her country and her belief in this nation. So, my lords, just a few thoughts that I wanted to share with you. And just being here today, taking part in these tributes to Margaret Thatcher is an enormous privilege. She was a truly extraordinary, remarkable lady, and she will, in many ways, remain with us always.
She couldn't understand the opposition to the poll tax. She felt very strongly by then that if people were made to pay their actual share, as it were, of the costs of local government, and that they didn't like it, then the democratic process would work, and that they would then go and turf out their local councils. But of course, local government is not like national government, partly because of the low turnout in local elections, for a start. People are not quite that politically activated or minded. And what she didn't realise is that people would look at this and say it's an unfair tax.
In the summer of 1991, an article appeared in the Telegraph in which Margaret Thatcher was reported as being openly critical of John Major. She was alleged to have dismissed him as a grey man with no ideas.
Almost in terms of a Greek tragedy, we were forced apart by the activities of events and people who muttered and talked about what it was Margaret thought in private.
Yeah, but she's always said she has absolutely no sense of humour.
Well, I don't think she would have said that.
She was too serious.
Well, she was asked to do an interview for a tribute to Ronald Reagan, and the interviewer said to her, "Could you give us an anecdote about Ronald Reagan?" And she said, "I don't do funnies."
Which is funny in itself.
It's funny in itself. There's nothing funnier than the person who doesn't realise they don't have a sense of humour.
Outside the chamber, and another aspect of that, which I think needs to be emphasised, was the way in which she upheld the rule of law, which is a very important principle in her life. I remember that I was travelling in a car with her when we saw on a newspaper hoarding that the High Court had found against the government in the judicial review about the government's banning of unions at GCHQ. The Prime Minister was going to the House of Commons that afternoon, and it was clear that, quite understandably, the Labour Party would make a lot of this and would be jubilant about it because they had supported the trade unions in opposing the government's action. And I remember that she said, well, we must appeal, but if the court rules against us, we must, of course, accept their judgment. We cannot ask the miners to accept the rule of law if we, the government, are not prepared to accept it ourselves. And that's just
after she'd lost office, after 2 or 3 years, she became sort of crazily Eurosceptic and put everything down to Europe, her own fall from office and everything else. Began to make wild remarks from time to time on the subject. And nevertheless, her support for people like Haig and Duncan Smith was very valuable. Because the Conservative Party faithful were increasingly Eurosceptic. Pro-Europeans were leaving us in both voting terms and membership of the party. They were going on to the Liberals mainly. What was left was becoming a Eurosceptic party.
Her other big project, of course, was her autobiography, published in 2 parts in 1993 and 95, which he had originally wanted to call Undefeated. Every Prime Minister wants to put their version of history on the record, but inevitably publication caused more problems for John Major.
It was failing. She actually had the honesty and the courage to say, this isn't a proper industry. This is make-believe industry. We're subsidising this. We're making it up.
Early in May 1987, the Prime Minister announced that she was going to the palace to seek a dissolution of Parliament and declared a general election on the 11th of June. Although from the beginning the Conservative Party was ahead in the polls, the election was not a happy one for Margaret Thatcher. She dominated her party and had become a leading figure on the world stage. But behind the show of party unity, there were mutterings about a possible successor. The Prime Minister felt threatened by rivals, real or imaginary.
Thank you, madam.
Most importantly, her relationship with the party chairman at Central Office, Norman Tebbit, was going through a rare period of coolness.
Every Prime Minister, I guess like every medieval monarch, is wondering who has their eyes on the crown, who has power centres which could set them up as a rival. And I wanted to make changes at Central Office, some of which would have made it more powerful. She was ambivalent. She wanted Central Office to be extraordinarily powerful, a well-oiled machine, once she'd called an election. But I think she was always concerned that it was another barony.
In 1986, it seems a long time ago, so I was summoned to Downing Street to become a junior minister, and I said to the Prime Minister, thank you very much, this is a great day, and my wife has just had a baby daughter. And she said, what's the hospital? What's the telephone number? Fortunately, I could remember it. She dialed the hospital, and the receptionist answered it. And the Prime Minister said, this is the Prime Minister speaking. And I could hear the lady at the other end saying, pull the other leg. And so the Prime Minister said, I don't think I will, my dear, just put me through. And it really was much appreciated by my wife, and she talks about it constantly.
First of all, you underrated Mrs. Thatcher, and it wasn't just the Conservative Party. All the media underestimated her. Everybody underestimated her. It was the story of her life. She'd been underestimated all the way through, and she increasingly knew that she was a hell of a lot better than the assessments of her. I mean, just much more capable and much tougher.
Of course, the justification that's given for this scale of funeral is that Margaret Thatcher was the towering politician of her generation. The words actually of Ed Miliband, the Labour leader. She wasn't only Britain's first woman Prime Minister, she was the first Prime Minister since everyone had the vote to be elected 3 times running.
Well, I think the troops had a lot of respect for her because she was unlike most politicians they had heard of or come across. She was certainly unlike any politician I'd come across in that she was totally fearless.
There was a moment I enjoyed in the book where there was a Downing Street aide who just had a rather difficult phone call, slammed the phone down and swore rather badly, words that could not be uttered on C-SPAN or printed in any newspaper. And she was right behind him.
Yes.
And
she
heard everything.
Yes. She loved this because she hated having too little to do. It was always a trouble with her. And she used to come down into the rooms where more junior people were working just to sort of see how things were going. And on this particular occasion, this chap was trying to negotiate something with the Treasury, and he felt that he'd failed. He was one of her private secretaries. And so he slammed the phone down, as you say, and swore. And suddenly he realized that she was behind him, and she was smiling. Her eyes were sort of shining. She loved seeing him fighting for her, and she just said, temper, temper. And she sort of liked to see the engine room at work, and that's she got a great kick out of that. And this was one of the reasons that people like working for her, is this sense of being in this small, tightly knit, very lively place in which you've all got a common purpose. And she was.
One of my duties was to advise her on issues about the organisation of the machinery of government.
I don't think she was ever much interested in those issues. She thought that they were of secondary importance. What mattered to her was having the right policy and having the right person in place to put the policies into effect. Tinkering with organisations diverted energy from what really mattered and was a waste of time and energy and money.
Relationship seriously as being a serious-minded young woman she would. You can't imagine her just mucking around. That would never have occurred to her. And the relationship had a physical aspect. They kissed one another and cuddled one another, and by Tony Bray's account, she was very keen on that, though he thought not experienced. He thought, I think rightly, that he was the first man. They didn't sleep together, but all this was a sign of her seriousness. She wouldn't have just been playing. And I think it had an effect on him which she didn't desire, because it put him off to some extent. Because I think he realised, first of all, that she was more serious than he wanted. Secondly, that her parents were lower class than he. And thirdly, that the whole thing was just a bit too much, really.
I left her in the cabinet room at about 9:15 the night before the resignation was announced, and she was in tears saying that support was draining away. At 7:30 the following morning, I met her and she said that she decided to resign. It didn't come as a surprise, but it came as a bit of a shock.
I thought she was slightly losing the plot compared with her great days. Towards the end of the 80s, because she'd been in so long, she was slightly indulging herself in, the weaker aspects of her personality. She'd lost patience with some of her key colleagues. She thought she could do everything. And I remember one of the low points, I thought, of the cabinet was when she goes around the table. You may have been there by then. Perhaps you weren't in the cabinet. She goes around the table after some row about something comparatively minor, business of the House of Commons, and she suddenly sort of slapped her hands and said, "Why do I have to do everything in this government?" And I thought at the time, why doesn't anybody have the nerve to tell her that the trouble is she thinks she can do everything? And that was at the heart of it.
It was crucial to Mrs. Thatcher that miners in Nottinghamshire continued to be bussed to work across picket lines. The NUM's traitors were Margaret Thatcher's saviours.
If she could smash the NUM, she could take on any union in the country. And what she couldn't believe her luck, that a group of miners would support her, because that's what Knox miners did. They supported and propped Mrs. Thatcher up. Now, I'm not saying the rank and file miner realised at that time that that's what he was doing, but in essence that's what they did.
I remember vividly her first appearance after her election on the dais at the end of the committee room to greet the 1922 committee, the assembled party. And there was a sense of history about it. I visualise it with this frail Joan of Arc-like woman arriving, and the Knights of the Shires on the platform beside her, looking deferential, and that was a change of mood and attitude. I don't think there was much sedition rumbling along. There were obviously some disappointed folk.
In 1972 and 74, Ted Heath gave in to their wage demands. And in 1981, Mrs. Thatcher shied away from the fight.
Margaret Thatcher had very, very quickly backpedaled, and she was quite right at that time, because no preparation of any kind had been put in place for weathering a strike.
This time, Mrs. Thatcher was determined to be ready. 50 million tons of coal was stockpiled to prevent blackouts.
We were ready. Oh my God, were we ready. You could not see the tops of the cooling towers, the mountains of coal. I could see 5 coal power stations from my back garden, and I could see how much coal was there. We were ready.
The Prime Minister insisted she had far more important things to do. The next day she was due to join other world leaders in Paris to mark the end of the Cold War. She'd be out of the country for the crucial final 2 days of the contest.
And she said, "I've got to be there, Kenneth," because she was the star of the show. And I said, "Look, Margaret,
you should actually be in London at Chequers and at Number 10 talking to members of Parliament, because you've got a real fight on your hands. It's very, very close. But she said, no, this is the importance of history. I've got to be there.
I think she saw this leadership election as an annoying little distraction, sort of parish pump politics, and I don't think it crossed her mind for a moment not to go to Paris.
Mrs. Thatcher was keen to join her successor in front of the cameras outside, but John Major was mindful of her recent comment that she would be a good backseat driver.
Margaret said very warmly, well, I'll come out with you. And of course that would have absolutely played upon that image. And it would have been a very bad start. I think it would have been bad for her, and it would certainly have been pretty bad for me. And so Norman Lamont, how he did it I don't know, but with great skill, disattached her. And I went out to see people on my own. Now in retrospect I rather regret that, because although it would have meant a little short-term criticism and a little short-term mockery from the Labour Party, I think it would have been more gracious to have gone out as someone who'd been Prime Minister for 11 years.
It is a very exciting thing to become leader of the Conservative Party, and particularly exciting, I think, to follow one of the most remarkable leaders that the Conservative Party has ever had.
Mrs. Thatcher was forced to watch events from an upstairs window. It was another rebuff, and added to the bitterness she and her friends felt after her enforced removal from office.
Well, much to her annoyance, history, of course, will always remember her as the first woman Prime Minister, which is not what she wanted. She wanted to be a great Prime Minister, not a great or the first woman Prime Minister. That didn't interest her very much. It didn't mean to say that she wasn't extremely feminine, and she'd dress up, have a hairdress every morning at half an hour in the morning, high heels, special kit on. You know, she liked to sweep in and sweep out, and she liked to be a woman. She was never apologetic about it. But she didn't like the idea that she was there either because she was a woman or she was interesting because she was a woman.
I remember that writing speeches for her in the October 1974 general election, there were two books that were used for primary source material. The first, as has already been mentioned, was F.A. Hayek's The Constitution of Liberty, and the other was a book written and published in the 1930s called A Time for Greatness. To my shame, I can't now remember the author's name, but I will recall that Margaret's reflection of these two books was along the lines of, if the state takes all in taxation, if the state spends all, we all become slaves of the state.
She was certainly victimised. I mean, for example, she was always called Thatcher the milk snatcher after the removal of primary school milk from children. But the curious thing was, of course, that it was never her policy. It was the policy of the Chancellor, Anthony Barber, which then became associated quite unfairly with Margaret Thatcher for the rest of her political life.
Really? Well, my moment is I knew her before she was a Thatcherite. I met her just after I came out of university. In fact, I was in her kitchen in Flood Street, and she was typical, making a cup of tea for us all. And I put the argument to her of the way of extending property-owning democracy was to either give away the council houses to the tenants, like my parents, or to sell them at a huge discount. Now, this was not Tory party policy at the time at all. And she looked at me and she said, no, Andrew, we can't do that. It will do nothing for our people. And by our people, she meant the middle class in suburban areas who'd already bought their own homes.
Okay. Well, she certainly moved on from that.
It's interesting.
The Right Reverend Pellet, the Bishop of Oxford, made allusions to the fact that she was brought up as a Methodist, but she was always very much an adopted member of the Church of England. And when I was sitting with her in the House of Commons, waiting to vote late in the evening, she was going on about the worrying question of women priests. And she said she didn't think there should be women priests in the Church of England because she thought it would split the Church of England. I took issue with her, and I said, I don't think, Prime Minister, as a woman Prime Minister, you can really take objection to women becoming priests, I said. And then, no, I don't know what you're so worried about. I think women are capable of greater spirituality than men, and also they're less prone to sexual temptation. Oh, I don't know about that, she said. As always happened with Margaret Thatcher, she never agreed that you won the argument. But it was some weeks later that Bernard Ingham put out a very small press release saying, Prime Minister Thatcher backs women priests and so forth. So she did come round in the end.
From the moment she became leader of the opposition, she showed qualities that no one had detected in her before. She took to life as opposition leader with an amazing sort of ease and naturalness and became almost a superstar overnight. In the 1979 election campaign, she held the calf in her arms, much to the horror of her husband Denis, who was there. So put that bloody thing down, it'll be some terrible accident.
Prominent amongst her opponents was the Defence Secretary Francis Pym, the former Chief Whip and a confidant of Ted Heath. Although he was happy to accept the call to cabinet, he found Margaret Thatcher's right-wing radicalism distasteful. He, like many of his colleagues, intensely disliked her style and manner.
She asked you? Yes. Well, not The point about Mrs. Thatcher is that she was against any suggestion of compromise, which meant that she had a confrontational style. That was the automatic consequence of it. And the idea that somebody else might have a valid point of view, which might be a right point of view, wouldn't enter her mind at all. No part of her philosophy.
I think the ideas of people like Enoch Powell, Keith Joseph, and of course Arthur Selden and others in some of the think tanks, they began to put some intellectual rigour into the framework, and certainly I think they were great deal of the guidance which Margaret Thatcher followed.
Erin Eve was buried at Abinger in Berkshire, in the heart of the English countryside. 6 weeks later, Mrs. Thatcher won the general election, and the following week a memorial service was held for Erin Eve. In her address, Mrs. Thatcher promised to rebuild the Britain he had fought for in the war.
And it was quite extraordinary. Here was this rather frail-looking, pale-looking young woman who had become Prime Minister and had become a successor to all these people, and who went up into the pulpit and made this address. It was a very extraordinary occasion, because I felt at the time, well, there are so many things that this country has always been good at, which have fallen away, and we no longer occupy the kind of position in the world that warrants them being said. But this, the way she did it, somehow I thought, we still do that kind of thing better than any other country.
We studied together, and I was her partner in dissecting dogfish and worms and frogs and goodness knows what. We shared that together, I distinctly remember. It was from then on that I really began to know more of her.
I remember hearing of a meeting at which Ferdy Mount in the policy unit was present at an important cabinet subcommittee, and he had a terrible cold and cough and kept coughing. And Margaret said to him, "You've got to do something about that cough, and what you need is this," and she named some particular medicine. And he said, "No, no, no, no." And she said, "Now, just a minute." And then she disappeared out of this important meeting, went upstairs for about 10 minutes, and then came back with a whole packet of capsules, which she then insisted that he took there and then. Of course, colleagues were thoroughly annoyed that this very important meeting had been disrupted in this way. But she was so informal.
She was very, very upset. I mean, she felt that she had been elected Prime Minister, and it wasn't for, 400 Conservative MPs to overturn that. And she was inevitably bitter about it. And I think a large number of her supporters felt the same.
The old Tory hierarchy may have been dismayed at the election of Mrs. Thatcher, but the Labour leadership was delighted.
Callaghan said, after her election, "We've just won the next election." He just didn't believe that the Conservative Party, led by a woman, could beat him.
And again with Margaret, I mean, she was a very modest person. I mean, the idea of lying in state absolutely horrified her. She believed in freedom and meritocracy, and many people in the Tory party resented her because she swept away the old hierarchy and created a meritocratic system in the party that gave people like me from an ordinary background a chance to become involved and make real changes.
A young civil servant, Michael Partridge, witnessed the first meeting between Mrs. Thatcher and her new boss.
I was there as the private secretary, and they chatted for about 20 minutes, and then she got up and went to her office. And as the door shut, I remember Boyd Carpenter said, "She's trouble. What can we do to keep her busy? She's very energetic and very bright. If I'm not careful, she'll be after my job."
To make matters worse, only a week before Election Day, a poll had been published which slashed the Conservatives' lead over Labour. At an early morning meeting at the Conservative Party's central office, Margaret Thatcher responded furiously.
Her demeanour at that meeting was unreasoning and unreasonable and close to hysteria, where it was impossible to put a point or even to be listened to. And it was quite clear that there was no point in saying anything.
That same Thursday, the Prime Minister had to go through with a planned visit to a factory making diggers and a theme park, all the while anxious about the opinion polls.
Supposed to be the fun day out, where we would go on the rides and get good pictures of the press, and we'd actually been looking forward to it, but the atmosphere was terrible in that we were all waiting to see what this poll would bring in the evening. The Prime Minister was very apprehensive. She was not her usual relaxed self, and that was reflected throughout the whole of the team accompanying her, and we would be constantly on the telephone to central office, and there was just a mood of jitter.
But Margaret Thatcher was the only member of his cabinet who didn't feel inhibited from standing by ties of loyalty.
Thank you very much.
It was in the weekend press. Everybody knew she was going to stand. And then she came to see me and said she wished to tell me what her intentions were. And so I was very polite and listened. But I've seen it all, I knew it all.
What did you say to her?
I just said thank you.
I thought I read one account which said you said to her, "You'll lose."
I never said anything of the sort.
But what did you think when she told you that she was going to stand against you as leader?
Well, I thought it wasn't really a very sound way of repaying what I had done for her, but if that's what she wanted.
You had no doubt, after that second defeat in '74, you had no doubt that Ted should go.
I had no doubt at that time. It was such a pity that he retreated from things that he believed in, but we did learn a lot from that retreat, and I felt that he should go. But it must, you know, have been a terrible shock to Ted when on the first ballot I got more than he did, quite a lot more. It really must. And he did pull out with great dignity then. But he must have been very hurt.
Was she right?
Lady Thatcher was entitled to her own views. I never comment on them. I expected it to happen sooner or later, and I thought then there would be a chance of getting sensible policies. But they didn't change very much.
Because it was said that you rang your office and said, "Rejoice, rejoice."
I said it 3 times, I think. Rejoice, rejoice, rejoice.
I think the other thing about her is she was always keen, even in her latter years where she was suffering from her illness, she always wanted to get things absolutely right and not let people down. And so as her memory deteriorated, she found it very, very difficult and quite frightening, actually, going to public engagements, because there was always this worry that she might say the wrong thing. But her sense of duty and being involved in charities and so on drove her on.
She described her own religious upbringing in a lecture she gave at a nearby church of St. Lawrence, Jury. She said, "We often went to church twice on a Sunday, as well as on other occasions during the week. We were taught there always to make up our own minds and never take the easy way of following the crowd."
And when I first met her in 1976, I think I was then the chairman of the Putney Conservatives, and she visited an old people's day centre in Putney, and I then saw her in action. She spoke to every single person who was in that day centre sitting room, and those who were in a position where they couldn't really speak to her easily, she actually knelt down. As leader of the Conservative Party, she knelt down in order to be able to converse meaningfully with these individuals who were sitting in this Old People's Day Centre. That, for me, was a demonstration of her humility and her compassion.
Charles Pulse stayed on in Downing Street for the first 9 months of Major's premiership to ensure continuity at a time when British troops were going into action in the First Gulf War. He also acted as a bridge between Margaret Thatcher and the world from which she was now excluded.
It was sensible to keep her posted, otherwise she might lash out with some ill-judged remark or criticism, not particularly because she wanted to do any damage, but in a very delicate situation one had to be careful.
But even there, I have said, when she once said to me about a European leader, I won't mention his name, he's a very strange fellow. He thinks you lead by following. And what did she do on the night before she resigned? Instead of getting the cabinet together and saying, you're all here because I appointed you, now I need your help, she said to them, tell me what I ought to do. So she actually made the mistake of leading by following.
I remember more than once telephoning and saying, is there anything I can do to help? Being told, all under control, don't worry, thank you very much.
I had the same experience. I assumed I was working in a cell and that my cell of people was connected in some way to lots of other cells. And at the end, I felt there was no campaign at all. Indeed, with 400 electors, more or less, members of Parliament, I had the impression at the end that she hadn't spoken to a single one of them.
It was terrible. Well, I wasn't even given the privilege of working in a cell, or thinking I was working in a cell, despite my repeated offers of help.
It was the very first major British television interview she did. She was due to do one with Robin Day, but it fell through, and so she did it with me. And she also, in that interview, I was fascinated. She was very, very keen on Macmillan. Harold Macmillan, Prime Minister 57 to 63, old patrician, ex-Grenadier Guards, a man who was, very much a one-nation Tory. And she believed in him because she said he took the nation with him. Now, many people didn't like Margaret Thatcher, but if you look at the results she got in 79, 83, 87, they got very, very big majorities. And the second interview I did with her, a really long one, an hour, in 86, boy, had she changed. From then, the voice had come down. She was, by this time, a world statesman. She was bossing me about. But the great thing was that as we went into that interview, which was in the Gateway in Leith Walk, if you remember, George and Joan, that time, and we went in, and we had to go through the set of Take the High Road. And, of course, it's got a grocer's shop. The village shop, and of course she's a grocer's daughter, so she was turning over all the goods, the spangles and the polos and the things, and she said, they don't circulate, they're stopped here. And I said, Madam Prime Minister, that's because this is a play and not a real shop. And then we did this blockbuster interview talking about M3 money supply and things like that.
They had a very good relationship, undoubtedly, but his situation was so different from hers that although certainly he may have been encouraged to think, I'm sure he was encouraged to think that there was a real possibility of it coming together with the West. But I think the key things, which are perestroika and glasnost, were not largely influenced by Mrs. Thatcher. What is certainly true is that Mrs. Thatcher, in her premiership, became a figure of magnetic influence throughout the whole of Eastern Europe and Russia, because they saw her as being the apostle of capitalism. And in that sense, she was tremendously influential as a figure around which public opinion gathered. But I'm not sure that one could describe her as being, in a sense, the author of his policies. I think he was the author of his own policies.
She was the best boss I ever worked for. I was her chief policy advisor in the middle years, and then I subsequently was able to advise and help her a bit as a member of Parliament and a junior minister. And she was that great figure because the private side of Margaret Thatcher was so different from the public side. Yes, many people beyond this House remember the woman who was so powerful in argument, who was so fierce in conviction. But what we saw, who worked with her closely, was someone who worked incredibly long hours with great energy and diligence because she was so keen to get it right. And she took a very wide range of advice When you were working with Margaret Thatcher and you had an idea and you were putting it to her, not only did you need to produce all the evidence and the facts and go over it many times, but you knew that person after person coming to Downing Street was going to be given it as a kind of test. And they didn't know that they were part of a sort of running focus group, that your idea was there in front of the guests, and they were asked to shoot it down because she was so desperately concerned never to use the power of the great office without proper thought. And she was also so keen to make sure that before she did anything, she knew what the criticisms were going to be, she knew what might go wrong with it, she had tested it to destruction. And there's a lot to recommend it for those who are making mighty decisions, that they spend time, they take trouble, they go to a wide range of advice, and they make sure that something works well before it is put out there.
On one occasion, my wife asked Margaret what she thought of Tony Blair. "My dear," she said, "I don't think of him." That was all.
Once we were staying in a friend's house in the country a few years ago, and Margaret Thatcher was there. And our son, who was 7 at the time, suddenly came into the room, and I didn't think he knew who Mrs. Thatcher was, but he embarrassed me because he sat down and started to sort of pretend to be a grown-up, and he said, "Did you like being Prime Minister?" And she said, "We had the chance to do important things for our country, so yes, we enjoyed it very much." And so William said, "Oh, did you pass any good laws then?" And she said, "Yes, we did. We made Britain strong in defence, we reduced the power of the trade unions, and we cut taxes so that if people can keep more of what they earn more." At this point, William's interview went rather awry because he said, "Oh, did you get very rich then when you were Prime Minister?" but no, we didn't, etc. But I thought, first of all, it was very good that she immediately answered the question properly and treated him as if he were Robin Day rather than a young idiot.
At a time when it was difficult for a woman to become a member of Parliament, almost inconceivable that one could lead the Conservative Party, and by her own reckoning, virtually impossible that a woman could become Prime Minister, she did all three.
And, Gorbachev, the former leader of Russia, a little while ago, talking about Mikhail Gorbachev, talking about meeting Margaret Thatcher a couple of years ago in London. She was in uniform and so was I. We really had things to reminisce about. Suddenly she said, "Mikhail, wouldn't you like to be in charge still?" I said, "You know, Margaret, I've had it up to here." "No," she said, "I wouldn't mind." I thought, what a woman, what capacity. But she, of course, is a real politician.
She had made that famous comment about being a backseat driver at Central Office when she left. She meant it completely sincerely. She couldn't understand why her successors saw her as such a threat. She thought they ought to have seen her as a helpful influence.
But although she may have had mixed feelings about the Foreign Office, actually she owed a great debt of gratitude to the Foreign Office. Because one of her greatest triumphs, her relationship with Mr. Gorbachev and what flowed from that, was as a result of the diplomats in the Foreign Office spotting at a very early stage that this youngest new member of the Politburo, Mikhail Gorbachev, was a man to try and cultivate. And she had the wisdom to accept their advice. And what followed from that we should not underestimate. Because what followed from that, and the way in which she persuaded Ronald Reagan to accept her view that Gorbachev was a man with whom we could do business. Reagan, forgive me, would not have accepted that advice from most people. But coming from the Iron Lady, he said, well, if she believes that, then I can proceed on that basis. And the result was not only a remarkable set of initiatives, but the end of the Cold War and the liberation of Eastern Europe without a shot being fired. And that was a remarkable epitaph. I don't want
funeral. And in some way, some of the writing about it, it's either turned into a sort of political jamboree, or almost it's been covered like a royal wedding. Who will we see there? So I think we've got to remember, it's a funeral. Of course, it is also a ceremonial funeral. There will be the great and the good there. And what I like about the list is, as well as the great political figures of Mrs. Thatcher's day, there are people that over the years, particularly in the 23 years since she left office, when she had no politics, active politics in her life, she had to have other resources. And particularly when Denis died, she was rather a lonely figure, and she met people along the way who were good companions, as she called them, her pick-me-ups. So quite a few of those will be there, people like June Whitfield, Joan Collins, and indeed Jeremy Clarkson.
Thatcher is second only to Attlee as the Prime Minister who takes big decisions, reverses the whole tendency of British economic policy, deregulates foreign exchange, for instance, which brings the whole of the world into competition in the British market, faces up to trade union militancy which had destroyed all the governments of the 1970s, Conservative or Labour. And this she is able to carry through mainly because she has a strength of will and an energy behind it.
Does anyone actually want to see radical politics? But she, Mr. Speaker, was not uncritical of her own record. On one occasion I asked her, Mrs. T, what was your greatest disappointment in government? And again, as though she thought long and hard beforehand about it, said, I cut taxes and I thought we would get a giving society, and we haven't.
I remember Margaret Thatcher above all as a particularly kind woman. I give one example. In the first Christmas that she was Prime Minister in 1979, she said to me, do you know of any of our people in the House of Commons who are going to be alone through death or divorce or whatever over this Christmas period? Because if you do, I would like to ask them to Chequers to come and stay over Christmas. And that, I thought at the time, was one of the most generous things from somebody with all the pressures of a Prime Minister.
On the 14th of November, Mrs. Thatcher's sworn enemy, Michael Heseltine, announced that he was challenging the Prime Minister for the leadership of the Conservative Party. His decision was triggered by the resignation of Sir Geoffrey Howe. Heseltine had stormed out of the cabinet nearly 5 years before. John Major, Chancellor of the Exchequer, was the insider's favourite for the top job should she fall. But he was giving nothing away.
The Prime Minister has been nominated by the Foreign Secretary, seconded by me. We expect her to win. We hope she will win. We hope she will remain leader of the Conservative Party. Are you confident? I hope and expect and am confident that that will be the case. It's certainly the best outcome.
What happens if she doesn't win on the first ballot, Mr. Major?
Mrs. Thatcher, could I ask?
Mrs. Thatcher was in Paris when the result of the first ballot came through. She was badly wounded.
Very pleased that I got more than half the parliamentary party, and disappointed that it's not quite enough to win on the first ballot. So I confirm it is my intention to let my name go forward for the second ballot.
The next day she returned to London, apparently determined to continue. That afternoon, Mrs. Thatcher telephoned John Major. He was at home after an operation on his teeth.
The first thing she said in a rather breathy way straight away was, I want you to second my nomination. And she wrote later that there was a palpable pause. And there was a palpable pause. I did pause. And it wasn't because I was disinclined to support her. I was always prepared to support her and second her nomination. It was because that approach, after a bad first-round ballot defeat, was exactly what had caused her so much difficulty in the party. This peremptory assumption. It was just, I would like you to second my nomination. And it seemed to me that that was exactly the mistake of man management. And that was the reason for the pause.
And as the Prime Minister said, the journey from being the child of a grocer to Downing Street is an unlikely one. And it is particularly remarkable because she was the daughter, not the son, of a grocer. At each stage of her life, she broke the mould. A woman at Oxford when there was not a single woman in the university who held a full professorship. A woman chemist when most people assumed scientists had to be men. A woman candidate for Parliament in 1950 against the opposition of some in her local party in Dartford at the age of only 24. A woman MP in 1959 when just 4% of MPs in the whole of this House were women. The only woman in the cabinet when she was appointed in 1970, and of course, the first woman Prime Minister.
Michael, your Thatcher moment.
One that might surprise people. In 1981 I was working in the Department of Energy when the government was taken by surprise by the miners beginning to go on strike over some pit closures. I was summoned to 10 Downing Street along with a couple of ministers from that department, and Margaret Thatcher said, "I am not ready for this strike. We would not be able to endure it. You must go and settle with the miners at whatever cost." I mention this not only because, of course, a couple of years later the miners went on strike again and she was ready, there were coal stocks, but also because people, I think, have this misconception that she was some kind of bull in a china shop. No, she was not. She behaved very tactically. She always knew what her destination was, but she was perfectly capable of taking a zigzag course towards it. And in 1981 she was prepared to endure the humiliation of defeat in order that there might be a victory another day.
I think my dad had wonderful shock absorbers. It wasn't that he was totally laid back. He wasn't. He was too conscientious for that. He was almost unshockable. And in all the crises throughout the 80s in Number 10, I remember him saying, "Let's get relaxed." There was no such thing as a drama for him. He had a unique sense of humour. I shall miss his one-liners enormously. I shall miss his extraordinary enthusiasm for life, which he enjoyed so much for the 88 years he had. Oh yes, my mother has always said she couldn't have done it without him. He was the golden thread running through her life. She couldn't have done it without him. But it wasn't that he was a stage manager or anything. It was much more subtle, detailed, thoughtful, considerate role that he played. I think he was a role model for consorts who come after him in Number 10 or elsewhere. I think he played a role absolutely perfectly. He made up his own rules because there had never been a male political consort. He had one priority, to do whatever he could for his wife, and I don't think you'll ever find a consort who did it with more consideration for their spouse than Denis Thatcher did.
She'd invited us in. She could hardly fail to do that, and the atmosphere didn't improve when we got into one of the large rooms in Chequers. She said she couldn't possibly accept it. She'd resign.
We had one of those rather ridiculous conversations in which she said, "I'm not going to sign this. It's absurd. I shall resign." And so we said, "Well, of course you can't resign. We'll resign." It was that sort of conversation, and Ian and I left, and Ian said to me, "I'll tell you what I think I'll do. I'll go up to London and I'll brief the press that this has been a great triumph for Margaret Thatcher." And so all the press the next morning produced the stories that it had been a great triumph for her, which I think made it more difficult for her to resign. But I think I'm not sure we were forgiven for quite a bit.
Of course, there are many who disagreed with her, even within her own party, and those of us who are unionists in Northern Ireland disagreed with her on occasions, particularly in relation to the Anglo-Irish agreement. But whatever our views, people today, by and large, must accept, acknowledge and admire her as a politician, a statesperson of conviction. For her, the days of focus groups, the amorphous middle, the soft imaging, none of that would have suited her. How many times have we heard it said during her lifetime and since that, like her or loathe her, at least you knew where Maggie stood, and people admire that in their politicians.
To an apparently lost cause. Yet within 5 years, a new Prime Minister was actually putting Powell's economic theories into practice. Mrs. Thatcher was said to carry in her handbag extracts from his speeches. But Powell could summon up little public enthusiasm for the Thatcher brand of monetarism. Did you approve of what she was doing economically?
It was in concord with my ideas.
You seem to be sort of rather grudging about what Mrs. Thatcher did as Prime Minister economically.
I was never quite sure that she understood the doctrine. She was applying it, but did she understand it? That was the question.
The obstacle to good relations was her obsession with getting her money back. The Carrington deal on the budget had expired, and Thatcher wanted a long-term solution. But at summit after summit, the other member states said no. Matters came to a head at Fontainebleau. In the 16th century chateau outside Paris, Thatcher hoped to persuade Germany, the other major contributor to the budget, to break ranks with France and side with Britain. And she hoped that Mitterrand, on his own turf, would want the credit of settling the bloody British budget question once and for all. Around the table she was to find, as all British Prime Ministers had, that there was little daylight between the French and the Germans. On the first day, the budget wasn't even mentioned. As the leaders went off to dine at a small country inn, Mrs. Thatcher thought they would finally get down to talking about her money. But no, they got down to their food instead.
We thought that it was possible that there would be a discussion at dinner. We briefed Mrs. Thatcher very fully for it, but in point of fact there was no discussion at the heads of government dinner on the subject at all.
Quite the opposite. Mrs. Thatcher, not known for her chat, had to listen to Chancellor Cole's small talk.
Mrs. Thatcher found this a most unbusinesslike way of proceeding. She never told an anecdote in her life, and the thought of listening to Chancellor Cole and President Mitterrand anecdoting on was purgatory.
I first worked for her as a humble speechwriter long before I entered into Parliament or became a minister and eventually joined her cabinet. And my most personal memories conflict with the caricature that's been built up over time as much by her friends as by her opponents. Firstly, she was immensely kind. The less important you were, the kinder she was to you. She gave her ministers a pretty hard time, and quite right too. I remember an occasion where she'd returned from 3 days abroad with little sleep, and I'd been summoned to help on some speech in my role as a minor cog in her speechwriting machine, and she tore off the Chancellor of the Exchequer a strip before noticing me and deducing from the fact that I was wearing a black tie that I'd been to a funeral, and was immediately full of solicitude for me, in marked contrast to her tearing off of her senior minister.
Did she ever exasperate you? She hated to be late for anything. If it's the Royals, for instance, we used to hang up somewhere close to Windsor Castle, and sometimes we would leave early in case she missed the flight. It used to drive me absolutely crazy. That was almost an obsession. Yeah, and that worried me. But if I was ever worried about security, she'd listen to what I said, which was good. Which was good. She obeyed you? Oh yeah, she did. You must have been one of the few. You and DT must have been the only people she ever obeyed.
We tried to extend it into the ownership of big and small businesses with a big program of wider share ownership and the employee elements and the public elements in the great privatizations, because she was determined to try and get Britain to break out of the debilitating cycle of decline that we'd witnessed under Labour and Conservative governments in the post-war years. Just one fact that the House might like to bear in mind for those who are very worried by the depressing number of jobs lost in the 1980s in the pits and in the steel industry is that the newly nationalised coal industry in the early 1950s had 700,000 employees, and by the time Margaret Thatcher came to office in 1979 there were only 235,000 of those jobs left. There had been a massive hemorrhage of jobs throughout the post-war period, and similar figures could be adduced for rail and for steel and the other commanding heights. It was that which drove her on to say there must be a better answer. There must be a way of modernising the old industries and bringing in the new industries. And one of her legacies is the modernisation of the car industry, which then gathered momentum under the Labour government and more recently under the coalition. Her other great triumph, I think, as the Prime Minister mentioned, was to extend this argument to a much wider audience around the world. And it was the export of the ideas of empowerment, enfranchisement, participation, of breaking industries up, of allowing competition and new ideas, allowing the public to be part of this process, which took off around the world and lay behind a lot of the spirit of revolution in Eastern Europe, which led to the bringing down of the Berlin Wall. And I think if we want a single picture that I will remember as a result of the Thatcher legacy, it is the tumbling of the Berlin Wall, the realization that the path path of enterprise and freedom adopted by all the democratic parties in this House is the right approach, and that tyranny and communism doesn't work. So, Mr. Speaker, a great lady, a great stateswoman, a huge personal achievement, a very big achievement politically, and at its best an achievement which broke free from conservatism, which broke free from party dogma, and showed the world that there is a better way, a democratic way, a freedom-loving way.
Yes, I also saw the other side, which was the more flirtatious one, which I'm sure all her ministers would recognise. I remember doing an interview with her the very first time she stood as leader in 1975 against Ted Heath, and I said to her, do you think you are the right person to win back the lost Conservative votes in the north of England? Because you look to me, if I may say so, like a middle-class Conservative lady from the south of England. And she said, oh, it was Mr. Heath who lost those votes, and he's a middle-class Conservative gentleman from the south of England. And afterwards, she said, why do you always ask me about what I look like? I said, well, it's to people who live in the north of England. They may think you don't share or understand their daily concerns. Yes, you always ask me what I look like. Why do you young men always do that? And I said, well, it's not that. It's more your image to the electorate, what they said. She said, there, leant across and patted my knee and said, there, don't get upset. I was the one being asked the nasty questions, not you. I know the camera crew fell about because there's nothing they like more than seeing the interviewer discountenanced by the interviewee.
Using those... The army were having enormous problems, losing men, and that is why I have an unforgettable hatred of the IRA. I don't know, it was a throwaway line, I suppose, but Margaret took it up. I said, no, we've never been to Northern Ireland. I believe if we went at Christmas time and visited the soldiers, it would be very good PR and good for the soldiers. What a good idea. So we went, and we did it twice at Christmas time. The third time they said, not on your Nelly. And I think we went later. Went in the new year, because if you go every Christmas, the buckets will be waiting for you.
She was, although she won her second and third elections with enormous majorities, she was always accessible. She announced that any member of Parliament with employment problems in his or her constituency could come and see her at number 10. And I availed myself of this offer when a computer multi-layer board factory in my constituency was at Hazard. We met in the Prime Minister's study in 10 Downing Street, and I explained the problem. But how are we to save it, she asked. I suggested it could be taken over by the National Enterprise Board, which had been created by Labour. Kenneth Baker, who was the junior minister responsible for this area of policy, was present. And she turned to him and asked plaintively, Kenneth, what did I do with the National Enterprise? I'm sorry to say that the factory is now a blood transfusion centre, but still she meant well. She was brave.
I looked quickly and said, we haven't got enough to be through the first ballot.
I felt at that moment that it was all over. I don't say that just with hindsight. It's very easy to invent that sort of thing after the event. I've gone over it in my mind so many times that I felt that this was it. Looking at her eyes and her expression, I think she knew as well.
Of course, as is Mrs. Thatcher's wont, when she has a job to do, she does it and doesn't stop for anything. And she charged out, and I charged down and tried to rescue the central microphone.
Thatcher, could I ask you to comment?
Good evening. Good evening,
Where's the microphone? It's here, this is the microphone.
Naturally very pleased that I got...
Alla fine del summit la signora Thatcher scende già furibonda per i fatti politici che non le erano graditi là sopra, scende, attraversa furibonda il cortile su questo selciato fatto come quello dei secoli scorsi quando le signore avevano scarpe senza tacchi, un tacco le si infila qui tra i sassi, inciampa, Ruzzo sta per cadere in avanti, due guardie del corpo per sua fortuna si sono precipitate ad afferrarla per le braccia, l'hanno sorretta ultimamente, per un po' sono corsi in avanti abbracciati, sembravano dei giocatori di rugby durante una mischia.
And again, the way she dealt with these matters was to give encouragement. Of course, it never occurred to her that women might need special pleading. Of course she didn't want women-only shortlists, because it simply never occurred to her that her female status was any hindrance to her at all, and indeed that's because it wasn't.
I entered Parliament in 1987, and Mrs. Thatcher was then in all her pomp and pride. And let me agree with some of the speakers that have spoken before me and say she was a truly remarkable person. There's no question about it. I, unlike anyone else on this platform, sat opposite her in Parliament on the opposing benches for years and years. And perhaps the most extraordinary thing about Mrs. Thatcher was there was this lady, in her 40s I think she must have been when I first crossed her path, surrounded by an almost entirely male Conservative Party, much more male than it is today, and she would sit there on her front bench, her ankles, much admired by people like Sir Tim Bell and Lord Not and Sir Charles Watt, her ankles very neatly crossed, and each and every one of those august knights of the Shires and Tory MPs in suits were scared shitless of her. And that was truly remarkable, and it was worth being an MP in the 1980s to go into the House and contemplate that spectacle day after day after day, because you knew many of them despised her because she was, after all, a grocer's daughter. You knew many of them didn't know how they ended up with a woman as leader in the first place, and yet she ruled them entirely through fear.
But that was the way it was, and the alternative was the incredible kindness that I had on the odd occasion when I had to, in terror, attend a full cabinet meeting simply because my boss had been unable to get there. And I only had one remark, which was, Professor so-and-so should get this job. The Department of Education agrees. And I said it 3 times, and in terror. And I also had the opportunity to see how the cabinet worked, and that was quite a revelation. But when the meeting was over and she was leaving, she came up to me and she tapped me on the shoulder and said, "I'll see your professor gets the job." And that was the way we operated. It was either death to the end or eternal friendship, and I know which I would choose. I would like to send...
I think that some of the European heads of state did not get on very well with her, or she with them. And that was that.
And those who are out on our streets in Belfast and elsewhere in the United Kingdom, in Glasgow, Bristol, or wherever it is, engaging in the sort of ghoulish celebrations, obscene acts which I think appall the entire nation. They should think again of her words, because she once said that she took great solace in those who hated her so much, because she knew then that she was doing what was right and that they hated her for that.
Margaret Thatcher wasn't a ghost at the cabinet table. She was a voice on the telephone. "Can I come and see you, Douglas?" You know, and of course she could come and see you. And several times as Foreign Secretary, one became exposed to it. I mean, she was acting entirely within her rights. I was never conscious of any sort of intriguing. I was conscious of outright assault.
I don't understand Helena saying, you know, she wasn't any friend of women. She proved that a grocer's daughter from Grantham could join the Conservative Party, allegedly the most high-bound party in the country, and become its first woman Prime Minister. I remember when she was chosen as leader, Jim Callaghan said, "We've just won the next election." They just didn't believe she had it in her to win an election, let alone to win 3, with, by the way, increasing popular vote.
I'm told that Mum was studying for her exams under the dining room table in Grantham, which was an area which was extraordinarily active during the war. And so the era of her teenage years and her formative years after that, which is so completely different from ours.
She came down to Eastleigh again in 2005. Alas, that was not to be, and Chris Hoon won. In January 2010, in the run-up to the general election, she did what turned out to be the last dinner she ever had outside her home or the Ritz, where she came to do an event for me and another candidate, which we rather novelly entitled Women for Men to Win. Anne Widdecombe was the guest speaker and Margaret was the guest of honour.
Your relationship with the Queen may be much more testing if you can sometimes be mistaken for a feudal monarch yourself.
Mrs. Thatcher thought the weekly audiences were a waste of time, but of course she prepared meticulously, and she got really bored having to go down to the dine and sleeps at Windsor. Everybody else looks forward to it, you see, but not Mrs. Thatcher. Very difficult relationship, relatively speaking. Very courteous, much respect each way, but not warm. But of course Mrs. Thatcher couldn't fall in love with her.
I was brought up talking politics. My father was a political refugee from Spain, and both he and my mother supported Labour. I had a poster of Harold Wilson on my bedroom wall, and at the age of 11 was helping Labour to get elected. My conversion to conservatism began at university. Labour in the middle 1970s looked clapped out to me, dominated by trade unions, riddled with militancy. Margaret Thatcher, by contrast, was modern and cutting edge, offering a new economics and a new politics. I joined the Conservative Research Department. In the 1979 election, I was given the job of briefing her before the morning press conferences by giving her all the bad news from the media. Her reaction was generally somewhere between explosive and thermonuclear. Over the years, she put trust in me, promoting me repeatedly. Unwittingly, I'd become her protégé.
I think it was very cruel that Margaret Thatcher should have been so unwell for the last years of her life. And I think I first realised that something was not quite right a number of years ago when Margaret was speaking at a fundraising dinner for Somerville College. Mrs. Thatcher was making, Lady Thatcher she then was making a bravura speech, clearly setting out the thoughts and principles that had guided her throughout public life. But she was finding it difficult bringing the speech to a conclusion, and I suspect that those of us there who knew her must have suspected that all was not well.
I was a diplomatic correspondent, and I used to have to interview her late at night at European summits. She never wanted to stay an extra night in Europe if she could avoid it. So the plane would be on the tarmac, it would be 2 in the morning, the summit would have ended, and you'd go in, and she'd be there relaxing with a little glass of whiskey. Bernard would be just behind her. And she'd say, "Oh, John, how lovely to see you." And you think, my goodness, she knows my name. And then you realised Bernard had probably just whispered in her ear, "John Snow, Prime Minister, frightful bastard."
Does Concord run on Sunday? It doesn't run on Sunday.
From here in time to connect with
Concord. I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
And then, bang, the camera would roll, and everything changed. Prime Minister, here we are, alone in Europe again, one against the 12. Is this really a way to conduct diplomacy in Europe? What a perfectly stupid question, she would say. And you'd sort of slap the back of your hand and think, "You stupid boy, what have you got wrong?" But by then, of course, I was on the floor and she was kicking me all over the room.
Prime Minister, the Soviets, in propaganda terms, are they not stealing a march on NATO?
I hope they're not stealing a march on the West. And if they are, I hope you're not helping them to do it.
It's not in the declaration in quite the way that you've been putting it, though, Prime Minister.
But you're splitting hairs. This is ridiculous.
How many other experiences in life ever set you up to go in and lose and lose and lose again? So that perhaps after 15, 20 interviews, 20-0 to Margaret Thatcher. Are you satisfied that your own handling of this matter in terms of diplomacy has really been the right way?
I'm not concerned with diplomacy. I'm concerned with fighting terrorism. That's my duty to the people of Britain. That is the duty I uphold.
But I have one advantage, which is that I went last night to have a drink with Baroness Thatcher. I told her that this debate was taking place, and I can't resist telling you this. She asked me who was on the panel, And of Sir Peregrine she said, "Silly Perry."
In 1945, Mr. Speaker, before the end of the war, she bought a copy of Friedrich Hayek's Road to Serfdom. There is even a story that she suggested that Conservative Central Office distribute it in the 1945 general election campaign. She said it left a permanent mark on my political character. And nobody can grasp Margaret Thatcher's achievements and Thatcherism without also appreciating the ideas that were its foundation, and the way in which they departed from the prevailing consensus of the time.
Indelibly, to her credit, is the fact that she had the guts and the tenacity to become leader of the British Conservative Party and to fight and win those elections repeatedly. Nobody can take that away from this very particular woman.
Yes. Can I just say one word about the will, Margaret Thatcher? I lost my brother in '86. He was the chairman of the BBC. Before I got home that night, I had a letter, my wife had a letter, my mother had a letter, and Shirley, his wife, had a handwritten, long, not repeated letter, but something which he'd said something different about him each time.
It was also said that she could be very intolerant with those who didn't agree with her. That was also a parody of the truth. She was intolerant of people who were woolly, who argued that things couldn't be done because it'd be unpopular, or that it was too difficult. But when she met someone who actually was able to argue from a point of fact and whom she respected, then she not only listened and could change her mind. I was moved to the Foreign Office at the time of the Falklands, and she recalled Sir Anthony Parsons, our ambassador at the Security Council, to ask him how it was going at the United Nations. He'd never met her before. He was a rather grand diplomat. And when he started trying to report to her, she, not uncharacteristically, kept interrupting him. And he wasn't used to this. And after the fourth interruption, he stopped. And he said, "Prime Minister, if you didn't interrupt me so often, you might find that you didn't need to." She not only kept quiet, but 6 months later appointed him her foreign policy advisor.
I don't think he so much articulated what was involved being 2 steps behind on the red carpet. He just got on and did it. He never complained. He never complained about the loneliness involved sometimes when Mum was working flat out, there was a big speech coming up or something. He never complained. He never said, "Oh, not that again." If he had to look after Raisa Gorbachev, Barbara Bush, Nancy Reagan, or any other First Ladies, then he did it with grace, charm, courtesy. I remember having a laugh with him about the pictures when he was kissing one of their hands on the doorstep at number 10. He always did with the utmost courtesy what was required.
We were flying into Canada for the Prime Minister's first official visit, and Denis, bored with life up front in the VC-10, came back to the press section where we were having our early morning G&T.
And he got extremely pally, not to say rather well oiled, with Michael Jones of the Sunday Times.
And he joined in the drinks party and looked out of the window over the wastelands below, the Labrador coast, and said to me, "Do you know what Canada is full of?"
And Michael said plainly, Stewart said, "No, Denis, tell me, what is Canada full of?" And Denis, with elaborate courtesy for all the ladies around, said, "Michael,
Canada is full of F-all." We had a laugh, and at that moment Mrs. T appeared behind him. "DT," she said, "what have you got in that glass?" He looked at the glass. "Just a little tonic, my dear." Off they went.
I also saw at first hand her immense personal kindness and her compassion. As has been said, it was often to the most junior members of her staff. The famous occasion when the waitress spilt the soup on Geoffrey Howe. It wasn't Geoffrey Howe she worried about, it was the waitress.
People were very jittery, and I think we thought that there had to be some easing of public expenditure and some more attention to social policy and educational policy and unemployment policy and so on. And Margaret herself was very uneasy at that time. She hated going to the House of Commons on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons and being attacked on unemployment in the way that she was.
The soldiers whom she so admired, they reciprocated and they admired her. I was at the Painted Hall for the 25th anniversary of the Falklands campaign. A lot of people who'd been injured mentally or physically were there. When Margaret Thatcher got up to leave, there was the most astonishing roar from men who'd been maimed, cheering their warrior leader who had instructed them to go into battle, and they wanted to pay their tribute to her. And she showed immense kindness, as people have said. In my case, when Neil Hamilton and I faced extinction after we were defamed by the BBC Panorama programme, took a bit of time to see the chairman of the party, happened to be Norman Tebbit, but it took only a couple of days to see the Prime Minister. For 25 minutes she listened. At the end, she said, turned to the Chief Whip, John Wakeham, and said, "These are members of our party in good standing. Please ensure that they get the necessary support." We got that support. We won our libel action, and the Director General of BBC was fired as a result of Margaret Thatcher's kindness. I think that we were able to resume our political careers here.
We have become a grandmother of a grandson called Michael.
Of course, it was terribly mocked at the time. But I think that it was yet again the curious sort of blind spot that Margaret Thatcher had about how people would take that. She didn't want to say, I've become a grandmother. And so she would have sort of tried to find a phrase. And of course everybody thought she was behaving like the Queen.
Now it's probably not done on these occasions actually to face up to some of the criticisms that have been made of her. But Mrs. Thatcher was never one to be limited by what is the done thing. And I want, if I may, to respond to the points that have been made more in the media, but by the previous speaker, that she was deliberately harsh and divisive. Harsh. She made us face reality, and reality was harsh. Those who did not like facing reality projected their hatred of reality onto her. But the human cost of facing up to reality would have been much less if previous governments of both parties had not, for a mixture of false analysis and cowardice, failed to stand up to those realities and deal with them earlier on. If blame is due, it's due to her predecessors rather than her that harshness materialized. So those who hated reality transposed their hate to her. Those who hated being proved wrong transfer their hatred to her. Those who hated seeing their illusions shattered transferred their hatred to her. Fortunately, she was big enough and strong enough to act as a lightning rod for their feelings.
I found her leadership style very unusual. I met her in the mid-70s when conventional wisdom was that politics had to be about contesting for the middle ground. And the first time I met her, she announced that that was not her view. Her view was that politics was about stating your opinions as clearly as possible and give the people a choice and let the adversaries state their views. And then any compromise might appear out of that contest, but should not be preempted in the position leaders took to start with. That was a very unusual position in the 70s. It's not a totally common position today.
She really liked all that, and she liked that culture, and she very much admired the American military, and she always felt at home with them. I think, therefore, the coming of Ronald Reagan as President of the United States fitted very well with all of that, because she'd seen him in some films. She knew who he was because of that. He's of that generation. Didn't fight in the war, actually, but she has an immediate sympathy with a man who looks like that, because appearance is always very important. There's this tall, genial, very American who is always very courtly to her, and this was just a whole set of things that made her feel at home.
And in that context, I would recall a story I recently heard when I was sharing a speech with my very good friend, John Gunner, now Lord Deben. Maybe I got the pronunciation wrong. He was complaining because as Environment Secretary in the 1980s, he couldn't get his department to take climate change seriously. So he rang Mrs. Thatcher, as she then was, in order to ensure that he had the necessary support. Yeah. And when he had explained, Mrs. Thatcher said to him, "John, you really shouldn't worry. There are two persons in the cabinet who are committed over climate change, you and me. So we're in a majority."
It was an extraordinary combination that you had a leader in Britain and a leader in America who saw the way that the world was developing, that great divide that had split the world, the Cold War over so many years. Two leaders who saw the solution to that, the resolution to that in very similar terms. It made them very formidable as a pair, and it made Maggie Thatcher's role in ending the Cold War a very significant one, much more so than perhaps any other Prime Minister of Great Britain could possibly have expected to achieve.
Because the other great thing about Margaret Thatcher that no one has as yet mentioned is that in all that she did in public life, in all the many hours that she spent at that dispatch box, indeed at that dispatch box in Downing Street and representing our country around the world, she was always, on every occasion, immaculate and elegant. Here was a lady who was tougher than any man, but she never lost her femininity. Yeah. Because of Margaret Thatcher. In closing, may I just reflect again on the kindness that she exhibited to so many. May I finish with a tribute from several ladies who serve in the members' tea room. I asked them today whether they knew her, and unprompted they immediately responded like this: "Oh, she was lovely, a true leader, a wonderful lady. We loved her."
Yeah. When Matthew Parris finally decided he wanted to leave the House of Commons, he went to discuss his future with Mrs. Thatcher and also to explain a rather more personal matter.
As she got up and made us to end the conversation, I said there was one thing I meant to say, and she said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I've just been talking all the time, haven't I? Haven't left you the opportunity to say anything. What was it, Matthew?" And I said, "Well, I am actually homosexual, Mrs. Thatcher, and actually a lot of other Conservative MPs are too, and lots of people who vote for you are, and I think as a party we really ought to show a slightly more accepting face to men and women who are gay." There was a long pause, and my hand was like that. Hers came out onto my wrist like that, and she said, "You must have found that very difficult to say." And that was that. That was the end of the conversation. She meant it kindly.
But that shows extraordinary sensitivity.
Perhaps she admired courage. It's the warrior. It's the warrior that I think she admired. And her private secretary, as I left, Michael Allison, said to me, "You said lots of Conservative MPs are gay. Could you give me the names?" I didn't.
John Major spent 2 years at the Treasury as Chief Secretary, the most junior position in the Cabinet. Then, in July 1989, Mrs. Thatcher summoned him to Downing Street. She had some astonishing news.
She sat there with a bloom on her cheeks. When she had a bloom on her cheeks and was looking particularly happy, then she usually had something rather grand to bestow. And the Prime Minister said to me, "Hold on to your seatbelt. You're the centrepiece of the reshuffle, and I would like you to be Foreign Secretary."
Join in paying tribute to my old adversary, Margaret Thatcher. For many, of course, Margaret Thatcher was synonymous
with Milk Snatcher, and it would be idle to pretend that to us in the Labour Party and to millions of our supporters, many of her policies were other than anathema. But Margaret was much more complex than that, both as a politician and as a person. And her international significance was emphasised quite recently when, almost 24 years after she had stopped being Prime Minister, an actress in Hollywood could win the Best Actress Award, Oscar, for portraying her almost as well as she used to portray herself.
He just wasn't, in her words, one of us. So I think she gradually became disillusioned with John, but it was in part her fault, because she thought he was almost a male version of her, had her ideas, and he clearly didn't. He was his own person.
Mrs. Thatcher used to sleep about 3 hours a night for weeks and months at a time.
There are one or two misconceptions which I would just like to set right. I listened carefully to the Honourable Gentleman for Walsall North, but it is the case that whilst Margaret Thatcher was opposed to economic sanctions against South Africa, she was fiercely opposed to apartheid as well. And she argued with the South African government that they should release Nelson Mandela from prison. And that is something which was recognised, if not by the Honourable Gentleman, then by Nelson Mandela.
Her feel, her judgment, which had been brilliant, she had a perfect feel for what the British public felt, and the tremendous, courageous instincts for doing what she felt was right, had gone a bit, and she was flying by the seat of her pants, and her judgment was no longer as good as it had been.
I was someone who grew up in the 1980s and watched what she did, very difficult decisions, and as I said, she was absolutely on the right side of the big arguments, and in a way the biggest legacy and testament to her was that the governments that came after her, even though there were Labour governments that had complained bitterly about what she had done, they kept what she had done.
Enormous interest in her constituents, and her ability to remember their names and their concerns, often months after first meeting them, was truly astounding. In the early 1990s, when I was a local councillor in Finchley, Mrs. Thatcher came to a summer fete held every year on a small council estate. She arrived bang on time, because she was a stickler for punctuality. She swept in the Jaguar. Out she came, as immaculate as ever, and ignored, of course, the local dignitaries like humble councillors, and went straight across to the organiser of the fete, I'll call her Mrs. Smith, and went straight up and said, "Now dear, how did your daughter get on with her GCSEs? She sat them last year, didn't she? Wasn't she sitting 7? And I was completely bowled over by this, and I spoke to her agent, and I said, "Do you make copious notes while no one's looking so that you can brief her before she arrives?" And I was very firmly told, no, she simply remembers. And that was the measure of the woman as a constituency MP. She had an amazing knack of being able to put anyone at ease, usually because she knew what was important to them had to be important to her. The dripping tap the council wouldn't repair was the most important thing to that constituent, and so it became the most important thing to Mrs. T.
That Margaret Thatcher was appalled by Warren Point, by the killings in Ireland, by the ferocity of it all. I don't think she ever really brought herself to sympathise about the Irish problem with anybody. She just saw British soldiers being killed, she saw a lot of taxpayers' money being spent, and she just wanted the situation to resolve itself.
I saw that for myself just in that last year before she ceased to be Prime Minister, and I found that remarkable. But for me too was remarkable her private warmth and kindnesses. In this particular instance, when I was Private Secretary to Norman Tebbit just after at the time of the Brighton bomb and immediately after it, when she just extended to Norman and to Margaret Tebbit so many innumerable kindnesses, including looking after Norman Tebbit at Chequers while Margaret Tebbit was at Stoke Mandeville just down the road.
"Oh, would you lay a tray, please, for 2 people? I've got a visitor." And I said, "Yes, tea, coffee, what would you like?" She said, "Well, I don't really know." She said, "Better lay," she said, "for everything, you know, put plenty in, some water, everything. I said, right, she said, oh, by the way, she said, it's Ronald Reagan. She said, he's coming to tell me that he hopes to be the President of the United States. I'm going to tell him that I'm going to be the Prime Minister of Great Britain.
Now there are those who say that Margaret was divisive. To them I would simply observe that Margaret Thatcher was a Democrat, and a Democrat who won 3 general elections in a row with increased majorities. I was elected in 1983 when Margaret secured a majority in the Commons of 144. I don't think any of us who were elected in June 1983 were in any doubt that we owed our election to Margaret Thatcher and the affection in which she was held by huge numbers of voters. I think this for me was best recalled in a single soundbite in Banbury Market. One of the television cut stations had come to do some vox pop on the election in Banbury. They went up to a chap who ran the fruit and veg stall. What do you think about the general election, they asked. I don't know much about politics, said the guy, but this I do know. Number 10, Maggie's Den.
Oh, the European community, what a cross to bear. 31 consecutive European summits I went with her, and all too frequently she was in a minority of one, including the ministers there, the British ministers there. There was one wonderful cartoon which showed Giscard d'Estaing returning from a summit with her, and his hair, such as he had, was all awry, a black eye, broken nose, broken arm, suit torn to shreds, and Madame Giscard saying, I thought I told you to stay away from that woman. Now, I think she loved some of these cartoons.
Wonderful. If my parents meant to leave number 10 at 7:30, my mother would be pacing at 7:20 with her speech in her long dress. My father would turn up perfectly dressed according to the dress code at 7:25 and 40 seconds. My mother would say, Denis, we're going at 7:30. Yes, love, I know. And then pour himself a gin. Denis, we're going at 7:30. Yes, love, I know, and drink it. So there was just a little bit of sort of occasional banter about the things they were doing together, but arguments, no. The job of Prime Minister has enough built-in stress without your family members giving you a hard time as well.
You can disagree with Margaret Thatcher, but it is important to understand the kind of political leader she was. What was unusual was that she sought to be rooted in people's daily lives, but she also believed that ideology mattered. Not for her the contempt sometimes heaped on ideas and new thinking in political life. And while she never would have claimed to be or wanted to be seen as an intellectual, she believed and she showed that ideas matter in politics.
Towards the writing press were complaining that she was doing everything for television and that they were giving no time to her. And we'd had a very, very long day, and I think we ended up in some motel, as I recall, somewhere near Nottingham or Derby, somewhere in that area. And she sent word that, yes, she would give the writing press an hour of her time towards the end of the day. Well, the end of the day turned out to be something like 10:30 at night. And so she called everyone in, and the writing press set to. And of course, the moment that she started having an argy-bargy, as it were, with the writers, she was off and running. She was going hammer and tongs at this. And in the end, from the back of the room, came a familiar and deep voice, that of Denis Thatcher, which she simply said, Margaret, bed. And she then went like a lamb. But by that time, it was 11:30, getting on midnight, he realized that she couldn't keep that kind of schedule up.
She was always insistent that she could never be late. particularly for funerals. Sadly, I used to accompany her occasionally to funerals, and we used to sit in lay-bys for 15 or 20 minutes because we'd set off so early just in case there would be heavy traffic, because she could not possibly allow herself to be late.
Did she develop any kind of a relationship with you, or were you just oily rag?
She called me her little socialist photographer. And I said, what makes you think I'm socialist? She said, you're Scottish, so you've got to be socialist then.
Did you get to Ken, or it was
No, Mr. Lennox. It was always Mr. Lennox.
As I followed her around the world, I got to know her close protection team pretty well, including one of her longest-serving bodyguards, Barry Strevens. A man close protecting a woman is a bit of a challenge, isn't it?
It is a challenge. You've got to know all sorts of things. I know more about hair now, ladies' hair, than most men. I've been to the hairdressers on so many occasions now. I know about deep roots, and in fact, I know about Carmen rollers, and it was quite funny because dear superintendent who was in charge in 1980 came to me and he said, Barry, he said, who's this Carmen roller that the Prime Minister sees at 8 o'clock every morning?
As well, and I would also like to add my thoughts to what the member for Belfast South said. Today is the 15th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, and the House should acknowledge that it was her initiative in the 1980s that was the start of the peace process, which I'm sure that many people have good reason to thank her for today as well.
She an absolute gift for comedians.
Well, she was a comic creation. I mean, she was a. I always say, if you'd have written her in a book, if you'd have written her in even as a satirical book, even with the British tradition of the nanny and the whole establishment being frightened of the sort of British nanny, even if you'd have come at her from that tradition, if you'd have written her as a character, nobody would have believed her. You know what I mean? Reality is, in this case, stranger than fiction. But that said, you see, she also was clever enough to pick up on what it was that people were saying about her and how people perceived her. The Iron Lady being a very good example. The Iron Lady was a criticism aimed from Russia. They actually used the phrase Iron Maiden, which is actually a torture chamber when people were actually put inside an Iron Maiden. She very cleverly took that phrase, reinvented it for herself, and applied it to herself. A gift for caricaturists, because then they were able to show her in a full metal armour and so on. But think of it like this. We had a sketch on Spitting Image once where a scientist was analysing her blood, her DNA, and was saying, my God, this woman, it's uncanny. She's indestructible. Her defence mechanism is impregnable. It's as if she were an alien. And then, the Thatcher shadow appears, and it's not really Thatcher, it's Thatcher as Ridley Scott's Alien from the movie. And then the thing devours the scientist. The point is, if there's a caricaturist, if there's a satirist, you're portraying somebody as indestructible, you're doing them a great service. You're not showing them as incompetent or a fool. You're saying that this person can't be beaten. Well, if you can't beat Thatcherism by saying that this person can't be beaten.
In the parliamentary week following the Brighton bombing, in which terrorists tried to kill her and all her cabinet and British democracy by seeking to do so, she came here. She was present, bright and perky in the House of Commons, for the government statement to which, as it happened, I responded.
Margaret Thatcher's direct manner in public and her relish for a fight soon became legendary, but in private, especially with officials and her personal staff, she presented a very different personality. She was renowned for her consideration and kindness to those who worked closely with her. But in her busy life, there was little time for the lighter side.
I think the first thing one has to remember is that life for her is a very serious matter indeed. It always has been. She's had to work very hard to get her position. She's had to work very hard as a woman to get on in politics, to get into a cabinet, to get on from that to be leader of a party, and to get on from that to being Prime Minister. This is not a time for a lot of jokes and amusement and the rest in her life. I don't think there ever will be.
She began to feel that there was a moment when Norman's interest was as much in promoting his own career as in supporting her. And I think if you start to feel like that your party chairman sees himself as a successor, then I think you have the seeds of misunderstanding and distrust.
So what would Mrs. Thatcher say when we're now in a global economy, part of which she was so responsible for creating, when we have great world companies picking and choosing whether they pay taxes or not, whether in fact giving a donation to the Treasury is actually an adequate performance of their duties. I would be very surprised if she did not see that challenge to our authority as one with which we need to grapple. So all three is the current part of the current agenda for our politics, and it's part of her legacy. And I wonder whether she wouldn't be tackling it in a more resolute way than we are currently.
On the 3rd of March 1985, after a year-long struggle, the miners marched back to work. Trade union power had been defeated by Mrs. Thatcher's will.
If it hadn't been the miners, it would have been somebody else. But Mr. Scargill set himself up as the Aunt Sally, and Margaret Thatcher took extremely careful aim and was determined that once he was down, he was going to stay down. And with him, the whole union project.
And it would certainly be the case that for most of my youth, Margaret Thatcher was not somebody I admired, and there was on occasions when I actually felt quite scared by much that she said and her government seemed to do. I have to say, 20, 25, 30 years later, I feel slightly different. My political generation, which would include the leaders of our political parties, coincides with a period in politics of 24-hour media, presentation, soundbite, spin, polling, and in a sense, all of us in this House have met politicians that seem not really to know their own mind. We've met politicians that say one thing 1 minute and then when they've met someone else seem to say the last thing of someone who's just spoken to them. Some of us have even met party leaders that are like that. In that context, I have tremendous respect for someone with conviction and courage, willing to stand their ground, clear on their values base. And at this time in our country's history, where things are so hard and where there is so much deep concern about our political class, we could do with more conviction from all sides of this House.
Mr. Chairman, you have invited me to speak on the subject of Britain and Europe. Perhaps I should congratulate you on your courage.
Uh-oh. The audience fastened their seatbelts. Thatcher's takeoff was smooth. Britain had a European destiny and other nice stuff. Then came the turbulent bits which would become the gospel of Euroscepticism.
To try to suppress nationhood and concentrate power at the center of a European conglomerate would be highly damaging and would jeopardize the objectives we seek to achieve.
Elle a noirci le tableau. Elle a voulu diaboliser ma conception de l'Europe et peut-être moi-même. Non, mais elle a toujours été très offensive, c'est son style.
We have not successfully rolled back the frontiers of the state in Britain, only to see them reimposed at a European level, with a European superstate exercising a new dominance from Brussels.
Phrases about the superstate at the heart of Europe, decisions being taken by bureaucracy, really challenging all the central institutions of the community. They hadn't been used by heads of government in any country until that time. So they produced a sense of shock and hostility, which in retrospect look almost surprising.
before I started thinking about what I was going to say during the course of this afternoon, this evening, I spoke to a very, very good friend of mine, Michael Love, who used to be Mrs. Thatcher's agent. And he told me a very amusing story. I think it's amusing, anyway, you may not find it so. And that was that before on the eve of the Conservative Party conference, the Prime Minister and the party leader used to make sure that she went and addressed the Conservative agents as well. And I see that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, continues the great tradition. She started all that, I'm told, and she said to Mike, could you kindly explain to me some pointers that I might be able to use? And he said, yes, one of the things that you should know, and perhaps this is a secret which I might share with the House as well, one of the things he said was, you've got to understand that agents see all parliamentary candidates as the legal necessity. And she duly took notice of this, and she included it in her speech, and she said, I do know that some of you think that we as parliamentary candidates are nothing more than legal necessities. But I have to tell you that some of us are more important than just legal necessities as well. And I think that went down incredibly well. And during
he was deputy leader of the Labour Party, and there was one time in Parliament where he was standing in for Kinnock, and Thatcher was there, and she didn't like Hattersley, she didn't like Kinnock, but she particularly didn't like Roy Hattersley. And he said something like, Prime Minister, can you comment on the economic figures that have just been released today showing Britain in decline? And then she would stand up and say, I am very happy to point out that unemployment is falling, inflation is falling. And then she looked at him and thought, no, I'm not going to continue. Inflation is falling. And then she said, etc., etc., etc. You know, she couldn't be even bothered to go through the figures. Now that is patronising, but patronising in a very, very powerful, funny way. So she did sort of have a sense of humour.
Margaret Thatcher was faultlessly kind to her staff and utterly devoted to her family. For more than 50 years, Denis was always at her side, an invaluable confidant and friend. Of her he said this, I've been married to one of the greatest women the world has ever produced. All I could produce, small as it may be, was love and loyalty. We know just how important the support of her family and friends were to Margaret, and I know that today everyone in this House will wish to send our most heartfelt condolences to her children, Carol and Mark, to her grandchildren, and to her many, many loyal friends.
Well, actually, I think she did. I mean, what unemployment is a symptom of an economy which is adapting too slowly to a changed world. And we know that after that period when unemployment rose to 3 million, what happened next was that employment rose to record levels because people were then redeployed into new industries, out of industries that had no future, into industries that did have a future. If I had a criticism to make of Margaret Thatcher, it would be actually how very cautious she was. It wasn't until I think 1988 that the top rate of income tax came down below 60%. It wasn't until about 1989 that she got rid of the Dot Work Regulation Act that limited actions around a port to trade union activities. She didn't reform schools or health or welfare at all. In that sense, she was more cautious than the coalition. So I think people really need to think about the ways in which Margaret Thatcher moved very slowly and very cautiously.
When I became a shadow minister in 2002, I got, of course, a handwritten note congratulating me and saying, know your facts. So, Mr. Speaker, in that spirit, I am going to just remind the House of a couple of facts. She believed in sound money, as the Prime Minister said, and in her time the public sector borrowing account fell from 4.1% of GDP to 1%. The national debt was cut from 43.6% to 26.7% of GDP. And she took on the trade union barons and restored the trade unions to their members. And it's very interesting to look at the figures. There were in 1979 29.8 million days lost in industrial action or strikes, to you and me. That was cut by the time she left office to 2 million. And last year it was less than 250,000 days. Such has the change that this divisive woman has wrought in industrial relations in our country.
Well before Nigel Lawson had written his famous diet book, he was chosen by Margaret Thatcher as her second Chancellor.
She said, I'd like you to take over from Geoffrey as Chancellor. She said, just one thing, you must have your hair cut. I used at that time to wear my hair quite long, and I suppose she thought it would not create confidence in the financial markets if you had a long-haired Chancellor. But that was the only advice she gave me at the time.
Loved an argument, didn't she? And it's striking, though, that you hear that she only argued with those who were capable or in a position of arguing back. There's quite a divide. The more you read the Thatcher we knew, the public-facing Thatcher who loved strong, healthy debate, but someone who was extraordinarily kind to her staff.
That's right. I mean, if she wants to test you very early on, so if she met you, she wanted to know if you were going to argue and look her in the eye. If you didn't, oh well, that's it, no interest. If you were trying to help her and serve her as a driver or a cleaner or something, she would know that it was sort of, again, her duty, what she had to do was to be nice. And certainly not be superior to ordinary people. So the side of her, which people saw so much in public, of the finger wagging and the stridency, she knew that in private life, with ordinary people, she was very careful, almost excessively the other way. So you would sort of see her helping people being sort of almost over nice to ordinary people.
And only London councillor, having trouble with English, since it's my second language. Coming from New Zealand, where politicians were the bottom of the pile, coming from New Zealand, where if you wanted to contact the Prime Minister, you looked his phone number up in the Wellington phone book, and according to mythology, it's still there. Here, to my amazement, a polite request to see the Prime Minister, explained, was generally accepted. Many of the meetings that I had with the Prime Minister at my request, some at hers. And they all went through, in my day, as a councillor, through the Member of Parliament for Malden as he is now. He was her political advisor, as he's explained. When it was the other way round, I could picture my honourable friend's face grinning on the phone as he rang me, and he said, the Prime Minister would like to see you. Pause. Today. Pause. Well, at least as soon as you possibly can. And I'm sure he will recognise and remember the way to stimulate a conversation with Margaret Thatcher as Prime Minister was to disagree. If you disagreed with her, her eyes lit up and she lit into the argument. If you had a proposition, or she had a proposition, she turned the discussion into an argument, a friendly argument. And my honourable friend from Malden used to sit to one side, but between us, as if a referee at Wimbledon, with his head moving from side to side with a faint grin, and you would peer out of the corner of your eye to see if you were winning. Now, as in any discussion with Margaret Thatcher at that time, you had to be very, very well prepared. I was never quite sure, when starting out disagreeing with her, whether she was actually agreeing with me, or whether she's actually testing the hypothesis that I was putting. Now, the saying has come up several times today that the lady is not for turning, her saying. That may have been true at the particular time, but I found in practice that she would listen to an argument, particularly if there's a political aspect to it, and be prepared to change her position if the argument was suitable and was good enough.
She was prevailed upon at a European summit in Madrid to agree to a formula that we would enter the exchange rate mechanism when the time was right. And I think that was as a result of the great persuasive efforts at the time of Nigel Lawson and Geoffrey Howe. She thought, I imagine, that the escape clause was when the time is right, and I imagine she probably thought the time never would be right.
And I hope colleagues on the opposition benches don't try to airbrush this. We'd had a very dire few years economically in this country, and it had not been a happy time going to be rescued from the international community, from finance, The lights had been out in the early part of the decade. We'd only been working 3 days a week, so it wasn't as if there'd been some great halcyon days in the 70s. And she then delivered not just 3 election victories, 2 of which had majorities of over 100, always with 13 million or more votes, always with more than 42% of the electorate supporting her. But she also, I noticed, and I pay tribute to her successor in Finchley, also ending up in her last election in Finchley having the highest vote she ever got in the constituency, which I think is testimony to the way she was respected in her constituency in North London.
Who was wonderful in all places, at all times, in all things, Willie Whitelaw.
He abdicated his judgment, really, and abdicated himself in favour of her, of Mrs. Thatcher, and did just what he was told, and that was very useful from the point of view of getting her policies through, but, as I say, I think damaging to the country.
Ian Gilmore may think that, and for all I know, that may, to some extent, be right. But what was the result? The result was that the Conservative Party won the election in 1979 and stayed in power for 10 years. Is it supposed that that could have happened if the Tory Party had constantly been quarrelling with its leader throughout that time? The answer is no.
To those waiting with bated breath for that favourite media catchphrase, the U-turn, I have only one thing to say. U-turn if you want to.
Margaret Thatcher's answer to her critics was emphatic.
The ladies not for turning.
The funniest occasion was when she went to the Pallion shipyard, when it still was a shipyard in Sunderland. They didn't seem to be doing much work, but there were a lot of them around. And Mrs. Thatcher went in search of shipyard workers. And these shipyard, this was absolutely comic. These shipyard workers disappeared at the sight of this woman striding purposefully towards them. They literally disappeared, went into all kinds of nooks and crannies and whatever. And eventually she caught up with some. And she started bantering with them. Before you knew where you were, they had a great audience. And they all loved it.
The Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and I all came of age in the 1980s, when you defined your politics by being for or against what she was doing. It's fair to say we took different paths. 30 years on, the people of Britain still argue about her legacy. She was right to understand the sense of aspiration of people across the country. She was right to recognise our economy needed to change. She said in 1982 how absurd it will seem in a few years' time that the state ran Pickford's removals and the Gleneagles Hotel. She was right. And in foreign policy, she was right to defend the Falklands and bravely reach out to new leadership in the Soviet Union.
Well, yes, I mean, David knew her better, I think, than any of us. My memories would be, however, that she was not... it's a variant of the pathetic fallacy that powerful, strong-willed people like people who stand up to them. I was her youngest minister for 4 years, and as long as I was a convenient pussycat, I was fine. But when I told the Chief Whip that I thought that the community charge was the greatest domestic political mistake since the Second World War, and that got back to her, I was very much, not to be encouraged. Equally, though, it was a remarkable thing about her, her humanity and her practicality. I mean, I always regarded her, I must say, as an interesting combination of Boadicea and my mother. Boadicea in the sense that she was tough and strong, as the Falklands showed. My mother in the sense that she was only too ready to pick holes in her errant children amongst us junior ministers, but also she could turn her mind to practical things. I was with her the morning after the Brighton bomb, when she'd very nearly been killed. I was a Home Office minister, happily not staying at the Grand. So we all gathered together to try and pull things together, and she was remarkable. Crises and dramas brought out the best in her, and while she was also thinking about how she could make a speech, how she could reassure people, what she could say, she was also fussing, and not unreasonably, that so many people in the Grand Hotel had lost all their belongings that Marks and Spencer's had to open first thing in the morning so people could go and actually get a change of clothing, and she could operate at those remarkable levels. She could read policy papers, and yet a lot of us thought that she listened more carefully to the policy views of the hairdresser who attended upon her every morning than what a lot of distinguished civil servants and seemingly distinguished ministers thought.
Margaret Thatcher came in the middle of her period in office to be the champion of wider ownership and wider participation. And this, to me, was her at her best, when she could reach out beyond the confines of the Conservative Party she led so well in those days and beyond the confines of her fairly solid 40% of voting support, much wider in the country. And a Prime Minister can become a great national leader when their ideas resonate more widely and when they become popular or they become taken up by those who would normally oppose. And it was that spirit of Margaret Thatcher which had fought her way as a schoolgirl to Oxford and then as an Oxford graduate to Parliament and then as a parliamentarian to the Cabinet that made her feel that opportunity was there for people, but she recognised that it was very difficult, particularly for women, very difficult for people from certain backgrounds. And she was always telling us that it didn't matter where you came from, who your mother and father was. What mattered was what you could contribute. And that surely is a message that goes way beyond the confines of the Conservative Party or the years of her supremacy in Parliament. And it is something we should all remember. And when we tried to produce policies to reflect this more generally, we came up with the idea that owning a home had been the privilege of the richer part of society. And why couldn't it be something that everyone could aspire to, or practically everyone could aspire to? And that was where the council house sale idea gathered momentum. I know there were many people in the early days on the Labour benches who were very unhappy about this, and there still remain debates about it, but an awful lot of Labour voters and even some Labour councillors decided it was a really good policy and joined us with it, and I think it was one of those policies that reached out so much more widely.
What she still had, though, was the power to embarrass her successors. The annual conferences were a nightmare for the party managers. Before the 2001 election, in an attempt to be helpful, she described her appearance at the conference as "The Mummy Returns," unaware it was the title of a horror film.
I think the Labour Party decided very early on that they could hang this round her neck. Margaret Thatcher, milk snatcher. And she wasn't as tough as she later became, and I think for a period it had a very bad effect on her. The lady, the mother, who had snatched away the children's milk from them in schools. In fact, I think the proposal had been on the tapis in the Ministry of Education for some time. It wasn't a sudden revolution in policy, and it wasn't really her fault.
And I'll never forget. She was conscious. And she said to me, "Margaret, I can't feel anything below my neck."
You can best describe it that when you shoot someone with a very heavy caliber pistol, it's not actually the bullet that necessarily kills them, it's the shock of the bullet hitting them. And the shock of this, although it killed only a small number of unfortunate people, it had a profound effect on the Tory party.
I will tell you one story, Mr. Speaker, if you, and then I will wind up. But I must tell you this a wonderful story. I went down to see her after I lost my seat in Staffordshire, and I said, "What are you doing this weekend, Margaret?" This is 1992, and she said, "Well, I'm going to Paris. I'm going to have dinner with President Mitterrand." I said, what are you going to say? He said, "I'm going to tell him that if France signs the Maastricht Treaty, France est mort." So I said, "Well, I think actually it's La France." Yes. So she said, "La France est mort." I think, well, because it's La France, you have to say morte. So she went round the room saying, "La France est morte, La France est morte." So she went off to dinner with President Mitterrand on that weekend. And it is no coincidence, in my view, that on Monday morning, President Mitterrand announced that France would hold a referendum on the Maastricht Treaty. The eyes of Caligula and the mouth of Marilyn Monroe, maybe.
But others felt that she should go out on top, even her husband, Denis. One evening, in the privacy of the gents, he confided in friends.
We'd all had quite a lot of drink, and Denis suddenly turned to Gordon and said, Gordon, you've got to tell her to go. I mean, you're her closest friend, you tell her." And Gordon rather slurringly said, But I couldn't, Denis. I love her. And Denis said, steady, Gordon, she's my wife.
Who also worked in Mrs. Thatcher's government. Virginia, I'll start with you. What was your memory of her today when you hear the eulogies and hear the Bishop of London and all that? What's the Mrs. Thatcher or the Lady Thatcher that you remember?
Well, she did carve out the way for women. I mean, there were 23 women when I went into the House of Commons. We never thought we'd have a woman Prime Minister, and she was just remarkable. I always think she invented political power dressing. I only got selected in my constituency because I had my hair done exactly like hers, and I wore a suit and a bow like hers. And whenever you saw her, she was sort of impressive, formidable, remarkable. So there was this extraordinary sort of confidence, which I think we've been talking about, came out of being a scientist and being out of a Methodist. She had this sort of clarity. You know, women are always supposed to be full of self-doubt and lacking in confidence. So she had this great vision. And she always knew what the big issue was. I mean, when she said Prague is the centre of Europe, you felt she's right. You know, she brought in Eastern Europe. She recognised that. So she had this wonderful clarity of speech. But to me, I was always daunted by her, I'm afraid.
Frightened of her?
I'm afraid so.
With her?
Intimidated. Well, this is what I never realised until much later. She loved a good argument. And she really wanted to give as good as she got, you know. But I, of course, was much more intimidated as a junior minister. I remember being summoned when she first offered me a ministerial job. And she said it was an environment. So what did I say? I said, well, Prime Minister, I don't know anything about it. So she said, well, you'll just have to read it up, won't you? And of course a man would have said, well, Prime Minister, I'll bring a clear mind to the job. So she had this wonderful certainty. A wonderful woman, an amazing woman who changed politics for women.
The mining regions of the country, they had thousands of people picketing many companies. And parts of the country basically stopped to function. It had happened many times. And there was in 1984, I think it was, the Battle of Orgreave, it was called. There were 5,000 miners and there were 5,000 policemen who showed up to arrest them. And they arrested them all. And there was 130 casualties. And I think that was a battle for the soul of the country. And Prime Minister Thatcher, she was then, I can remember her going on TV, happened to be there for much of that time in 1984. I'd gone back to do some work. And she was just very clear about it. She said that the stakes in this are enormous, and we're going to stand up for the country. And she had that, she's the only politician I've ever seen who made powerful rhetorical use of the word nothing. She loved the word nothing. And nothing was always applied in this sense. Nothing will make us go back on our responsibilities. And I noticed what the use of that word did in interviews, for example, because journalists love to get you to say, of course I'm mindful of the other side, and then they begin to ask a series of leading questions about how you'll move that way. If nothing is your opening position, what's the follow-up question? You know, if the four horsemen of the apocalypse show up, nothing, she says.
But, Mr. Speaker, it is, I think, the Sunday evenings that I spent with Lady Thatcher in recent years. Almost every Sunday. I often bumped into you, Mr. Speaker, on my way to Chester Square to see her when you were returning from the gym. We had a very... We had great conversations on those Sundays, and they ranged very much dependent on how she was on a particular day. If we were in good form, we'd go through the papers and we'd have a look at what was in them. I remember last November showing her a poll in the Sunday Telegraph that showed the Conservatives 9% behind the Labour Party. She asked when the next election was. I said it was a little over 2 years to go. And she said, that's not far enough behind at this stage. I did indeed... I did indeed, from the living room of Chester Square, text this piece of information to the Prime Minister. I don't know whether that cheered up his Sunday evening at Chequers. I'm sure it reduced my prospects of promotion.
That's more what I would recognise. Oh, that I would totally recognise. That's a nice one of her.
that is a typical Margaret expression, which she wore more or less continuously. That was the face that she put on everything. I think she regarded me as somebody who was just simplistically not just a schoolboy, if you follow what I mean. There were a lot of exciting schoolboys who were, I'm sure, more handsome than I was, taller, whatever, more flamboyant or whatever you like. But she wouldn't go with her character, I don't think. So I think this would be what would have attracted her. And we saw a lot of each other. I mean, we would see each other on our spare times. And for the most part, just sort of talking about current affairs, what was going on, you know, politics up to a point, but particularly really the war and the situation of the war, and our own hopes afterwards. I think we were both interested in being with each other. I think she was quite fond of me.
We really did not know how to handle it. And because of that, I think, partly because of that, she won so many, the 3 general election victories. And we were trounced. That's the truth of it. We were trounced. We were a divided party, a divided opposition, and we had a very tough and long time getting through it. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, it was Mrs. Thatcher, actually, that transformed the Labour Party. She transformed the Labour Party. We had to reform and change and get our act together, or we would have ceased to be the presence and power of a major party in our country. So I think we remember, Mr. Speaker, what Mrs. Thatcher did for democracy, and I think for parliamentary democracy. I want to end on this, Mr. Speaker. I actually think something like a radical change in how we regard our parliamentary, we're overdue for it again. We need some voice in this chamber, I don't know which party it will come from, that actually says there's some deep inequities in our society. There's some serious problems, different than the ones that Mrs. Thatcher faced in 1979 and in the years under her prime ministership.
Was it the treachery of the Tory party in 1990 that really appalled you?
Yes.
Booting her out?
Yes, and appalled a lot of other people. That's the important thing. Appalled millions of people all over the country. That's what upset them. Treachery. They said, how could they do it? And it would have been a very, very good thing if the next election after Margaret went, we had lost. If Major had lost, we wouldn't have the disaster we've got now. He was a ghastly Prime Minister. More people deserted our party, and we have never recovered. We have never recovered. And look what that bloody man did to us in the last election. Total, complete and utter defeat. The whole of the situation of the Conservative Party today springs from that night when they dismissed the best Prime Minister the country had had since Churchill.
My first meaningful encounter with her took place at 7:15 a.m. in a windowless back room in Conservative Central Office just before a press conference during the 1984 European elections. Having only been at Central Office for a few months, I was unnerved to find myself placed opposite her. She had, it seemed, read all the extensive briefing we'd prepared for her. She fixed me with a stare. Her first question identified an apparent contradiction in the briefing. Before I had time to admit I didn't know why, Geoffrey Howe, who was sitting next to me and did, saved me by replying. She was kind enough to add me to a lunch party after those elections at Chequers. No doubt identifying me as the junior man, she told me to sit next to her for lunch. Within minutes, she had announced to the table that I was far too thin, and she insisted on overseeing my consumption of 2 puddings. I met her...
This moment of private grief shared by Mrs. Thatcher and her protégé was not as intimate as it seemed. Lilly and his cabinet colleagues have believed to this day that their frank advice was given to the Prime Minister in complete confidence. Little did they realise that two of her last-ditch supporters were secretly listening to everything they said. Now one of them, Tim Bell, comes clean for the first time.
I was sitting in an upstairs room with an open line into her office, so I could listen to we could hear the conversation as they went along. And so we heard everybody who came in and spoke to her and what they said and what she said to them.
With Bell sat her former party chairman, Norman Tebbit. These two men who heard the private exchanges of a Prime Minister and her cabinet ministers had no official role whatsoever.
I thought it was absolutely disgusting listening to these people treating her in the way that they did, given that she was pretty much responsible for most of their existences. Why were we doing it? Because we were trying to gauge for ourselves what the atmosphere and the mood was.
How did you feel when you found out that Tim Bell and Norman Tebbit had been listening into those conversations?
I didn't know they had.
How could they listen on a phone line? Yeah, well, good luck to them. I don't think it made the slightest difference. Norman's view was that they were a bunch of treacherous swine, which I think that was probably how I felt.
Today's first lesson describes the struggle with the principalities and powers, and perseverance in struggle and the courage to be were characteristic of Margaret Thatcher. In a setting like this, in the presence of the leaders of the nations and many representatives of nations and countries throughout the world, it's easy to forget the immense hurdles she had to climb. Beginning in the upper floors of her father's grocer's shop in Grantham, through Oxford as a scientist and later as part of the team that invented Mr. Whippy ice cream, she embarked upon a political career.
Shortly before he died, my father said, if you get to meet Margaret Thatcher, tell her from me there were only two politicians in my lifetime who made a difference, and she was one of them, the other being Churchill. I did get the chance to pass on my father's message, and it was in the presence of my late mother, who at the age of almost 90 finally got to meet her herself, and all Mrs. Thatcher could say to my mother was, how kind of you to come. And she exuded such kindness and humility. I have never forgotten it, and it's a great shame that the public did not see more of that trait.
Who is the world's sexiest woman? Madonna? Jane? Camilla Parker Bowles? No, it's far more extraordinary than that. Jimmy Silverman? It's even... Barbara Cartman? Is this the big one's monthly headline? Yeah. Oh, I know. Paul's wife. Is not true. I can vouch for that. I didn't know she was giving out vouchers now. Minnie Mouse is not right. Vance Foster but Margaret Thatcher is. That's serious. According to a Japanese survey who puts her above Brooke Shields, Michelle Pfeiffer and Sharon Stone. So there we are. The next
biggest row of all really was about whether or not we joined the ERM, which Nigel Lawson had been converted to the idea that we should, and had been defeated first of all in a meeting in November 1985, but it continued as a running sore. Walter's very, very keen not to join the ERM, always backing up Mrs. Thatcher on this, Lawson pushing. And so gradually you had a development of a separate policy in which the Chancellor does one thing and the Prime Minister is always arguing for the other. So it was heading for the rocks.
It was her passion for the truth which made her such a dangerous adversary in argument, a danger which she harboured long into old age, and she loved a good spat. She met some bright young candidates before the 1992 election, me included, two of which now serve, I beg your pardon, two of which now serve as senior ministers of state. As they tried to justify UK membership of the exchange rate mechanism, she scorned the one who had worked closely in her government with heavy inflection. Oh, she said, I'm so disappointed with you.
And she listened to the other, who argued that the exit from the exchange rate mechanism would involve too much loss of face for the government. She retorted, "Loss of face? What is loss of face compared to the loss of 350,000 jobs? If you think that, you're a fool. There's the door." Not an easy introduction for an aspiring candidate.
This, of course, was where Margaret was such a gem when she first came to us, because she instilled into us this idea that if you had the courage of your conviction, you could do anything. She wasn't out of the ordinary, she was just exciting.
Mr. Speaker, Margaret Thatcher was also a great parliamentarian. She loved and respected this place and was for many years its finest debater. She was utterly fastidious in her preparations. I was a junior party researcher in the 1980s, and the trauma of preparation for Prime Minister's questions is still seared into my memory. Twice a week it was as if the arms of a giant octopus shook every building in Whitehall for every analysis of every problem, every answer to every question. And her respect for Parliament was instilled into others. Early in her first government, a junior minister was seen running through the lobby. His hair was dishevelled and he was carrying both a heavy box and a full tray of papers on his arm. Another member cried out, "Slow down, Rome wasn't built in a day." To which the minister replied, "Yes, but Margaret Thatcher wasn't the foreman on that job."
I think Denis was very good at puncturing the tension that accompanies any crisis in the corridors of power. I remember if there were a lot of long faces, aides and political whatevers around, he'd say, "Let's get relaxed." And sometimes he'd have been out to dinner, maybe he was speaking or not, or a charity event, and he said he always knew if there was a crisis on because he'd come back, he'd look up at the number 10 building and think, all the lights on, there's obviously a crisis. He had his own way, I think, of puncturing the tension. I remember there was a disastrous by-election result and there was a fellow on the telly saying, with his swingometer, saying, if this result is repeated at the next election, Margaret Thatcher's history by minus 300 seats or something, and everyone was looking very tense. I remember my father saying to my mother, "Look, love, don't worry, you'll win the seat back at the general election." He knew her so well, he had a unique knack of somehow varnishing on some calm, even when the headlines were disastrous.
In a life which I suppose has had some small excitements, I can tell you that nothing I have ever experienced so terrorized me as having to stand up as a young, inexperienced, wet behind the ears leader of my party and question her in the House of Commons and the other place when she was at the full plenitude of her powers, with the inevitable result that I would be ritually handbagged twice a week in front of the microphones of the nation. Thank God there wasn't television in the chamber then.
I applauded Mrs. Thatcher's speech in Bruges, which made clear her hostility to the ambitions of the European Union.
We have not successfully rolled back the frontiers of the state in Britain, only to see them reimposed at a European level, with the European superstate exercising a new dominance from Brussels.
There is something topsy-turvy about the support for Margaret Thatcher. She was a Tory, and the Tories are meant to be on the side of the toffs, and yet many members of the traditional ruling class hated her almost as much as the left.
Excuse me, ma'am. It's that woman.
What does she want? Good evening, ma'am.
She was even hated by members of the upper-class establishment in her own party.
The establishment on the whole was very suspicious of her. The old establishment, the aristocratic establishment of this country, never quite took to Margaret. Margaret Thatcher was certainly not a member of the Bullingdon Club, let's put it like that.
She had not intended to be a candidate for leadership. Her man was Keith Joseph, and she was really shaken when Keith Joseph announced, for reasons which are well known, that speech he made in Birmingham, that he really wasn't the man to be Prime Minister. And she actually said to me, somebody representing our point of view has to stand. So I will stand.
and she just felt that the party had to be off an alternative to Ted.
If you look back at the opinion polls and things, you will find a sort of welling up of support for the government that really dates from more or less the time of the Moscow visit, and that helped create a momentum which helped, I say, win the 1987 election.
When Margaret relaxed would be at the end of the day with whiskey and soda, and she'd kick her shoes off and sit on the sofa. And then she could be, I think, very convivial company indeed.
The single greatest achievement of Maggie Thatcher was to make this country governable once again by a democratically elected government. That has changed history, will carry on changing history, and for that every future Prime Minister will owe her a huge debt of gratitude.
I conclude by saying that Margaret Thatcher was someone who did not worry, as has been already remarked, on people being rude about her. The term Iron Lady was first coined by the Soviets as an insult, and she of course took it on as a badge of pride. Denis referred to her memorably as Attila the Hen. François Mitterrand famously said she had the eyes of Caligula and the lips of Marilyn Monroe. She took them all as a compliment, because she asked for no quarter and she certainly gave none.
Nigel Lawson had always previously been regarded as one of her closest allies in the early years of her government when she was under attack from the left. Nigel Lawson was one of the Thatcherite stormtroopers, and for him to fall out with her and to resign from her government, I think made it all the more serious.
She would often go to the Sun for advice as to what might be the right line for Prime Minister's Question Time. Now, in those days, the editorials were carried on page 2 of the Sun, opposite page 3. And I remember the day when she dismissed us all as being silly men who knew nothing, and then she said, let's see what Larry has to say, dashed for her copy of the Sun and engrossed herself in the editorials in the Sun. And then, in front of us all, turned the paper round, held it out like that, and said, what do you think of those two then? The 5 men in the room were left to their own thoughts at the time, each of us wondering who was going to laugh first. But somehow, none of us did. None of us did. We all chickened out. We had a jolly good laugh outside the door later, though.
Indeed, I often think there were two Margaret Thatchers. There was the real Margaret Thatcher, for those who knew and worked with her, and there was a caricature Margaret Thatcher of some press commentators, satirists and political opponents. During the winter of the 1974-75, I gave some help to Erin Eve in the Conservative leadership campaign, and when Margaret became leader of the Conservative Party, I joined her private office for a while as the personal link between her and the Britain and Europe campaign, which was going on as a consequence of the EU referendum. So I had a good opportunity of seeing how Margaret worked in the early part of her leadership with parliamentary colleagues and advisers. Yes, Margaret Thatcher was certainly a person of robust views. She liked a good discussion, robust argument even. However, she was always willing to listen and heed the views of others. There were, I suspect, countless occasions when, having heard the arguments, having heard the advice of Willie Whitelaw, or on more personal matters heeded the good counsel of Denis, Margaret would accept other people's contributions and advice, perhaps saying something like, all right, we will do it your way, but you had better get it right.
Some calls now, Prime Minister.
Kids can ask direct and embarrassing and awkward questions that you can't ask as an adult.
They always ask the most telling ones, much more telling than we get at Question Time in the House of Commons.
This one girl came on and said, you know, if the bomb drops, where are you going to be?
Hello, Alison.
Hello. In the event of a nuclear war, where will you be?
Oh, my goodness me. Well, now look, the whole point of having nuclear weapons is to stop a war of any kind. And if one were to start, that whole policy would have failed. As it so happens, the possession of those nuclear weapons... And
this tenacious, terrier-like Rottweiler of a young girl wouldn't let go.
It stopped conventional war for over 40 years.
If there is one, where will you be?
I should be in London.
Do you have your own bunker? The voice soldiered on.
Don't you have your own bunker or something?
Look, Let me again point out, the possession of these weapons has kept the peace for 40 years.
Margaret Thatcher was trying to placate her, but this young girl would not be placated, which is wonderful.
Mrs. Thatcher, it's great to have you in this morning. Have you enjoyed yourself?
I've loved it every moment.
Yes?
Can I come again after the next election?
Yes, you can indeed.
Thatcherism, I think, began to enter into the language in the early 80s. Though the only question was, what would Thatcherism be like? And I have to say, in 83, I still think that was something of an unknown quantity.
Margaret Thatcher didn't so much have an ideology as a series of instincts. And the instincts were first that the state should do less and the individual should do more. Secondly, that the state should spend less so the individual could spend more. And thirdly, that the state should own less so the individual could own more. And those are the instincts that guided her right through her 11 years as Prime Minister.
Stopping raise, of course, is, but when she was first elected leader, and on that first speaking tour, the brief had gone out from Conservative Central Office that she was teetotal and abhorred alcohol. And of course she, as many members will know, this is not the case, she attended a meeting at a Conservative club in the Northwest, which I well remember. And of course the briefing had not reached them. And she'd been round a series of different events. And the chairman of the club said, "Mrs. Thatcher, would you like a drink? A whiskey perhaps?" The Conservative Central Office person shook, thinking there will be an explosion. And Mrs. Thatcher said, "Thank goodness there is someone in this party that enjoys a drink."
She insisted that Peter de la Billiere, who she'd known since the Iranian embassy siege, should be Commander-in-Chief of Britain's forces in the Gulf War.
She liked to go on working with people she knew. She unambiguously said, if we needed a division, we should have a division. If you look back at Margaret Thatcher's military activity, military operations, they were all successful. And that was in large part due to her. And if you say, well, this general or that general helped make them successful, yes, he did. But he did so because he was given the resources to do the job by Margaret Thatcher.
Lunch in Downing Street one day with Russell Johnson, representing the opposition parties, in honour of the King of Tonga. The King of Tonga was a very large gentleman, but with a very small voice. Russell Johnson and I were very keen to get back to the House of Commons for question time at 2:30, but recognised that we could not leave before the principal guests had left. So we waited to the last second. Mrs. Thatcher walked out of the room with the King of Tonga, escorting him to the lift. Russell Johnson and I shot down the stairs, but were overtaken by the Prime Minister. And she said, "Oh, the King is in the lift." Clearly, if the King of Tonga was in the lift, nobody else could get in the lift as well. And I said, "Yeah, but he's quite a sizable guy." I said, "But very difficult to hear at the back." "Oh," she said, "wasn't it fascinating what he said?" With her eyes glowing, she said, "He said he's probably the first Prime Minister in history to go on to become King." And Russell Johnson and I had the same thought at the same time, and neither of us had the courage to say it. So
she tried quite a lot of places, I mean everywhere, but somehow she didn't gel with some of the divisions, that's all she went to look at. In the end she got Finchley, and even then she told me after, there were one or two people in the association who were not very happy about having a woman, but she soon, once they knew her, she got over that one very quickly.
Towards her end, as Prime Minister, she was captured by a court on that side, who made it difficult not only for many of you as backbenchers to see her, but certainly somebody like me. And I wrote to the court and said that if they continue to block my chance of talking to her and lobbying her, I would kidnap her, tell her what you were doing to her, but also be able to lobby her. And I got a note back late in the debate saying the Prime Minister will see you at 10 o'clock. And it's a good lesson to the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition. She had a hugely impressive voting record. And she was, in my experience, one of the last out of the lobbies. She was there for people to talk to, not in there and out and away, doing what they thought would be more important business. And as she passed by, I said to her, Prime Minister, shall I follow you? And she said, people do. I have never worked out, not having a mirror in front of her, whether she was smiling at that occasion or not. I hope it was.
Well, I think, in a way, we all surprised each other by the extent to which there was no unanimity in support of that view. And I was perhaps not surprised, but dismayed by the extent to which the Prime Minister was reluctant to accept that, because it seemed to me that we were reaching a sensible, constructive right of decision. Sadly, of course, because we failed to take that opportunity then, we found it increasingly hard to maintain proper management of our own counter-inflationary policy.
Margaret Thatcher, after putting up objection after objection, one after the other, to it, eventually said that concluded by saying, well, if you join the ERM, you do it without me. And there was a deathly silence. And then she left the room.
Her agents tells a story that within minutes of Mrs. Thatcher returning to Downing Street, the number 10 machine would be on the phone demanding, politely, to know what she had been told in Finchley. Because she had returned to Downing Street full of vigour, demanding to know what was going on with this and what was going on with that. Mr. Speaker, Finchley brought home to her what needed to be done.
They asked her to get actively involved in the campaign, but Peter Morrison was assuring her it would be fine.
And when I begged her to see more backbenchers, she said to me, Kenneth, I've been Prime Minister now for 11 years. If they don't want me, they know what I've done. What I've done for the country, what I've done for the party. But if they don't want me now, I'm not going to go and beg their favours.
I was nervous, really nervous because of the reputation that Lady Thatcher had. But I was totally taken aback at the first sitting when, having met her, the first thing she said was, Mr. Stone, tell me what you want me to do.
So you painted her a total of 6 times. What would you say are the most significant of those paintings?
Well, I suppose the one that definitely will have its place in history was the commission that I received from the then Prime Minister, Gordon Brown. Now remember, Gordon Brown was a Labour Prime Minister, and what was unusual about this circumstance was that he was wanting to pay tribute to a Tory, a Conservative Prime Minister. This was the first official portrait of any Prime Minister that had been commissioned in Downing Street's history.
And another myth that this debate helpfully dispels is that she had no sense of humour. When she arrived in Essex in the constituency of my honourable friend for the 1992 election campaign, a junior reporter from the Essex County Standard breathlessly caught up with her hectic pace and asked, "Do you agree that the Conservative campaign is lacking in oomph?" she asked in front of 200 other journalists. Mrs. T retorted with heavy irony, "That's what I'm here for, dear."
This was potentially damaging.
Chancellor Cole realised that, and at one time, when we were in Williamsburg, on a non-European summit, he took me aside in the men's loo, happily there was an interpreter on parade, and said, "Why don't you tell Margaret to try wooing people a bit more than she does, Geoffrey?" Because he'd seen a brush-up between herself and President Mitterrand. And I took the opportunity of passing the message through.
At times she tried to woo Chancellor Cole, but wooing was frankly not a Thatcherite diplomatic tool. She was more inclined to lecture and to convince people by the strength of her will.
But it was she who backed me and allowed me to continue. Of course I did not always agree with her, because I had some rather strong convictions and views too. And I recollect one occasion when I left her office in number 10, walked back over to Victoria Street, got into my office and asked my private secretary if there had been any calls from number 10. No Secretary of State, he said. So I knew then that I was still the Secretary of State whilst I was walking back.
It became an increasing problem in the cabinet. I mean, I was in the cabinet by the late 1980s,
and I was in the cabinet when we were doing the Single European Act. But as time went on, we could pick up the fact that she was getting more scratchy about Europe, and various European issues began to come up. And I didn't realise, because the three of them were so discreet about it, that she, Geoffrey and Nigel were falling out so badly over monetary policy, really, the ERM, and whether or not we were going to join the ERM, and whether or not we were engaging in what became the construction of the single currency. Margaret had a kind of blind spot on that.
It is also right to remember that she spent her whole premiership, and indeed much of her life, under direct personal threat from the IRA. She lost two of her closest friends and closest parliamentary colleagues, Airey Neave and Ian Gow, to terrorism. And of course she herself was only inches away from death in the Brighton bomb attack of 1984. And yet it was the measure of her leadership that she shook off the dust from that attack, and in just a few hours later gave an outstanding conference speech reminding us all why democracy must never give in to terror.
She was actively urging people to vote against it, come what may. Didn't seem to mind if it brought the government down. What, of course, we were doing all the time was calculating how to redress this, trying to work out how many people she persuaded to go into the lobbies with the Labour Party that we might otherwise rescue.
Timing was terribly important in this relationship. My father retired at the age of 60, which was 3 months before my mother was elected leader of the opposition. So you had husband slowing down into retirement while his wife was accelerating into the fast lane of politics. You may think that creates a conflict. It didn't. It was an absolute bonus, because being consort, whether to the leader of the opposition as he was from 75 to 79 or after that in number 10, was a perfect little retirement job for Denis. He had his own board meetings to go to, but he was mostly retired, so he had the time to devote to it, and the will and the motive. He was terribly good at that, but you didn't have a situation, had they been the same age, of competition between two parallel careers, because he had retired.
She was absolutely right on a considerable number of foreign policy issues, against timorous nerve trembling on both sides of the House and attempted international interference. She was utterly determined that the people of the Falkland Islands, who wanted to be British and who still want to be British today, should not be the victims of a fascist dictator. How some Labour members of Parliament could actually want to water down a response to an aggressive fascist dictator, I could not understand then, and I still do not understand today. When Saddam Hussein seized Kuwait, she was actively part of the preparations to oust him by force. I was Shadow Foreign Secretary at this time, and having to seek to carry with me some of our own backbenchers, some of whom were spineless. I'm here to try to obtain a consensus, Mr. Speaker. But I, in the debate at which she was present, told the House that Labour policy was based not on supporting the United Kingdom government, but on implementing United Nations Security Council resolutions. She knew what I was up to, dug the Foreign Secretary in the ribs with her elbow, and smiled a wry smile.
There were lots of people who were pretty snobbish about her. There was a kind of feeling that she wasn't top drawer, that she was an anomaly, that probably she'd only be there for a short period. Win the election or not win the election, probably this was going to be a short-term phenomenon. Well, how wrong we were.
We had a big industrialist conference in Glasgow, and she had a cold. She was going to address it. We were standing behind the stage, and Jim Pryor came up to her and he said, I heard you on the radio last night, Margaret. He said, you were very good. He said, you sounded very sexy. Have you got a cold? And she looked him straight in the eye and she said, Jim, I don't need a cold to be sexy. And I mean, the poor fellow, he's got a fairly florid complexion anyway, but he blushed red, and he just didn't know, I mean, how to deal with it. She knew how to play the sort of female part. She played it unmercifully on occasions.
There hasn't been a funeral on this scale since Winston Churchill.
Since 1965.
Yes, and before that, you know, you have to go to Gladstone and Palmerston.
Wellington.
And Wellington.
Wellington. They're reserved for the titanic figures in British politics, and wherever you stand on Mrs. Thatcher and her policies, Margaret Thatcher and her policies, you have to recognise this extraordinary force field she had around her. And she had from the very beginning. She was a primary colours politician who spoke in caveat-free sentences. And Shirley and I were talking about her earlier, that no pastel shades, said Shirley. There were no pastel shades. And I was with Shirley. I was very lucky as a young journalist in the first weeks of '75, where Shirley was a minister, and the private secretary was going to bring in the news of who'd won the last runoff ballot, Willie Whitelaw or Margaret Thatcher, to lead the Conservative Party. And I remember Shirley saying to me, before the result came in, as a woman I hope it will be Margaret, but as a Labour politician I hope it will be Willie, because if it is Margaret, she will polarise politics and she'll push my party to the left, and Willie Whitelaw won't. And Shirley, you were spot on.
Mr. Speaker, I first met Margaret Thatcher when she was Secretary of State for Education, and I was a student at Sussex University, active in student politics, and from that I became Margaret Thatcher's personal aide and research assistant in the October 1974 general election. The Conservative Party were in opposition. Margaret was a member of the Shadow Cabinet and Shadow Minister for Housing and Planning. And in those days, members of Parliament didn't have numbers of research assistants, just a single House of Commons secretary. So the core campaign team in Finchley was small. Mrs. Thatcher's secretary, Alison Ward, now Lady Wakeham, her agent and myself. And what struck me first about working for Margaret Thatcher was her prodigious work ethic, an indefatigable determination to analyse and understand any brief that she was given, and very considerable detail and attention to the last detail. And I think this was helped by the combination of training both as a research chemist and, as for a while, an extremely able junior at the tax bar. And working for Margaret, producing research briefing for Margaret, you knew that you had to be able and ready to deal with any of the supplementary questions that she might ask, or at the very least know who could provide those detailed answers. I think the simple fact is that if one went to any meeting with Margaret, and I suspect that this was the case throughout the time that she was leader of the party and Prime Minister, she was always the best prepared person in the room, because she had invariably taken the time and effort to ensure that she was the best brief.
Also another occasion when we would go out, she loved to be teased. Cecil knows that from her early years. She loved to be treated as a woman. So when people would come up to her in those final years and say, "Oh, you're looking well, Lady Thatcher," I would always say to her, "Margaret, that's an insult." "Well, what do you mean?" And I said, "Well, do you remember what Enoch Powell said at his 80th birthday?" She said, "No, what did Enoch say?" I said, "Enoch Powell said, there are 3 stages of life. There is youth, there is middle age, and then you are looking well, Enoch."
Anybody who wants to see Mrs. Thatcher summed up should look at the final performance she made as Prime Minister from the dispatch box. It was one of the finest performances that anybody could see of somebody in Parliament. I'm delighted that the Honourable Member for Southwark and Bermondsey was here to speak today, because he will remember, probably quite painfully, how she wiped the floor with him when he I think it was Michael Curtis on these benches who said that she could wipe the floor with a lot of them during that debate. That was absolutely true, Mr. Speaker. She could. I wonder how many of those people on these benches during that debate wondered, "Oh Lord, what have we done?" They got rid of the greatest Prime Minister this country has ever seen. There will never be another one like her, and it's a privilege to speak in this debate, to hear some of the great stories that people have given, to find out the true Margaret Thatcher, one that I will forever admire.
You actually met Margaret Thatcher, though, after you had played her.
Yes. I mean, I'm glad I didn't meet her before, because I think that confuses issues.
And what did she say to you?
The person that introduced us, it was about 18 months later, said to her, Patricia played you in the Falklands play, and you know, in those moments you have to find something to say, and I said, do you forgive me? And she was very tactile, and she grabbed my hand very fervently, and she said, I never watch anything that's got me in it, so there's nothing to forgive you for.
So there was no sort of prickliness, there was
not worried about she was incredibly pragmatic in that sense. You know, I don't look at these things, so why should I worry about it?
She became Prime Minister, she balked at railway privatisation. It was imposed by John Major, and its messy consequences we suffer to this day.
She was English and she was on their wavelength. She wasn't on the Scottish wavelength, I don't think. The Scots that she was on a wavelength with were Adam Smith and David Hume, but they were dead, they didn't have a vote, and they didn't have much influence on everyday Scots. And Scotland is a more consensual place. There is less of an us and them attitude in society in Scotland. I think Scotland is more of a village in many ways. It's a smaller country, and I don't think that what she said, and indeed the manner in which she said it, came across so favourably in Scotland as it did in the South. And this puzzled her, because she admired many of the qualities of Scots. She shared them, self-reliance, thrift, all the things that had made Scotland a great country in many ways. But she didn't quite understand the extent to which Scotland was in thrall to socialism and the dependency culture. It was more deep-rooted than she realised.
They were more or less... could one say so in English, alienated by the forceful tone in which she spoke and by the rigidity with which she fought for what she perceived as British interests. All of us have some national interests to defend, but all of us had learned over 30 years or so to come to compromises. And this is something which she hadn't started to learn as yet.
And people have already spoken of the way in which she would write letters to colleagues who'd been bereaved and so on. And there was one occasion a few years later when my wife was in hospital, and I think, Mr. Speaker, that the flowers from Margaret Thatcher arrived before my own, which was rather embarrassing. But that was...
Her father became the mayor of Grantham and was involved a great deal in local public life. And he took his daughter, his younger daughter, who is the one he obviously saw as, in a way, carrying on his tradition, almost a kind of son, with him where he went on public duties. So she was from a very early age, I think 13 or 14, sitting in on public meetings, watching her father conduct them, watching her father conduct council discussions and so on, and at the same time conscious of being very much loved by him.
Mrs. Thatcher said that we talked for 2.5 hours.
Я должен опровергнуть и сказать, что мы беседовали с 10 часов, не прерываясь, даже тогда, когда шел завтрак.
But I must deny that. I must say that we began talking at 10 a.m. and then we continued until this very moment without even breaking up for lunch, breaking our conversation for lunch.
Это небольшое уточнение.
And that's just a small precision.
I accompanied her on a tour of Wandsworth, the Northcote Road market, during some local elections, and surrounded by a retinue of press, she was careering down the road, shaking hands, and she spotted a man operating one of those street cleaning machines where I think you stood and sort of held handlebars and moved around. She grabbed the controls from him. She didn't know how to control it, and went storming down the road with this machine roaring away, shouting, "Women can get into corners that men can never reach."
Can we wait till I get up?
Hello, how are you?
It is also a caricature to portray Margaret Thatcher as simply being anti-European. I had in my desk at home the originals of a number of speeches that Margaret Thatcher gave during the 1975 EU referendum campaign. Speeches clearly amended and corrected in her own very distinctive cursive handwriting. Speeches given in her constituency and elsewhere during the referendum campaign. Margaret campaigned wholeheartedly for a yes to Europe result in the 1975 referendum. And as those speeches demonstrate, she clearly believed in a strong Europe being a counterweight to the then Soviet Union and a strong partner to the United States. She clearly undoubtedly believed in a Europe of nation states and strongly believed in ensuring the speediest possible creation of the European single market, and was always extremely frustrated at other member states who sought to frustrate the further creation of a single market for their own particular nationalist interests. Ironically, I think this is where her frustration may have started with some of the workings of the European Union. Prior to the Single European Act in the mid-1980s, every EU member state had an effective veto on any issue of any importance. This meant that the EU Commission or the President of the Council of Ministers, wishing to get business through, had importantly to negotiate with and square any member states whom they thought would veto a particular proposal. That, of course, meant that any single member state could veto advances in the single market. It was therefore decided in the Single European Act to move to a system of qualified majority-weighted voting. And this, of course, overnight fundamentally changed the way in which the Council of Ministers and the Commission worked. Because, of course, all now the President and the Council of Ministers needed was to secure the support of sufficient member states to get a majority vote. So they would start with those member states whom they considered to be the most supportive of a proposal, and then worked on until they got a qualified majority, and if at the end there were some other member states on the other side of the argument, they weren't necessarily particularly concerned. But this change meant that whilst Margaret had succeeded in making the single market work much better, she was no longer able as easily to threaten to exercise a UK veto, and in time I think she found that very frustrating.
When your parent gets to be Prime Minister, it's a swings and roundabouts affair. There's an upside and there's a downside. Certainly the upside is number 10 is not a bad address, Chequers is a very nice weekender, certainly you're invited to a number of things, guest appearances on the red carpet if you like. The downside is if you do anything wrong, you're going to turn up in the newspapers, which is embarrassing for you and of course embarrassing for the famous parent.
I remember she took me aside and said we must never ever join the ERM. Never, never, never. Absolutely clear.
Margaret Thatcher was a woman of great contrasts. She could be incredibly formidable in argument, yet wonderfully kind in private. In number 10 Downing Street today, there are still people who worked with her as Prime Minister, and they talk of her fondly. One assistant tells of when she got drenched in a downpour on a trip to Cornwall, and Margaret Thatcher personally made sure she was looked after and found her herself a set of dry clothes. Of course, she did always prefer dries to wets.
Мы сели у камина. Она достала свои листочки знаменитые из сумочки, подготовленные тезисы для беседы. Я свой блокнот записной. Потом начался разговор. И вы знаете, я почувствовал, что надо бросить все к черту, эти все записи, и положил их в карман все назад. И она взяла свои записи в сумочку, отодвинула их назад. И мы стали просто разговаривать, рассуждать, обмениваться своими аргументами, своими доводами, контрдоводами. Я почувствовал то же самое, что и она. Нет препятствий для того, чтобы мы могли спокойно самые трудные вопросы рассматривать.
The man Thatcher sent to work with the law was Arthur Cockfield, a taxman turned retailer turned politician. From Thatcher's point of view, this didn't turn out to be any smarter than backing Delors. The cabinet thought they were sending to Brussels a somewhat cantankerous placeman to act as Thatcher's vicar on earth, someone who could do her bidding in exile.
Much as we all loved him, he could be extremely awkward and difficult as a cabinet colleague, and I think that there was considerable support for him going to Brussels for that reason.
Mrs. Thatcher had a rather nice expression about Arthur Cockfield. She said he was the sort of man who couldn't pass a row of pigeonholes without wanting to fill every one of them, and that was exactly the sort of mind you needed.
But nature's paper pusher turned out to be a man with a mind of his own.
She was never aware and never accepted how wide the single market was, that it did cover an enormous span of policies and proposals which were absolutely essential if you were going to get a genuine single market in Europe.
A genuine single market. Once Cockfield got down to work, he found himself drawn away from London's idea of what that meant and towards Brussels.
Il devenait de plus en plus pro-européen et il prenait fait et cause pour les positions de la Commission et même pour les positions de son président. Et il mena, à travers la presse et les médias, une grande campagne pour l'Europe.
Thatcher had not realized that to make the single market work, Delors' commission would soon meddle with stuff that she thought was way outside their brief, like taxation. She and Cockfield finally fell out over his plan to harmonize VAT.
I said it was in the Treaty of Rome. She said it wasn't. I said it was. She said it wasn't. And her private secretary was therefore sent to get a copy of the Treaty of Rome. And I asked him to read out Article 99, which says quite specifically, the Commission shall, not may, shall present proposals for the harmonization of indirect taxation. I got no reply to this, and realizing, of course, that I wasn't going to get a reply, I pressed a little further. I said it was in the Treaty of Rome and you ought to have read it before you signed it. She said, I didn't sign it. I said, I know you didn't, but you were a member of the cabinet which did. And that also was greeted in total silence.
Now, there is one incident that perhaps explains her drive to abolish the rates and introduce the community charge. And this is an example of how I believe her constituency work shaped her policies. Now, the rights and wrongs of the community charge are not for today. But the casework Mrs. Thatcher came across drove home the inequality of a household with several wage earners paying the same as a pensioner. She saw firsthand the struggle many on low and fixed incomes had with the rates. And one experience I will relate. I'm told one elderly resident came to see her in a state of distress. The resident had paid her rates in cash, in an envelope, to the town hall. The cash went astray. Now, Mrs. Thatcher knew the hardship having to find the rates once had caused, let alone having to find it a second time to make up the cash that had gone astray. And it's not commonly known, but Mrs. Thatcher quietly sent a cheque and paid the rates for that resident. She was far from the heartless caricature portrayed in the media and by her opponents. She took in...
I shall never forget the television pictures of her arriving in Moscow at the end of March 1987, and there was an election coming. I didn't know when, neither did the officials, but we knew there was one coming. And she emerged from the VC tent looking like something out of Dr. Zhivago. Fur hat, you know, eyes glistening, this sort of thing. Oh, terrific. I mean, she was a star in many respects.
I think she was often a distraction. And that can cause problems, because it means that you're trying to get across some new message about the future, about what the party will do in the future, and the arrival of Margaret Thatcher at a conference would dominate it. And it wasn't so much that she was a problem in herself for what you were trying to do, it was just that she would get so much attention that you wouldn't then be able to communicate anything else.
She also ended the party line, which was not the, of course, line from central office every morning that we are so privileged to receive. But the party line, again, I remind some of those who are slightly younger, we had a party line at home. It meant that your telephone, which was graciously provided by something called the General Post Office, you picked up your telephone, and if your neighbour with whom you shared a party line was on the phone, you put your phone down. And I remember in the late 1990s, all those smart-suited, Armani-suited New Labour types clutching their mobile phones. Don't forget, friends, comrades, if it hadn't been for us privatising the telecommunications industry, you wouldn't have had your mobile phone. had a chance to phone a friend. Trouble is, he hasn't got one. Sorry, that was a bit divisive. But all
she worry about it?
I bet she worried because, I bet she worried. I know she worried because the Commander-in-Chief, First Sea Lord and Admiral Lewin, the CDS, were very clear about what the risks were at every stage. And I remember when we briefed her for the landing at San Carlos prior to that, we talked about possible casualties. And of course when the hits started to happen, the Sheffield went down, the Coventry, I mean this was, for our generation, was the first of what of course the Second World War generation knew a lot about. But there were a couple in the cabinet, of course, who, Willie Whitelaw and Sir Michael Havers, who were able to give that sort of context, which was very useful.
Searching for a peace formula, and a lot of colleagues in this country, people in this country are involved in it. I see nothing wrong in putting on the table what Al Haig had worked out, and that's what I did.
As the War Cabinet assembled in Downing Street, Francis Pym lobbied his colleagues for their support for the proposals the Prime Minister regarded as a sellout.
I got him to number 10 about 5 to 6, and the first person I saw was Francis Pym, and he said to me, I got the final Hague proposals. I'm going to recommend that they be accepted, and I hope I'll have your support.
The meeting was about to begin. We all assembled in the anteroom to the cabinet room, and Francis said he was still going to prepare to recommend acceptance. And I got Willie Whitelaw and said, come, we must have a talk, and told him there's no way in which I could accept them.
Francis Pym put forward the peace plan to his colleagues in the War Cabinet. They joined with Margaret Thatcher in utterly rejecting the proposals for a negotiated settlement.
They were quite clear that that price was too high, and this was going too far, and we couldn't possibly go down that road. So there was no question of any problem with the War Cabinet. They were all very much of a mind, and I think afterwards I recognized that they were, quite right in taking that view.
I think that was the worst moment of confrontation, if you like. But I think from that time on, she felt that the Foreign Office had got him, and the Foreign Office were basically in the business of selling out.
And something often forgotten, Mr. Speaker, she was the first political leader in any major country to warn of the dangers of climate change, long before anyone thought of hugging a husky.
The loss of 2 ministers in quick succession made the Prime Minister appear careless and vulnerable. Many felt she owed her survival to lay on Britain's self-sacrifice.
Her own personal position was extremely weak, and I remember talking to her at that time, and she was in a terrible state. She could almost find it impossible to focus on what was being said to her. And had Leon Britton, I think, revealed everything that had come from number 10 directly and indirectly, which had led to the misguided publication of the Attorney General's letter in the Westland affair, then I think that the pressure, having been gone up one notch further, might well have been too much for her to withstand.
The opposition had called for a full debate on the Westland affair for Monday the 27th of January. On the eve of the debate, Margaret Thatcher was heard to remark that by the end of the day, I may no longer be Prime Minister.
Northern Ireland, again, she was full of contradictions. Those of us in these benches in the DUP, and indeed the entire Unionist community in Northern Ireland in the 80s, opposed the Anglo-Irish Agreement, and indeed many honourable and right honourable members on the Conservative benches and others opposed it as well. Once she had said that Ulster was as British as Finchley. Once she said rightly that it was out, out, out to a united Ireland, a federal Ireland or joint authority. And yet a year later, in 1985, She signed the Anglo-Irish Agreement without any consultation with the entire Unionist community and without their consent. The reason that so many Unionists felt so strongly and spoke so strongly at that time, and that there are still strong feelings about that era, is that they remembered her strong stance during the hunger strikes, when she stood up in defence of democracy and against terrorism, when she had suffered the losses the Prime Minister and others have referred to of her close colleagues due to terrorism, when she herself just a year before had survived an IRA assassination attempt, and yet she was persuaded to sign the Anglo-Irish Agreement. I am glad that in her later life she came to recognise that that was a mistake. But just as Lord Powell, her former close advisor, said the other night in Newsnight, it said of Mary Queen of Scots that the words Calais were inscribed in her heart, so he believed that the words the Anglo-Irish Agreement would be inscribed in the heart of Margaret Thatcher, because she became increasingly disillusioned with that agreement.
In the early years, if somebody would say to her, well, no, Prime Minister, I don't think that's quite right, she would kind of round on you with her eyes blazing, and you had to be very quick with why she was not quite right and give her another piece of information. I can remember one occasion when she turned to me and she said, Edwina, we've got decisions to take about building hospitals. Why should we build a new hospital in your constituency in Derby when it's my constituents in Finchley who are having a very hard time with very long waiting lists? And I had to think fast, and I said, well, because actually my constituents in Derby are queuing up with yours in Finchley, and if we can build a new unit up north, then it will ease the difficulties down south. Ah, she said, and seemed to be perfectly happy with that. If you were going to argue with her, you had to have good information, and then she would be instantly fascinated at what you had to say and just absorb it from you.
That way, I remember once helping her host a party in Downing Street. I don't remember quite what it was for, but after it was all over, she invited all the waiters who'd been pouring the wine just to sit down with her on the sofa and on the chairs round about. She poured them all a glass of wine and just carried on chatting to them and discussing the party.
I always remember saying to her, well, that's finished with stripes and spots then. She said, what do you mean, dear? I said, well, you can't wear spots and you can't wear stripes on television. And she said, well, Miss Bossy Boots, she said, okay. She said, I got the message, no stripes, no spots. So what are we going to wear?
She did have a sense of humour that was very, very dry, but also a sense of humour that gave us a guide to her actual beliefs. There's the two quick examples. One was in Europe. There was a European communique, whatever it was, and there was a paragraph on xenophobia. Now, Mrs. Thatcher didn't know what xenophobia meant. She'd never come across the term, so she said, what is this xenophobia? And said, oh, it means hatred of foreigners, Prime Minister. She said, oh, well, that's all right then.
I was not joking about the tears. I mean, I just thought, I was actually, probably was, we were both quite rumbustious. I was beginning to get a mounting sense of anger that nobody would face up to reality. I thought this was getting slightly farcical. And I had got it stuck into my head that it was over and we'd got to move on, and this appalling situation, I mean, the government was in a terrible mess, with a Prime Minister in office whom the Parliamentary Party were trying to throw out in full public gaze, and that the sooner she and her entourage accepted the reality and we moved on and got a new leader in place by a process that did the minimum amount of further damage to the party, the better.
In 1950, Margaret stood as Tory candidate in Dartford, where Labour enjoyed a huge majority. But Mrs. Thatcher, instead of mixing with the local knobs, went into parts of town the Tories usually avoided, to canvass among the working class. The result was astonishing. She increased the Tory vote by over 7,000. Nevertheless, persuading the Tory party to give her a winnable seat was a monumental struggle. After all, she was a woman, and what's worse, a grocer's daughter.
She did have a tough time. You know, it wasn't easy for her by any stretch of the imagination.
Yes, I did absolutely see the transformation of her image from the very first. As I remember when I very first filmed her, I said to her later that I thought she reacted to the cameras. She said, "Don't take any notice, don't say anything, because they've got a microphone." And then she seemed to me rather like a sort of African tribesman faced with a white man's camera. She thought it was going to take her soul away. And I put this to her, and she said, "Yes, but I've learnt since then that what you people want is a positive answer, and that's what I'll always give you." And she would always give you a positive answer, even when she was saying no, no, no. Gordon Rees, her spin doctor, who was mentioned in that, he taught her to stop worrying and love the gun microphone. In other words, it humanized her. So she was the first ever candidate for Prime Minister to hold a press conference in a field clutching a 2-day-old calf. And so Denis said, "If she doesn't start holding it properly, we'll have a dead calf on our hands." So it was the first of the photo opportunities, and she understood what an image was. And
Michael Portillo has declared his intention to stand for the Conservative Party leadership. Announcing his decision, the Shadow Chancellor said the party had suffered a catastrophic election result.
We need to adopt a tone which is moderate and understanding.
I started as the front runner and led in the first 2 ballots of MPs. Once upon a time, I'd have had Margaret Thatcher's support. Now she simply assured me that she'd back no one against me. But too many MPs disliked me and/or my uncompromising agenda for modernisation. One offered me his vote if I'd water down my plans for change. I refused and lost by 1 vote.
What would she have made of all that? Would she have seen that perhaps some of her ideas sowed the seeds of that?
I can tell you, I can answer that completely because I asked her.
And she said?
I put it this way. Do you know, Margaret, what is the share of the top 5 banks in the UK in all financial transactions? Mortgages, loans, insurance, overdrafts, credit cards, everything. She said she didn't. This was only a year ago. I said, it's 80%. She said, with eyes blazing, "It's impossible." I said, "It isn't. It's a fact." Now the thing is, Stephen, when she was saying it's impossible, she wasn't saying it's not true. She was saying it's intolerable.
So she would have used government, would she, to have regulated that problem out of existence?
We can all see that the merit that is in her mind and in the minds of all proponents of free markets, the root of the merit that they see is competition. If competition, in the way that I described the formula, people competing for votes, will naturally, in their own interest, produce a better product or a better service. If that formula stops working, because there is no competition, because what's emerged is global cartels, then the system isn't generating what people like Margaret would believe it should do, which is competition to bring better services for all. People acting in their own interest. If that formula has broken down as a result of the effect of globalization, the creation of giant global cartels, that's a real problem. And her blazing eyes were a very important indicator to me that if she was observing that scene now, she would be completely understanding that this is an unacceptable version of her understanding of the merit of free markets.
I just wonder if she would have taken on the banks and the financial sector in the way she took on the unions.
That's impossible to know. If her blazing eyes on the discovery that 5 banks control 80% of 5 companies control 80% of a market, if her blazing eyes are anything to go by, which they are, she would see completely clearly that this is totally unacceptable and will not bring the result that she would like competition to produce, which is the best for everyone.
In 1975 it was decided that Margaret Thatcher would stand for the leadership. The existing Tory leader, Ted Heath, had the support of the upper-class grandees. But Mrs. Thatcher appealed to the middle-class rank-and-file Tory members. In her memoirs, she described her election as a shattering blow to the Conservative establishment.
I now think that it was a disaster for the Conservative Party to remove her in office rather than for the electorate to remove her. I think she'd lost the benefit of the doubt to a considerable extent, so I don't think we would have won. But removing her, while it might have ensured that we won the next election, I think left a real poison in the Conservative Party.
Conservatives who were very anxious for her success nonetheless felt that this was a most disastrous piece of legislation, and she would insist on identifying herself with it in an almost perverse way, like calling it the flagship of the legislation. Well, I was irreverent enough to refer to it as the Titanic, and I think on the whole my nautical judgment was rather better than hers.
With 3 days to go, her entire campaign team upped sticks and left to join her guests in the country. Some of those dining at Chequers were astonished to find a celebration going on.
It was almost a thank you from the Prime Minister to her long-standing supporters. We were being told by the campaign team that victory was assured.
Peter Morrison, the campaign leader, reported certain figures. I was very sceptical of those.
We said so-and-so is going to not vote for you, and Morrison said, oh yes he is, he told me he would. And we I said rather sort of naively, but just because somebody told you they would doesn't mean to say they're going to. And I may have made the unfortunate remark, the one thing you can't do is trust anything a Member of Parliament says.
But also she would have understood that the explosion in the media is something that she would have used to her advantage, and been quite happy for people to be against. She never cared about what people thought about her. The whole fuss we have over Ding Dong the Witch is Dead and whether it should be played on radio, and this bizarre compromise where we're going to play 5 seconds of it, to me to be ridiculous. You either play it or you don't. I think Thatcher would have said, play the damn thing. Worse things have been said. And she wouldn't have understood it. She wouldn't have liked it, but she wouldn't have. I don't think she would have been against it.
Now, of course, she was a great leader of the Conservative Party, but people are entitled to ask, was she actually a Conservative? Doesn't the word Conservative normally mean someone who is rather wedded to tradition, cautious of change, unwilling to act too precipitately? And yet she was the most radical Prime Minister of the last few generations. There is nevertheless a consistency between these two statements, because what she had recognized was that Britain had gone the wrong way, it had taken the wrong path for 20 or 30 years, and that needed change. And that's what made her radical. Many honourable members will know that great novel, The Leopard, by Giuseppe de Lampedusa, where the hero says, if you want things to stay the same, things will have to change. And that very much was her belief.
I think the moment that stands out was when someone in Downing Street, who was one of the messengers in Downing Street, had had a domestic tragedy in her life. And I saw Margaret holding his hand while he was crying over that domestic tragedy. People do not know that there was a private Margaret who was very different from the public perception, who would argue fiercely with her political equals who could argue back, but was never at all unkind to people who couldn't answer back, and was always very sympathetic and genuinely gentle with people who were in difficulties of whatever sort they might be.
Within government. She was disputatious. She loved an argument, but she never held a grudge. I mean, if she lost an argument, which happened once every other year, she forgot it immediately afterwards. But she did not like people who just agreed with her.
But was she ready to say she'd been wrong?
Oh, yes. I've heard her say she's been wrong. Not often, mind you, because she may not have been wrong that often.
And that extraordinary engendering of a new respect across the world for the United Kingdom had commercial advantage. One of the biggest deals we've ever done was the Al Yamama defence deal with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which today is worth tens of billions of pounds. sustaining high-tech jobs across the kingdom. And she had a huge part to play in that. And many people believe, if they remember, she went there observing all the courtesies of the Arab world, long dress, long sleeves, scarf. But I'm quite sure that when she flashed her eyes at King Fahd, it was all a done deal.
I forget whether we were on Bahrain or Abu Dhabi, somewhere like that. We arrived very late at night, and we were being piled into our cars. And Barry whispered in my ear, "When you get to the palace, sir, there's no water." I said, "You're joking." He said, "There's no water." Well, I said, "Okay, never mind. Oh, we'll be all right, I suppose." And sure enough, there was no water. And I had a bathroom 3 times the size of this, half the size of the Albert Hall. Vast place. All marble floors, marble walls, the lot. And a line of basins. There must have been about 4. And there was no water. I turned them on. A tiny little drip. That's all it was. And I thought to myself, well, I'm going to need this probably. So I left the taps running all night. In the morning, I thought that would be all right. There'll be hot water. Not a nary a thing. So I went along to Margaret's bedroom, which, about half the size of the Queen's bedroom, twice the size of the Queen's bedroom in Buckingham Palace. And I said, there's no water? She said, "I know there's no water." Well, I said, "Come to my bathroom and I'll give you a shower." She said, "You got a shower there?" "No," I said, "I've got basinfuls of water in my hands. You come in." Came in. I said, "Strip off," stripped off. And I threw the water in the air. That was a non-success. A non-success. This is no good. Shoves off. Next thing I know is that somebody in the staff had used their brain power and they'd rung up the wife of the resident, Foreign Office chap, a junior job, and he had a very charming. They rang up this young woman and said, "Have you got a bathroom with water?" She said, "Of course I've got a bathroom with water." And I said, "Then the Prime Minister would like to, if you're so kind, to borrow your bathroom." "What Prime Minister?" she said. When they picked her off the floor with shock, Margaret had a bath down there, so I'd wasted my time.
After she stood down as Prime Minister, she on several occasions came to support me in Essex. Essex has always been Thatcher country, and I was pleased to see that when she came to Malden, the constituency I represent, at the election in which I first stood as candidate after she had stood down as Prime Minister, the pavements had crowds 4 or 5 deep who turned out to see her. Not all of them actually were supporters of her, or probably even supporters of mine, but they wanted to be that because they recognised that she played such a hugely important role in their lives and in the life of their country.
It strikes me that one of the things that characterised Margaret Thatcher was that it was easier to understand what she was against than what she was for. Do you think that's been one of the problems that the Conservative Party has had ever since, that her dragons are all dead?
I think partly that. Also, I think, it was quite a heroic age. She did slay those dragons. It was incredibly brave to do so. And I think one of the problems for the Conservative Party is not only admiring her bravery, which is absolutely right, but also we now look back and think it was an absolutely straight line, and she never compromised, and she never had to duck and weave a little bit, which you do in politics. But I think, politicians of my age in the Conservative Party were all influenced by Margaret Thatcher because of the, politics was definitely in her age about getting things done, about your convictions, about trying to change your country for the better, and that definitely inspired me. And we don't want politics to just be boring and managerial.
I don't think Mrs. Thatcher really liked negotiations at all, or the negotiating process. Indeed, at moments, I think she thought the whole concept was in some way dishonourable, which I found very curious, because in a crisis of this kind, if one can negotiate one's way out of it, so that one doesn't have to use the force of arms, It must be to everybody's advantage. Indeed, I thought it was my duty as Foreign Secretary to go to the ultimate limits in trying to find a way of not having to go to war.
The No Turning Back group wanted to push Thatcherism to the extreme, to privatise the two sacred cows of the nation-state, education and health.
We wanted to split up this vast monolith which Nye Bevan had created in the late 1940s, and the Tories had never done anything seriously to reform in the intervening 40 or 50 years. And we wanted that split up into individual freestanding hospitals which had their own cost centres and profit centres, and they'd be competing against one another.
Mrs. Thatcher could not afford to get carried away by such ideas. She always had to keep one eye on the electorate.
Mrs. Thatcher was a radical, but she was a pragmatic radical. She wouldn't pursue wild-eyed ideas which she knew would not have been acceptable to the British people at that time. They could be led so far, but they couldn't be pushed into extreme positions.
Margaret would have recognised, with that shrewdness, that tough shrewdness that she had, that any attempt to dismantle the NHS would have been met with total defeat at the polls and a reversal by the next government. So she wasn't going to do that. In the first years, there were a lot of floppy bows and polyester or silk dresses. A bit girlish, actually a bit young for her, because she was well into her 50s at that stage. But by the time she was tipping over into 60, she was looking regal, more regal than the Queen, and I'm sure that was intentional.
It was a very difficult period of time. I can remember it particularly because one of the big issues was Christmas. We had always spent Christmas Day at Chequers. There was a group of us that were always invited. And Alistair tried to recreate that the Christmas after she'd resigned. And we had a Christmas Day celebration at the Dorchester, and it was just a disaster. Hadn't got things to talk about. We weren't running the country anymore. We weren't discussing those kind of issues. We were just going through a sort of make-believe, which didn't work because we weren't in Chequers.
Well, I think she did realise that she just mustn't let her latent anti-Germanic feelings ever escape in public. So I think, in a sense, she overcompensated.
She liked people whose native language was English. And so the Americans and the Australians and the New Zealanders and so on were much more, to her mind, good rather than Europeans. I don't think it was particularly against Germany, but she, I think she had that sort of wariness about Italians and French and Germans and so on.
Of course, her career could have taken an entirely different path. In the late 1940s, before she entered politics, the then Margaret Roberts went for a job at ICI. The personnel department rejected her application and afterwards wrote this: "This woman is headstrong, obstinate and dangerously self-opinionated." Mr. Speaker, even her closest friends would agree she could be all of those things. But the point is this: she used that conviction and that resolve in the service of our country, and we are all the better for that.
She was a woman, she was an English woman, she was a bossy English woman. And they could probably have put up with one or possibly even two of these, but all three simultaneously, a bit too much. Her style just grated. Partly the voice, partly the priorities, but partly also this extraordinary, able and impressive woman. There were certain things that she couldn't comprehend. For example, here's this great British patriot, deeply suspicious of the European dimension, and determined to protect Britain's identity against Europe, but found it very difficult to see that within the United Kingdom there was a similar relationship Scotland to England as she was seeking to protect Britain to Europe. It's not that she couldn't understand it, she couldn't empathise with it.
Have a whiskey with her sometimes?
Yes. In fact, during the Falklands War, when we sat up a lot and Denis was dispatched to another bedroom because she was up half the night and taking phone calls, I used to quite enjoy a gin and tonic. And she said to me, "Crawford dear, you've got the look." And she said, "Crawford dear, you can't drink gin and tonic in the middle of the night. You've got to have a whiskey and soda because it will give you energy."
But that shouldn't detract from her achievements, nor should she be blamed personally
for what was, in many respects, an inevitable transition of economics. We should regard some of the more unseemly reactions to her death as a backhanded tribute to her, a reminder of the attitudes she had to overcome in order to achieve what she did. But let this argument about her legacy be based on the facts and not the myths, which her opponents would prefer to believe. Spending on health, education, pensions and welfare continually increased under her premiership. The number of people in work increased by 1.8 million. Manufacturing output was significantly higher when she left office than when she was first elected. Wider home ownership and share ownership spread wealth more widely than ever before. Social mobility was greatly increased. The incomes of every section of society, including the poorest, increased in real terms. Income taxes paid by the richest 1% of the population increased from 11% to 15% of the total tax take. As she grew older, we regarded Lady T less and less as a former Prime Minister, more and more as a favourite aunt or grandmother. Sometimes it was hard to believe that this small, frail lady had once held the world in the palm of her hand. The whole nation will be forever in her debt.
She did her speech faultlessly on the front step, just outside the door.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
But the girls from the press office were standing in the window weeping, handkerchief at their faces. And she looked up, and I saw her shoulders go when she saw the girls crying. I thought, oh my God, it's affected her. But at the last minute, before she moved off, she just leaned forward and looked into the street, biting her lip, and I could see that she was in tears. I got one shot before the car disappeared, one frame.
You got that moment when she cracked.
Later, Ken agreed his photograph of Maggie in tears could be used as a back cover for her memoirs. But when the book was published, the photo wasn't there.
A little while later, I was at a reception at Mrs. Thatcher. Spotted me right away and said, how are you, how's your family, Mr. Lennox, etc. And I said, oh, I was disappointed they didn't use the photograph in the back page, the jacket of your memoirs. And she said, which picture, Mr. Lennox? I said, the one of you leaving Downing Street after you're rather rudely booted out. And she said, over my dead body, Mr. Lennox.
Other strong memories I have of Mrs. Thatcher was in her election. It was something that many on the Conservative benches in the Commons did not want. She won. She deserved to win. The last day of her office as Prime Minister was the brutality with which people in her own party treated her, somehow forgetting all that she had achieved for them. My Lords, that was a disgraceful day in my view, and did not recognise the achievements that she'd made for the party. And to hear today all the support and warmth and memories that are given, I think that there are some members of that party who have forgotten perhaps the role they played in that very brutal downfall, one that I hope my own party have never done in the past and I hope would never do in the future to a leader.
You're a natural man of wit. Did you ever make her laugh?
I never made her laugh. I never even tried to make her laugh. You very quickly got to know that there was no point in trying to make her laugh. We were told by Richard Ryder, her private secretary, all of us in the office were told right at the beginning, nothing about Ted Heath, no jokes about Ted Heath. She doesn't even think it's funny, just leave the subject alone.
And I looked to see how many people voted for Margaret Thatcher in 1979. It was 13.7 million. And in 83, it was exactly the same number, 13 million voted for Margaret Thatcher. And after 8 years, the number of people who voted for her at the British general election had risen.
But I first met Mrs. Thatcher in the mid-70s, when she was the after-dinner speaker at the annual conference of the Association of Directors of Social Services. The House will not be surprised to learn that she made a characteristically challenging speech, leaving the audience in no doubt that given the opportunity, she had a real ambition to change local government and in particular the social care services. At the end of the event, the president of the association told her that he'd arranged, quote, a good malt to be delivered to his room, and he hoped that she and others would join, a few others, would join him for a brief nightcap. I have no doubt that part of his motivation was to, as it were, put her right on a few things that she had said. What, however, he did not expect was that in the early hours of the morning, when they were all flagging, Mrs. Thatcher was driving on in full flow, setting out the important issues that she intended to tackle. Now, my lords, I feel sure that he, as he was a he, was not the first to regret even the hint of attempting to patronize her, nor was he the last to experience her phenomenal energy, drive, conviction, and steely determination.
Your thought on the international profile?
One side of her international achievements, which is neglected, partly because she herself had doubts about it, was nevertheless the great act of statesmanship in securing the Anglo-Irish Agreement, without which we would probably not have had the Good Friday Agreement, the Queen's visit, and so on. And on the one hand, she was tougher than anyone else in facing down terrorism, and of course gravely threatened by it herself. Simultaneously, she was a negotiator, a clever diplomatic operator who knew when to strike a deal with Ireland, in Hong Kong, and so there's quite a lot of paradoxes in Margaret Thatcher, in that, but the end result was wonderfully creative, and Britain's role in the world, as David Young rightly says, shot up. I mean, after the Falklands, we were suddenly again a nation that counted, not least in Washington.
A final word.
Never let your self-belief turn into a sense of infallibility. Beware of answering your own questions.
Have you all had a good conference? Had a very good conference, yes.
I remember taking a very senior police officer to see her who was introducing a reform entirely within his jurisdiction with which she disagreed. And at the end he explained it all, and she said, well, you can do as you like, but I shall never agree. And he said, well, in that case, Prime Minister, I can't proceed. And then she said, oh, but you're not cross with me, are you? And then she opened her eyes and looked at, I've always thought so highly of you. You're not going away in a bad mood, are you? And the silly ass, he completely crumpled. I mean, he'd had the old one too. He'd had the Prime Minister being authoritative and knocking him down, although he had a perfect right to proceed against her disapproval, and then using feminine characteristics to win him round so he didn't even go away cross.
Mrs. Thatcher was utterly opposed to closer European integration, but she faced huge pressure from other leaders and from her most senior ministers to join the exchange rate mechanism, which locked sterling into a fixed relationship to the continental currencies.
I was present at one of those meetings at Wobble Thursday, one of the early meetings, when her performance was such that one of the handful of people in that meeting, a very senior cabinet minister, left that meeting and said to me, there is a woman who will never fight another election again.
The whole of her premiership, once it got going, 18 months to 2 years in, was all about leading from the front. And I think that subsequently, certainly, Tony Blair was the first to acknowledge that the old idea that you could, as it were, have a sort of cosy consensus and that every decision could be taken to Cabinet and mulled over and argued with Cabinet, and that the result of the Cabinet compromise is the way to go forward, that's changed ever since.
You present her as a brilliant-looking woman.
Well, she was our Prime Minister, and I know, travelling in the fashion world around the countries and in France, they were quite derogatory of how she had looked, thinking she was quite probably not dressing as they would like to see her. So for her to appear like that and suddenly everyone taking notice made a huge, huge difference.
Did it
And
make a
my
difference?
goodness, the French ate the words after that.
I don't think she had a sense of humour in the sense that she could find herself funny. The only time I saw her on television having not a sense of humour, but a slight sense of the ridiculous was when what happened was there was a journalist doing a piece about her on television, and he was doing a piece to camera about the fact that Mrs. Thatcher was surrounded by journalists, and she just stood in the back of shot, rather like those sort of silly kids who hang around journalists, doing a little wave, slightly ruining his thing to camera.
That was when we went to Moscow just before the 1987 election, and it was all very nice. RAF had laid out a fabulous meal, and we were told she wasn't going to come down to see us for a bit, so they put all the crockery and glasses and everything else on this aircraft, and we were enjoying our meal, and suddenly she appeared by my side. So I stood up, and all this crockery and all this food went straight onto the floor, and she, of course, this is where she's got to go, she said, "You stay there, I'll pick it up, that's all right." And I thought, oh, there's the Prime Minister on the floor picking up all this crockery and all this food and everything else. She was so skillful at making it clear that we were just simple, rather silly men.
I mean, the way Mrs. Thatcher worked, she didn't write memorandums of her own. She would receive them, all sorts of documents, huge numbers of documents she went through all the time on every subject. And she would write all over them what she thought, and then her private secretaries would translate them into a slightly more printable form, but she would write feeble nonsense or rubbish or typical Foreign Office or something like that. And so you would get, this is part of the fun of studying it, you can see her personality working on all this material, no matter how dry it is, she's sort of getting at the point of it all the time. And she would be pretty combative in the way she, if you like, marked their homework.
A very warmest sympathy to her family, and to say what a great loss it is to me personally and to all her friends and admirers wherever. And just one other thing, it's a curious thing that out of all the speakers today, apart from the Baroness Royal, they've all been men, and none have commented on her beauty. Oh yes, I beg your pardon. But none have commented on her beauty, and she was a beautiful woman, and it took a Frenchman, a French president, to appreciate it, even though it had a twist, but that's typically French.
Churchill there. I mean, the extraordinary thing was Churchill's tributes in the House of Commons lasted for 45 minutes, and Mrs. Thatcher's went on for 6 or possibly 7 hours. It is astonishing, the comparison, and yet she has had even more adulation, if that's...
Sounds extraordinary in this day and age, but for the most part we just sat in our rooms and talked. We would have what I would describe as a sort of a modest amount of amorosity, for lack of a better word. I think she was slightly self-conscious about her size, and because she wasn't a small person, I mean she was a well-built, buxom person, I think she regarded herself rightly as not having a fantastic body as such. But nevertheless she could outthink every airhead there ever was around, really, without even raising her temperature in her brain at all, I should say. She invited me to spend a weekend with her family up in Grantham. I remember it was a little corner shop that she had there, and I remember a lot of steep staircases, and was given a lovely room and all the rest of it, and looked after quite well royally by her mother and her father. I mean, I enjoyed doing that, but I didn't allow it to weigh too heavily on my mind, if you understand me.
When William Hague himself was replaced as leader in 2001, she again intervened in the leadership contest, backing the Eurosceptic Ian Duncan Smith.
She suffered a number of terrible losses one way and the other, but the deepest loss she suffered was the loss of Denis, undoubtedly. He was the great comfort to her, and even sometimes a slight check on her. Come on, girl, time for home. To her supporters.
He must carry on for the things he fought for and not let the people who got him triumph. Thank you.
She was deeply, deeply distressed. Of all the things which have happened to her, Aries' death was, in my judgment, the most tragic event that she had to face in her entire career in politics.
Some devils got him, and they must never, never, never be allowed to triumph. They must never prevail. Those of us who believed in the things that Aries fought for must see that our views are the ones which continue to live on in this country.
The thing that is extraordinary subsequent to that is how she managed to pick herself up and run a whole election campaign, a great deal of which had been sort of worked out by Aries Neve himself, because he was going to be the election
Absolutely.
campaign.
There was an element of what Aries would have wanted. And his wartime experience, I'm sure my mother drew strength from, in that he would have said, if he could have said, now come on, yeah, get on with it. And she did.
Senior members of the Reagan administration often welcomed Mrs. Thatcher's influence over the president. They shared her mistrust of his dream of a nuclear-free world.
Her influence was very constructive, and so I was always glad to see her coming in. And as a matter of fact, sometimes when I was trying to persuade the president of something that I knew she agreed with and that he was reluctant about, I was shameless in saying, now, Mr. President, here's what Margaret Thatcher says on that subject, and you know that she has looked into it, and so you ought to hear me out on this.
Kenneth Clarke would be less easy. He was not a natural political ally of the Prime Minister and had a reputation for speaking his mind.
I was essentially one of Margaret's generals, trying to get her to leave the field of battle where she'd been defeated and not go charging back to certain defeat.
Ken Clarke came in and sat down and said the whole process was farcical, that he personally could support me for another 5 or 10 years. But most of the cabinet thought I would lose, and therefore I should stand down.
She said, come on, we can win if we run a proper campaign. And I said, come on, you can't win, you've lost.
Clarke proceeded to spell out the futility of her cause.
With the charge of the Light Brigade, completely hopeless to throw ourselves on the spears in this way, that she lost, and she would lose heavily if she fought again. It was the obvious mood of the House, and in my opinion she had to accept that she was not going to go on.
The conference will go on as usual.
We were taken to a hostel, a police hostel, and she and I shared a room, 2 single beds in a hostel. And there was no chance of sleep, it was already about 3:30. And she said to me, I think before we try to get an hour's sleep, Crawford, we'd better kneel and pray, which we did. I don't know what she said, and she doesn't know what I said, but she said.
But what an extraordinary picture you paint of you and the Prime Minister
kneeling
in an utterly simple police hostel, sharing a room.
With an avocado bathroom.
There's a phrase she used later beyond the scope of this volume. I remember that she once said, every Prime Minister needs a Willie, referring to Willie Whitelaw, which was sort of seen and still remembered as a great sort of double entendre. I mean, was it intended that way? No, certainly wasn't. Poor Mrs. Thatcher, she was very innocent about sort of anything with a sexual connotation and all those sort of dirty jokes that men love. She absolutely couldn't understand, terrified of them. I came across one interview where somebody says to her, what's your bottom line on this? And she's clearly not familiar with the phrase, and she thinks it might be something about her bottom. So poor lady gets in a terrible panic, and sort of, because she didn't, that, I think is again, it comes back to this point that she's the only woman. So all that sort of men are just used the whole time, particularly that era, to the sort of jokes that they tell with one another, many of which are sort of rude jokes. Completely not her world. And she just didn't understand anything about that.
And sometimes she could be very unpredictable in meetings. I remember one occasion when she had been on a plane coming back from the United States, and she sat on that plane next to the head of MGM Movies, More Gutsy Movies, a man called Lew Wasserman, who was the chief executive, and somehow he persuaded her on that journey that her crowning glory as Prime Minister was going to be the state financing of film studios in Rainham Marshes in Essex. I was Chief Secretary in the Treasury. This was revealed to me, and I expressed some bewilderment and astonishment at this proposal. And I said to her, but I thought we believed in controlling expenditure. Glare. I said, I thought we believed in low taxes. I thought we didn't believe in subsidies to inefficient industries. I got more and more desperate. I said, Prime Minister, there's no unemployment in Essex. Prime Minister will have to build the roads in order to get to Rainham Marshes. Glowering at me very fiercely. And then in desperation I said, you do know, Prime Minister, that we'll have all the environmentalists against us because there's a very rare bird, I knew about these things, called the Brent goose that breeds there. And she looked at me and she said, you are utterly hopeless. All you ever say is no, no, no. You do not have a constructive idea in your head. And if you had been in my government since 1979, I would have achieved nothing. And I did say to her, well, Prime Minister, you're always right about everything, but there's one thing you're wrong about. I've been in your government. Anyway, I went back to the department and I said, well, the Prime Minister's made a very strange decision. We must get on with it. A few hours later, a call came through saying she did not wish to pursue the matter. I saw her the next day, beaming. She congratulated me on something nothing to do with it, no reference to the matter whatsoever.
The strike became a battle between two implacable opponents, each resolved on the other's total defeat. Margaret Thatcher had introduced new civil laws to deal with secondary picketing, but she didn't want to use them and thereby give other unions an excuse to unite with the miners against the government's reforms. So with her characteristic pragmatism, she ordered the police to deal with Scargill's flying pickets. On the 29th of May, thousands of police and pickets fought the Battle of Orgreave at a coking depot in Yorkshire. The violence on both sides shocked the nation.
At Oxford, for the first time, Margaret came up against social prejudice and snobbery. In an effort to fit in, she discreetly dropped the Grantham accent.
I don't think you could have been an undergraduate in the 40s and early 50s in Oxford from Margaret Thatcher's background without thinking it was a world of privilege, and of course it was.
And of course, she charged in and rolled up her sleeves and got on with the job. At the same time, she was creating a brilliant image for herself, which became iconic around the world. The conviction politician going full steam ahead to save the country. No wonder we were smitten.
I think she stands as the greatest peacetime Prime Minister of the 20th century. It's hard, of course, to compare Prime Ministers in completely different circumstances. And so we have to rank Churchill and Lloyd George as great war leaders, as quite exceptional Prime Ministers, even standing alongside all the 3 centuries of Prime Ministers. But I think we can say of Margaret Thatcher that she was the greatest peacetime Prime Minister, and had it not been peacetime, she wouldn't have been found wanting then either.
I think working with the Thatcher government ran itself by traffic lights. And with Mrs. Thatcher, there were some very, very clear green lights, which is full steam ahead. There were a lot of red lights, don't even try. And there were just a few amber lights, which is I'm prepared to think about it and discuss it once. And I think with the major government, the poor civil servants saw these red and green flashing lights and got very confused.
Margaret would never have been picked by the magic circle. There were people who should be ruling, and there were people who should be being ruled. And Margaret, I'm afraid, was in the second category, not the first.
She was always parodied as Finchley woman. She was thought to be an absolutely classic middle-class suburban housewife, and she had a slightly clipped accent, which sounds as though she'd taken elocution lessons in her youth, and she dressed in a way which people did criticise, the twin set and pearls and her hairstyle and everything else. Women in politics always have the misfortune that their appearance is commented on, when scruffy men like me can get away with wearing a suit and a tie, and then you're okay, really. But because Margaret wasn't performing politically very well, everything got concentrated.
Throughout, the government maintained in public that the strike was a matter for the miners and the coal board to resolve. But behind the scenes, the erratic behaviour of the coal board chairman forced the Prime Minister to intervene. To Margaret Thatcher, it seemed that Ian McGregor was intent on losing the strike. The Prime Minister depended on the ability of working miners to continue to go down the pit. Without them, she was finished. But in October 1984, McGregor nearly caused the Union of Pit Deputies, NACODs, to strike. He ordered the deputies, responsible for safety, to work in pits closed by the dispute. They refused. A NACOD strike would have meant the closure of all working mines, and thus utter defeat for the government.
We got so far, we were in danger of losing everything because of a silly mistake, and we had to make it quite clear that if that was not cured immediately, then the actual management of the National Coal Board could indeed have brought down the government. And the future of the government then at that moment was in their hands, and they had to remedy their terrible mistake.
Ian McGregor was summoned to Downing Street by the Prime Minister. She told him with typical bluntness that her future depended on his backing down.
With Mrs. Thatcher, when she has made her mind out about something, you listen.
By the mid-1930s, Margaret's interests had turned to politics. In 1927, Alfred Roberts had been elected to Grantham Town Council. He advanced to become chairman of the Finance Committee. The local newspaper once described him as Grantham's Chancellor of the Exchequer. Like many councillors in those days, he stood as an independent, though his views were decidedly conservative. He was, for example, an early privatiser, backing private companies to take on much of the work done by councils. And the way in which he went about politics was already rubbing off on his daughter.
And I should also like to say how grateful I will always be for the fact that she gave me the opportunity to serve in high office the country which she and I believe all of us here, love. And I'm grateful to her too for that other side of her character, of the support which she gave to my wife and to myself after we were injured. No doubt somebody in this house will correct me, but I cannot think of a precedent for a Secretary of State remaining in office as Secretary of State, although absent from the Cabinet for over 3 months. She allowed me to run my office from my hospital bed. Admittedly, I had the support of 2 splendid civil servants particularly who ran my private office, both of whom have appeared again in other roles.
Hood of the Labour Party. Tony Blair, his 2010 autobiography, quote, "Britain needed the industrial and economic reforms of the Thatcher period," close quotes. Peter Mandelson, 2002, quote, "We are all Thatcherites now." I would suggest to you that none of...
Margaret Thatcher was captivated by the story of the wee Scots wifey, the widow living at home in a big house, who was going to be hit by the revaluation and was going to be paying disproportionately more. And Margaret Thatcher thought of this sort of, Sunday Post reading lady in Crieff and thought how unfair it should be that she should have worked hard all her life and now be hit by this particular tax. The poll tax seems to be fairer to me, and it's certainly something that the Scottish Party are asking me to do in order to resolve this problem. Fair enough. This is a Scottish solution to a Scottish problem. A sign, actually, that I'm taking seriously the need to be sensitive. And so for reasons that are, if you're prepared, to be fair to her, entirely understandable, she and the Scottish Conservative Party made a catastrophic political mistake.
In 1997, to neither his surprise nor hers, he lost the election to Tony Blair. Lady Thatcher was initially all geared up to support John Redwood as a true free-market Thatcherite, as Major's replacement as party leader. But then she heard that Redwood was making a compact with the Europhile incarnate Ken Clarke. Cecil Parkinson recalls her reaction.
She couldn't believe that John Redwood would do that. I spoke to her that morning. She said, no, John would never go into partnership with Ken. At 11 o'clock that morning it was announced that he hadn't. At 12 o'clock she was on the steps of the House of Commons with William Hague saying, he's my man.
The team of Lord Carrington and his deputy Sir Ian Gilmore reported back, tired but triumphant, to the PM at Chequers.
We thought we'd done rather well. As a matter of fact, we had done rather well. And we were met at the front door by the Prime Minister, who quite clearly took the opposite view to that. She thought we'd done very badly. And so we were berated for a long time about what we'd agreed to.
There she was on the doorstep. She was incandescent. I mean, had we been bailiffs coming to take away the furniture from Chequers, I think we would have been more cordially received. She was like a sort of firework, and one could almost sort of hear her sizzling.
She did regard, and rightly, domestic rating as being unfair to, quote, our people, unquote. Some of the lower middle class homeowners who voted Conservative. So she was determined to do what she could in order to alleviate the burden on them.
I hope the noble Lord Butler will not mind that I finally remember that when she had surrendered her office to Her Majesty, the Queen, he gave a small impromptu party to enable some of us who'd worked for her to say farewell. And I remember two things about that occasion. One was that she was going round, I'm not even sure she was entirely knew what she was saying to everyone, but she was saying very intense things. And I remember her coming up and saying to me, what I always feel about problems in government is that the important thing is to work out what is the right thing to do. You may not be able to achieve it, or you may not be able to achieve it immediately, but that has to be your starting point, that has to be your goal. And that for me is what marks her out as an outstanding and extraordinary leader, perhaps above all. And the other thing I remember is Lord Butler himself saying in his speech to her, Prime Minister, when we are old and retired, the interesting thing, the only really interesting thing about us will be that we worked for you. And I think that was a lovely compliment, and I think what we're all doing today is proving that that remark, that compliment was right. And I certainly feel hugely privileged for having worked for her. It's 3 years I would not have missed for all the world. Thank you.
The following autumn, Conservative Party grandees gathered to celebrate Margaret Thatcher's 70th birthday at Claridge's. The leadership election had done nothing to heal old wounds. If anything, it had added poison to the Civil War. The row over Europe festered, and the billionaire James Goldsmith now threatened to set up the anti-European referendum party. But above all, behind the public smiles, John Major was inwardly seething at Lady Thatcher. Throughout his time as Prime Minister, he had been unable to resolve the central problem: how to deal with this woman, her constant attacks on his leadership, and the glorification of her legacy by her allies. She, more than any other individual, provoked his bitter resentment.
I found Margaret's behaviour very puzzling. I had no majority, no material majority at all, and yet she seemed to be persuading, actively persuading, new and relatively impressionable members of Parliament to vote against the government on policy issues. And many of her speeches abroad trickled back here with what could only have been construed as criticism of the government's policy and of my policy. She added an extra piece to her book, which did exactly the same thing. So far as one could tell from all the rumours one heard and all the information that came to my ears, she was, if not actively encouraging, certainly looking in a very sunny fashion upon James Goldsmith, who was planning to run candidates against the Conservative Party at the next election.
The dilemma the Prime Minister always faced as leader was whether to confront his enemies head-on, and in doing so, risk splitting the party, or to maintain a diplomatic silence. When friends urged him to face up to Mrs. Thatcher, he refused.
Now, I considered on several occasions responding very robustly to what she did. But firstly, I thought that would have just added to the problems in the party at the time and not diminished them. I didn't want to enter into that sort of discourtesy either to someone who had led the Conservative Party for so long. So it was quite difficult to know how to deal with it. And I decided, by and large, one was tempted to brush it to one side. But I was very sorry about it. I was very sad about it. And yes, in retrospect, I suppose I can now say, I think her behaviour was intolerable. And I hope none of my successors are ever treated that way by their predecessors, or indeed by anyone else.
Unusual politician in that she had real principles and a real sense of the big picture, but she was also a master or mistress of the detail.
She was a mistress of the detail, and I think on the whole that worked to good effect, though there were times when she simply knew too much. One of her faults was not so much mastering the detail, which is good in itself, but she wouldn't allow colleagues enough room to get on with things sometimes, and you know, in cabinet government you do need to do that, and it's not surprising that some of them got irritated, because she could be very irritating. I mean, for example, why was it necessary for her to debate all those different measures of the money supply? It's an important question, but it's a technical question. And, you know, if I was her Chancellor of the Exchequer, Finance Minister, it would have driven me bonkers to have the Prime Minister lecturing me on the different measurements. But it's a sort of fault and a virtue at the same time, because it's to do with being so concerned to get it right.
Her understanding of the Bible was quite straightforward. She had to view certain parables in the New Testament, from the Good Samaritan or the woman who anoints Christ's feet, were only possible because they had common sense and money and used both wisely. To the Fabians, who insist that Jesus was a socialist, she would ask, how am I meant to give one of my coats to the poor if God hadn't given me the money and the nous to earn the money to own two coats in the first place?
As many have remarked, she expected her colleagues and those who worked with her to work very hard, and she set us all an example in that respect. She was a glutton for work and took an infinity of trouble to master the detail of every subject she was called upon to consider, often to the discomfiture of those with whom she was going to discuss it. That was all made easier for her, and more challenging for the rest of us, by her capacity to manage on 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night, not just for a night or two, but seemingly indefinitely. For her, the working day was 2 or 3 hours longer than it was for any of the rest of us, weaker vessels. And there was no catnapping during the day. There were times when it seemed like a very unfair advantage. She kept up the pace throughout my time, though I believe that there were some slight signs of weakening towards the end of her time in office.
I suspect actually that she was in love with Tony Bray, but this was so early on in her life that this is really the first experience of love and just the excitement of being in love. And so it would have seemed dramatic to her, but in some sense it wasn't serious, or it was the practice for later. With Willie Cullen, I think there was real affection, enjoyment, and some attraction, but not deep love. I think with Robert Henderson there was a strong feeling of admiration which goes so far that it comes into romantic love. And I think she was sort of touched by him. And Denis, in that sense, didn't mean that she wasn't serious about marrying Denis. It wasn't a cynical decision, but it was on the rebound.
I
think the feeling amongst everybody there was a certain amount of surprise that she'd done as well as she had done. My father was relieved that my mother had made a very good showing, a strong showing in fact, and would become a significant player of the party.
The Prime Minister was determined not to be defeated by the terrorists. The conference had to continue.
We had all these people, you see, who'd come out of the Grand Hotel, and they were wearing bath towels and dressing gowns, and they clearly were not fit to go and spend a day in a conference. Margaret Thatcher said, business as usual, get the thing organised. So we had to get them clothes.
Alistair McAlpine had the brilliant idea to get onto Marks and Spencer and say, please open up your shop, 8 o'clock in the morning. We want to come and get some clothes so we can start the conference. So all of them decked out very smartly in Marks and Spencer's clothes. We walked onto the platform and we started at 9:30, precisely.
In the courtyard below, the BBC reporter John Sargent was preparing to broadcast live on the evening news.
The results have been announced, and I thought, goodness me, she's in trouble. And I put this to someone who was in her entourage and said, what's going to happen? So, she won't come out for a bit now. No, she won't come out for half an hour.
But upstairs, Mrs. Thatcher put into action a plan she'd agreed with key colleagues before leaving London.
She stood up, straightened her suit, and as I recall it said, well, I know what I now have to do.
She's got to come onto these steps in about half an hour's time and explain her position, and that position will not be clear.
We came out of the lift at the top of some extremely slippery marble stairs, and I had visions of her tumbling and slipping down this staircase. However, she negotiated it very carefully on her high heels.
Well, her Parliamentary Private Secretary, Peter Morrison, was there too.
She marched straight through the door, down the steps, almost trod on John Sargent.
The Prime Minister is behind you, John. And of course I was being warned by the people in London shouting, she's behind you. Mr. Prime Minister. But I didn't hear anything because my earpiece wasn't working. Mrs. Thatcher, could I ask you to comment?
Good evening. Good evening.
Where's the microphone? It's here. This is the microphone.
I'm naturally very pleased that I got more than half the parliamentary party and disappointed that it's not quite enough to win on the first ballot. So I confirm it is my intention to let my name go forward for the second ballot.
The whole thing was a shambles, and they were a shambles.
By Lord May above all and others, that her science training was crucial to her. I think it was. She's the first woman and only woman to be Prime Minister, the first scientist and only scientist to be Prime Minister. I hope it will be more of both. But she played an extremely important part, as Lord May said, in a number of crucial scientific issues, of which perhaps the most famous was the work to take action to first of all stop the production of CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, which were damaging the ozone layer. It didn't harm, of course, that some of the crucial science that had been done, which led to the proof of the damage to the ozone layer, had been done by British scientists, by the British Antarctic Survey. So it was respectable science. But she acted, and it wasn't always so successful. I was trying to persuade her as a minister in the Department of the Environment to put flue gas desulfurization on the power stations to stop acid rain. She didn't want to do that, partly because she didn't want to put the price of coal up even more and damage the coal industry. This may sound paradoxical to some, even more. I had a plot with Horst Teltschik, who ran Chancellor Kohl's Chancery office. I said to Horst, will you get your man to, in a bilateral summit we were having in Bonn, to really put some pressure on this, because I think she might move. She obviously saw me coming a long way in advance. We arrived in Bonn in helicopters and all the rest of it. We got out. There was a local inversion, a local hot day, and there was a local smog, therefore. Now, Helmut, she said to the cowering Chancellor, he was always a little nervous of her, as others. Now, Helmut, she said, I'll tell you what you've got here. You've got an inversion and you've got a smog. Now, if you had proper clean air laws, like we do in England, that would put paid to all that. And I'll explain the chemistry to you, if you like. He didn't want to know the chemistry, and no more was heard over that weekend of my plot.
I don't think she made American policy, but I think she brought forward the moment when Bush said this aggression of Iraq against Kuwait must not stand. She was on the telephone to me often from Aspen. She was frightfully cross. She was stuck there when she should be back in England. But actually, there at that time, I think she did a very good job.
Let's talk about your final portrait. It shows her in a decidedly different setting. Why did you choose that?
Well, the portrait came about almost by accident. I'd met Lady Thatcher many, many times over the past decade, and I'd often be invited just as a guest for tea. So we had established this friendship. But at the same time, Lady Thatcher always expected me to have my paintbrushes and my paint box with me. And we chose together a little private corner of garden behind the Royal Hospital, Chelsea, where she could relax and read in the sun. What many people will not know is that she was resting, reading, not too far from where her husband Sir Denis had been buried. And of course, the most poignant part of all, this is the very garden where her ashes will be scattered.
Yeah. And was she aware of the film as such? I presume she never saw it. She never liked seeing things about herself anyway, but by then she wouldn't have been well enough to go, and she would never have wanted to go. I did say to her, obviously I didn't say what was in the film, but I said, I'm going to this film and Meryl Streep's acting you, and I knew she wouldn't like the idea of a film about her, and she said, oh dear, can't you tear it up? Which I thought was wonderful. So I thought I should have sort of, very sweet, I thought I should have gone into the projectionist box and tried to sort of wrestle the thing out of his hand. But she, though Mrs. Thatcher had this great egotism, she didn't actually like being depicted. She was always a little bit shy about herself in some sense. And that was true of fiction. She's in a lot of novels, films, television, and indeed, as her biographer, I sometimes came across that problem, that she didn't really want to be looked at too much.
Good point. I think you're absolutely right. But there is a certain sense, even amongst youngers, I see it in my own children, of thinking that she laid the foundations for some of the bonus mentality, the feeling that you were able to just pay yourselves even if you failed, even if your banks had gone bankrupt. I mean, I think actually she would have very much disapproved of that, because she was quite frugal, and she had an element in her character that was quite strong on moral hazard. If a bank went wrong, I think she'd feel they and their shareholders should pay the penalty, not the general public.
Fail in her book.
And she, of course, was brought down in the end, not by the electorate, but her colleagues. Not only is it quite remarkable that she won 3 elections running, someone else has done that since. What was remarkable is that she polled slightly more votes on the occasion of her 3rd victory, when she had been in office for 8 years, than on her 1st. That I regard as a triumph for her.
She was quite determined always not to be chained to the house, and she felt bad about it, and she knew, though she wouldn't quite put it this way, that there were consequences, that it was less happy for the children than it would otherwise have been. And she would, in old age, say that sometimes that she'd got that wrong.
Probably the most, or one of perhaps the most emotional interview or discussion that I've ever taken part in. I was very concerned that she would lose heavily on the second ballot and be humiliated. And I said, that's the one thing I don't want to happen to you. So my advice to you is based on that judgment. But if you decide to fight, if you decide to carry on, I will fight with you in the last ditch.
She knew in her mind what had to be done. She knew it was going to be tough, particularly at the beginning in 1979.
Thatcher said to me, well, what would you do with a strike like this in the United States? Well, I said, the first thing is the police would establish law and order. That's what they're required to do. But if they couldn't do that, the governor of the state would probably call out the National Guard, and you would see tanks and armored cars running up and down the street. Oh my goodness, she said, we can't do that. That'd be political suicide in this country.
Margaret Thatcher became increasingly concerned about Ian McGregor. Although he was brought in as a hardliner, she didn't share his desire for tanks on the streets.
So the whole thing was quite extraordinary and eccentric. There was no Thatcher group within the Tory party. She had no constituency within the party. She was utterly and completely on her own. She was just very, very useful to the anti-Heathites. But that's history.
And there were undoubted crises like the Falklands. It's the only time I ever remember Margaret Thatcher going round the whole of the cabinet table and asking each minister one by one whether they were in favour of the task force going. And virtually everyone agreed, only with one exception.
In July 1981, Mrs. Thatcher called a full cabinet meeting. Against opposition from most of her ministers, she insisted they pursue the new economic policies. If they didn't, the glorious Britain she had promised to create would be lost forever.
She knew that she did not have the full trust of the cabinet, but she fought it through nonetheless, and she invented a consensus of the nation, the junior ministers, the backbenchers, all of whom she thought shared her vision of what England had been and could be. All this was inspired by her childhood reading of Churchill. She was in a dream world.
She felt a sense of betrayal because she said that she was misled by the rest of Europe as to what was really going on and the scope of what would happen. And so in later years she was very, very happy to rewrite history and to say, in a way, we was robbed.
Margaret had an extraordinary ability to embrace very closely those around her. She could be very caring and very compassionate, not the side that we often remember publicly. I mean, in my case, it would often be preparing a meal late at night when she discovered that you hadn't eaten all afternoon because you had been working for her. Many other times she would find that some of her colleagues, those working for her around her, were in trouble, private trouble, and would go to great lengths to try to help and assist.
The shadow leader of the House, Baroness Royal, was kind enough to point out that I've from time to time helped Lady Thatcher when she's attended the House of Lords. It was becoming something of a burden, actually, because I found that trying to keep going with my job and being here to look after Margaret was quite difficult. So I thought I'd tackle this problem, and I said, you know, Margaret, you've been Prime Minister. You've done a great service to our country. You don't need to come here as often as you do. And she turned to me and she said, Michael, when we accepted appointment to this place, it was our duty to be here and attend. Now, how many times have you been here in the last 2 months?
And since she left office, I think her influence has been enormous. In some ways, it's been very difficult for her Conservative successors, all of whom have found themselves with a party that really wants her back and that will not accept any alternative, not until somebody young enough to be her grandson has come along in the form of David Cameron, and he's found it very hard going to try and reform the party in his thinking.
The brutal removal of Mrs. Thatcher as a sitting Prime Minister sent shockwaves through the party, and the repercussions are even now still apparent. Her supporters couldn't forgive those who'd voted against her, and unity was shattered for years to come.
But at Oxford she discovered something quite extraordinary about the privileged upper classes. They weren't very keen on capitalism. In her memoirs, she said she found that conservatives from an elevated social background found economic liberalism alien and uncongenial.
I think the English upper classes weren't keen on capitalism because capitalism replaces status, replaces rank and hierarchy. The fact that they are so-and-so's son no longer matters because merit is going to take other people past them.
The Conservative Party had in it a very strong stream of the landed interest. People who were wealthy, inherited wealth, who were not very keen on a competitive world in which others might seek to acquire some of their wealth or surpass them.
I don't remember when I was a kid politics being the conversation at breakfast, lunch, tea and dinner. I think in some ways my mother didn't bring the job home terribly much. I do remember how incredibly busy she was. If Mark and I were sitting watching television, we couldn't say she wasn't there. She was. She'd been sitting at the end of the sofa with an enormous pile of Hansards, replying to her constituency correspondence, or always working.
Mrs. Thatcher had hand-picked John Major to continue her political odyssey, and it had ended in this meltdown. Typically, it was Margaret Thatcher, not John Major, who called early the next day to commiserate with me on my defeat. She bellowed down the phone, "The fight back begins here!" But who on earth could lead it?
Health Service. She made it perfectly clear to me that if I thought that the reforms which had just been launched were not well based, it was up to me to stop them. As a matter of fact, I came to believe that they were the right thing to do and tried to follow them through. But it showed one of the points that has been made today. She is often described as an ideologue. She wasn't. She didn't fall into the mistake of thinking there were grand theories that explained everything. She stuck to common decent morality and then looked at the facts.
Mrs. Thatcher and the founders of the IEA were inspired by the writings of an Austrian former socialist, Friedrich Hayek. Hayek had turned against his old socialist beliefs because, he said, although socialism promised to liberate and enrich the workers, it had in fact done the exact opposite.
In Hayek, you actually have a former socialist who actually starts warning about socialism and sees freedom as the answer. Not conservatism, freedom. Free markets were helping the working classes, not oppressing them. That was the centrepiece of the new ideas that were actually going to then go on and guide the Thatcher administration.
I remember our last cabinet very well and very sadly. One member of the cabinet, when we were just closing our books, as it were, getting ready to go, and it was actually Margaret Thatcher, made a very short but emotional speech saying what a privilege and honour it had been to be a member of such a loyal and idealistic cabinet. And as far as I recall, those were the last words spoken in Ted Heath's cabinet.
This business of her husband, Sir Denis, was obviously very, very close to her. But let's just look at her as a woman politician. I mean, you are a woman politician. You know what it's like in the House of Commons and indeed in the House of Lords. What was it about her that was so striking?
Well, two things really. The first was that her domestic life was a very precious, separate thing. I mean, I remember that on at least 3 occasions when I met and talked to Margaret, she was ironing at the same time. She was very keen on ironing. It was somehow something about the tidiness and sort of correctness of her life. And I think Denis Thatcher was crucial to that. But in a funny way, I also think he wasn't particularly interested in her politics and her policies. He was particularly interested in her. He loved to watch her act in the political world.
Yeah, when she told him she was standing for leader, he said, of what?
He said of what? I think I started that story.
Yes.
And it's a true story.
True story, is it?
True story.
I think he
Mr. Speaker, I want to close by saying that we had our disagreements, yes, with Margaret Thatcher, but she was fundamentally, instinctively and truly a great patriot, a great unionist, a great Briton. And that is why we are right to pay tribute to her today, recognising her faults, recognising the divisions that are there. Of course, there are divisions. But there were divisions long before Margaret Thatcher, and there will be divisions long after in other eras as well. It is not unique. I hear today Gerry Adams and others talk about the legacy of Margaret Thatcher as if she and the British government, the British state, created the violence in Northern Ireland. The fact is, of course, that the hunger strikers were in jail and were convicted of terrorist acts long before she came to office.
Well, Peter, it probably came after we both left office. We used to see, Neil and I would see Margaret and Denis and Nancy Reagan sometimes down in Southampton at Carol Petrie's home for long weekends. And I remember a weekend together when after dinner and with a little wine flowing and what have you, someone sat down, I think it was Peter Duchin, sat down in Carol's living room and started to play The White Cliffs of Dover. And Margaret Thatcher got up, and she has that a contralto voice, and she started to sing that greatest of all wartime songs that the Brits and the Allies sang to defend against the Nazis, The White Cliffs of Dover. And as I watched her, I knew that I was seeing a unique little moment in history, and I was seeing a great woman in action, because that too was part of her personality. Not only the tough Margaret Thatcher, but the warm-hearted Margaret Thatcher who loved her country and her people in a very special way.
Does Mrs. Thatcher enjoy a laugh? Yes, she does indeed. Yes, but of course it's even more difficult for a woman in politics to get the laughs, to have a joke, because so many jokes in fact have some sort of connotation which is just slightly off colour. Now you and I get away with it just. He gets away with it all the time. But for a woman it's very much more difficult. Much more difficult. I remember one occasion, I'd probably be put in jail for this because I think it's a cabinet secret that I'm when we were having a discussion, and it wasn't a cabinet, so it's all right, I hope. And somebody said, well, that's all very well. There was the Prime Minister himself said, that's all very well. We're talking about it from our point of view, but what do normal people think about this? And she turned around to George Younger and said, George, you're not normal. Everybody laughed, and there was that pause before she said, oh, man.
But the second adjective which was used of her this morning by the BBC in its headline news probably tells us more about the BBC than it does about her, is the word divisive, a divisive leader. A strange epithet, because of course for any division there have to be two sides, and no mention is made of those who were opposing the changes which proved so necessary. But it's stranger still in that her greatest success, by her own admission, was converting her opponents to her way of seeing things. Not a single one of the major measures she introduced was subsequently repealed or reversed by those who followed with her. Indeed, she has the extraordinary achievement of uniting all parties in this House behind a new paradigm. Before she came along, the assumption was problems could best be solved by top-down direction and control of the state. She introduced the idea that actually quality and efficiency are most likely to follow if people are free to choose between alternatives. And that is now, I'm happy to say, a model that's been adopted by the other parties, and after a faltering start was implemented by Tony Blair even in the public services where she had feared to stay. So far from being harsh in herself or divisive, she was someone who actually leaves a legacy which unites us all.
I was helping out at the Cambridge by-election in 1976, so she was quite newly the leader of the opposition. We were waiting for her to arrive to visit the by-election in a very foggy car park just outside Cambridge. and there was this roar of engines as 3 cars swept into the car park and all the doors opened simultaneously, and she jumped out of the car at 7 in the morning and said, "Take me to the battle!" and then when we did take her to the battle, I mean, she ran up and down every street in Cambridge that we took her to.
I was working for the Conservative Research Department in the winter of discontent. Part of my job was sort of collecting stories about all the horrors taking place around the country, and there was a feeling that the whole country was falling apart and that she was going to come riding to the rescue.
Well, she'd never been lacking in egocentricity, and that may be attributed as well as criticism. But when she became engaged in hand-to-hand combat, as it were, around the European Council table, I think her manner then became more strident than her colleagues liked, and actually became counterproductive and led to our losing tricks that we might otherwise have won.
And imagine my astonishment when I became #1 in the first Prime Minister's question, and I was going to ask the first Prime Minister's question. Unfortunately, my predecessor, Curly Mallory, died that week. And I had to withdraw from that first question. And it took me a long time to get another question to the Prime Minister. Indeed, the next time I got a high question, Willie Whitelaw was doing a question, standing in for her. And so in 15th of April 1980, I did say, will the Prime Minister take time today to reflect on the mounting evidence emerging this week, not only from her Chancellor Exchequer, that her economic strategy is destroying Britain's industrial base? Will she further consider reversal of those policies which have led to a soaring inflation rate of 20%, rising unemployment, crippling interest rates, that will soon turn this country into a banana republic, both economically and diplomatically? Mr. Speaker, I only mention this because for a number of years I was a backbencher, and for a long time a shadow minister, drilled to hate everything Mrs. Thatcher stood for. And you know, over those years I came to respect Margaret Thatcher because she commanded that dispatch box, and she was a fantastic parliamentarian. But
she once said to me, and I think it was very interesting, I was beating off a tremendous Tory attack just after I'd become that deadly post, Secretary of Prices and Consumer Protection. And afterwards I went into the lady member's room, which is behind the Speaker's chair, and she was ironing. She often ironed. She was ironing a shirt, which is why she always looked wonderful, and I didn't. And she said to me, you did all right, she said to me. And I said, well, I'm very grateful for that. Why do you say that? And she said, and I never forget the words, she said, because we have to show them that we aren't going to be dumbed down by them. Well, who was the them? It certainly wasn't the Conservative Party.
She had been told, and her own instincts had told her, that she'd better make a virtue of being a woman, as most people saw it as a drawback.
Every woman knows you can't make a souffle rise twice.
Her instincts told her that good housekeeping is something that a woman understands. Taking care of the details, making ends meet, and budgeting, all those things.
She was pro-European when she was in office until quite late on. It was only when she began to fall out with Helmut Kohl and began to get sort of towards the end of her period of office that she began to get on very bad terms with some of the other Europeans, because I'm beginning to worried about how far they wanted to go.
On another occasion, one assistant had put in a handwritten note to Mrs. Thatcher saying, please can you re-sign this minute? Unfortunately, she had left off the hyphen, leaving a note that actually read, please can you resign this minute? To which the Prime Minister politely replied, thank you dear, but I'd rather not.
I don't think Dad interfered or influenced her when she was Prime Minister. He was just always there for her. Whether it had been an awful cabinet meeting and she came upstairs at 11 o'clock still with a pile of red boxes to do, she knew that Denis would be there. He'd never repeat anything she said. And it was the most fantastic backup anyone in that job could ever ask for.
Ну и я должен сказать, что это, может быть, один был из самых развернутых и продолжительных наших диалогов с ней. это касалось тому, что мы вернулись, Маргарет Тэтчер предъявила претензии к коммунизму, который настроен на экспансию, на навязывание своей модели всему миру, и было вспомнено все, но я в свою очередь считал нужным напомнить, что не такие ангелы.
I first worked for her directly during the two general election campaigns of 1983 and 1987 when I accompanied her on her tour of the country. It was my first experience of her punishing workload, her extraordinary attention to detail, and her occasionally somewhat unreasonable demands. But I also saw at first hand her instinctive feel for what the aspirations and the beliefs of the people in Britain were, and it was her identity with those people that allowed her to articulate so clearly what they wanted, and actually it was that then delivered in those two general elections successively majorities for the Conservative Party of 144 and 102. Some of us might think those were the days. In 1988, she asked me to become her political secretary in Downing Street. I saw then, at first hand, her huge respect for Parliament itself. She occupied the position of Prime Minister, but she never forgot that she was also the Member of Parliament for Finchley, and she believed that it was her duty to come here not just to speak, but to vote as well in the division lobbies on their behalf. I used to help her with preparation for Prime Minister's questions. In those days it lasted just 15 minutes and took place twice a week. She used to spend something like 6 or 7 hours preparing for that 15-minute session. We used to go through the briefs from every government department across Whitehall where they set out the exposition of the government's policy and the line to take. Sometimes she didn't think it was very good. I would be sent to ring up the private secretary of the minister in the department to tell him that the Prime Minister didn't like this particular line to take. Occasionally she strode across the study and took the phone from my hands and told the private secretary herself that not only did she not like the line to take, occasionally she didn't even like the policy either. She had a remarkable ability every now and again to somehow distance herself from the policies of the government, which she also was the leader of.
I came into the room and she broke down in tears, and I said, "Good luck, we're all with you." And she said, "No, I'm afraid it's all drifting away." And so I tried to reassure her and sort of squeezed her arm and said, "Well, don't worry, we're behind you. I'm just trying to be helpful."
After the London summit of 1986, another of those vaguely fractious, inconclusive affairs which European leaders seem to love, Margaret Thatcher, as the host, was due to hold a press conference. By custom, she and her trusty press secretary were joined on the stage by Jacques Delors, the Commission President. He might as well have gone out to dinner. Whatever the question was, the British Prime Minister had the answer.
Policy on that has not changed.
She answered every question and never let Delors say a word which was not really nice to him. She quite simply forgot that Monsieur Delors was there.
I missed the beginning of your...
And then when she did finally remember, Delors, I think, was sufficiently miffed by having been hitherto ignored and excluded not to wish to play much part in the proceedings.
Monsieur Delors, I'm sure you'd like to say something about that. If not, would you say it anyway?
No. I am obliged to such a discretion.
And we looked up, waking up, he always probably hadn't been listening to the English. So it's quite hard to listen in a different language. And he didn't say anything quite.
You mean you can refuse to talk to them? Well, would you very kindly confirm that what I said was absolutely, strictly accurate and that you are looking forward to this and rising to the challenge it represents, and you will hope to solve it during your coming 2 years as presidency of the Commission?
Yes. I hope. She misinterpreted his silence and said...
I had no idea you were such a strong, silent man.
He understood that, and he thought that was addressed at his expense. So that both sides had caused each other offence quite inadvertently. Deloy is the kind of guy who's not pleased with this kind of joke, and he didn't speak.
And the other side of Mrs. Thatcher, which I hope doesn't get overlooked, was her interest in science. She had done a PhD, and I remember Number 10 organising groups of PhD or postdoctoral researchers to come and meet her, and she would grill them for an afternoon, and they would emerge looking exhausted, and she would look hugely refreshed by the experience of having cross-examined them on their science. And I think it was in the autumn of 1988, she had read over the summer about climate change, and she had decided this was a really big problem which people had underestimated. And I'm not sure the world remembers, but she made a speech to the Royal Society, way ahead of international opinion or opinion in this country. And she very clearly set out what the problem was in scientific terms, and she drew attention to the threats it had for future generations and the moral imperative she thought that governments had to act on it. And it was a very important landmark in people realizing this was a problem. It's an illustration of the limitations of the power of even a great Prime Minister like Mrs. Thatcher, that very little happened immediately because of it. But it is interesting that her scientific background led her into that insight.
I was once sitting next to her at some city function, and in the midst of describing how Hayek's road to serfdom had influenced her thinking, she suddenly grasped my wrist and said very emphatically, "Don't touch the duck pate, Bishop. It's very fattening."
Later, it got much harder, and we would go and see her with information about the economy and difficulties, issues to do with the recession that came after she left, and she was not interested. She only wanted to hear good news from there onwards.
I am conscious of the fact, having spent a lot of my time in the Foreign Office, that diplomats in the Foreign Office were not her favourite department. I went to see her when I was Defence Secretary some years later, after she had retired. And she said to me, "You know, Ministry of Defence, your problem is you've got no allies." The Foreign Office, she said, "they're not wet, they're drenched."
Sometimes she'd line us up for dinner, and sometimes she'd take us for prep. She'd sit at the teacher's desk and do her work, and we'd all sit there and do our homework. And we never, in fact, played her up. And even though we used to chatter a lot, but we actually didn't with her. And she did have this sort of aura that we just daren't do it, I think. She had this incredible air of self-possession. That's very rare, I think. She was quite a matronly figure. She had a bust, which I didn't have. I didn't clock in till many years after. She had her hair permed, and it was brown, by the way, light brown, not blonde. And she was perfect with her school uniform. And generally, I was in awe of her. I was really impressed by this girl, and I never forgot her.
He taught her to understand how image worked, so she thought about it. And so she would think about the jewellery she was wearing, she would think about the clothes she was wearing, she would think about the environment she was in, the people that were with her, and so on.
I'd been to see her on behalf of a defence order for Camel Laird's. Indeed, my relationship was formed with her by the shop stewards, the second meeting I had in Birkenhead as MP, when they said, "We've cut out all this old stuff, we want a cross-party group, we want you to lead it, we want all the parties in the Wirral lobbying for orders." That was the beginning of the friendship that I had with her. And this meeting took place on the day that she came back from meeting President Bush, #1, and deciding on the war, the first Gulf War. She had every reason to cancel it, but the meeting took place in her study. I'd never seen her in this state before. She was marching around the study saying, "No idea, going in, backbone into him, you've no idea what a strike. I was saying, Prime Minister, would you come and sit next to me? I've got some things I'd like to talk to you about. And anyway, she went on about putting backbone into the American president to fight this great war. Finally, she took pity on me and came, said, what do you want? And I made the plea for the defence order. And she said, fine. Anything else? I said, no. Immediately she got up and said, you've no idea the victory I've had to play for this. I was really rather excited being this very, very small footnote in history. And of course, courtesy was that whichever one of the Wirral MPs was lobbying, we'd tell the other MPs. In the excitement, I'd forgotten to tell the other Wirral MPs, and 36 hours later, I saw David Hunt walking down the corridor, and I thought, I haven't told him what the results are. I began to apologise, and he said, no need to apologise, Frank. The relevant secretaries of state have had a prime ministerial minute, and it's been copied to their permanent secretaries. Now, here was somebody making history, for right or wrong, I think rightly, who was extraordinarily wound up by the events which she had managed to cast. She had nobody with her, it was no staff with her, but before she went to bed that night, she actually made that minute to implement what she'd agreed with. And as a lobbyist, lobbying the Prime Minister, she was wonderful. You knew within seconds whether she was going to do it or whether it was a balmy idea.
When you were really up against it, she'd put a handbag on the table, open it, and bring out a scruffy bit of paper. And she said, did you know that in Croydon, half the children in a class last week didn't turn up at all? They played truant. Can you tell me why that happened? Secretary of State for Education. And she'd been told by her hairdresser that morning that it had happened.
Mrs. Thatcher had turned her gaze to the tricky problem of the local authorities. First for the chop was the GLC, led by Ken Livingstone, who'd long been a thorn in Mrs. Thatcher's side.
Thatcher clearly saw the GLC as a focus of opposition, and I'm proud to say we were. She had had this line that there is no alternative, and in everything we did we were shouting out loud, oh yes there is.
Livingstone was using it as a campaign to destroy. He said again and again, my task is to destroy Margaret Thatcher. And he was using the ratepayers' money of London to destroy Margaret Thatcher. So Margaret Thatcher didn't think that was quite fair.
The GLC was abolished on the 31st of March, 1986. With the GLC out of the way, Margaret Thatcher could turn to the question of paying for local government.
And finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I remember being the chairman of the University of Stirling Conservative Association in 1992, and our local MP, Michael Forsyth, we were told that we would lose all of our seats in Scotland in 1992, and that we would lose Stirling. I was desperately upset. I spent the election going up lampposts, putting up vote Conservative signs, because I was so told the socialists couldn't pull them down from where I put the signpost. But I was so disheartened because I felt that Neil Kinnock was so left-wing. If this man got into office, he would destroy everything that my heroine had built up for this country. And I have to say, that was my first chance of meeting Margaret Thatcher when she came to speak at a nearby rally. She gave me hope, and that very next day I went with my best friend to the bookies, and I only had £700 left until I started my summer job, and I put £500 on the Tories to win with a majority of over 20, and it's thanks to Margaret Thatcher I got my best investment in my life.
You said that she could be mischievous.
She could be mischievous. I remember we were in Nigeria and we went out to dinner. It was in a sort of wooden hut, but beautifully laid out, everything superb. Men only. There was a table for the Prime Minister and me. And the lights were dimmed and the waiters came in with trays up here, and on every tray there was a lamb with 4 legs in the air. And all wonderful rice and everything around it. And they put one tray in front of the Prime Minister and me. And then they put the other trays all round the room. And she looked at me, and I looked at her, and we didn't speak. And then everybody had been served, and she looked at me again, and I looked at her, and she said, "You carve, dear."
Now, I had only recently arrived in your Lordship's house, and we were mixed up career-wise and age-wise, and it was a very jolly
event. At the end of the dinner, Humphrey Colnbrook, the then chairman of the ACP, got up and said, "Margaret, this is not a time for speeches this evening. I'm just going to say one thing. You took over the leadership of our party at the time when this country was sinking, giggling beneath the waves. And your abiding achievement as Prime Minister is that you restored its self-respect." Now, this was a time, and he sat down. Now, this was a time when it was a fraught time for Margaret, and even a weepy time, as many of her colleagues at that time who've spoken today will testify. We need not have worried. It turned out to be a wholly absorbing overview, a tour de force of her achievements as Prime Minister, month by month, week by week, sometimes even hour by hour. And she finished with the following sentence: "My Lords, may I leave you with one final thought. The destiny of this country is inextricably bound up with that of the United States of America."
She was trying to make the point that the Liberals were a spent force. I'm told that when she went through the first rehearsal, apparently she looked up and said, "Is this meant to be funny?" And they said, "Yes, Prime Minister, it's based on the Monty Python." So, really? I mean, will people laugh when they say? And they said, "They really will." Oh. Well, I must say, and she tried it once again, and apparently she herself never really got the point.
Abroad, of course, she forged that closer relationship with Ronald Reagan in the United States, a story which my right honourable learned friends mentioned about Ronald Reagan. I heard it from Bob Tuttle, the former American ambassador. Absolutely right. They really did admire her. She was no poodle to the United States, though. She challenged them, and that's what they admired about her. And she did end the Cold War, and I think it's terribly important that we do understand that at that time we all felt a sense of potential nuclear holocaust. Absolutely. And together with Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev, they made the world a better place and liberated millions of Eastern Europeans who had been subjected to tyranny.
She was shaken. She couldn't believe that Jeffrey would make that speech. If you ever see the film of that, her face during that speech, she sat there expecting to hear the normal speech of a sort of minister who's resigned making a personal statement. And during the course of it, you can see she was deeply wounded. And it was the beginning of the end, quite frankly. And I happened to see Michael Heseltine that night, and he said to me, "She's finished. After Jeffrey's speech today, she's finished." And there's no doubt at all that that convinced Michael that he should challenge her.
We'll talk about her toughness, the Iron Lady. What about the different side? I mean, what did you see here within this association?
A very human side where she was very concerned about her members and her constituents. As an example, she would always, if she knew someone was ill, when she came down the next time, she would ask after them. If you had an operation, as I did, when you woke up, there was a card handwritten by Margaret Thatcher expressing a concern.
And at the times, the more difficult times of her premiership, how was she then? Did she ever let on about the sort of stresses and strains she
used to seem to come down to Finchley and relax and be sort of part of us. Still, I'm sure, thinking about the world problems, but she was in Finchley. She always said it was home to her. And she got a lot of inspiration from Finchley and Flower Bonnet.
And I think you stayed in touch with her until quite recently. When was the last time you saw her?
About 2 or 3 months ago.
And how was she then? Where was that?
It wasn't too bad. And that was at the Ritz, where she was staying at the time.
Right. Inside the old-fashioned Tory party was let loose a female termagant, they would say, who was conducting a guerrilla war against their best beliefs.
And I'm guessing it must have been a rather strange atmosphere last night, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a little nerve-wracking in the anticipation.
everybody, there were actors in the wings, and just, it's partly you're doing exactly the same job as you were doing the night before because it's a historical moment, but inevitably it's theatre, and one of the great things about theatre is that you have a live audience there, and their energy and what they're feeling and thinking and expressing.
So what's the mood of the audience, do you think?
The mood, to start with, our writer Peter Morgan made a brief acknowledgement at the start of the show, and they started quite very energised and very up. Now, when I come on as Thatcher, which isn't till the second half, and she's well set up, you think it's going to be her, but you're not sure till the moment she arrives. And usually, when I step onto stage as Thatcher, sometimes people laugh, sometimes they giggle, sometimes they go ooh, sometimes they applaud, but there is always a reaction. You can feel this intake of breath.
Well, I think that's partly because of your physical presence, the way you play it. I've seen the performance, it's very lifelike.
When you have this long walk around the back and you turn it, well, last night I came on to an absolute, utter silence. Silence. I think the audience didn't know how to react. They didn't know if it was okay to enjoy it. And as I came round and I did a very low curtsy, as Margaret Thatcher always did to the Queen, and usually that has quite a big reaction, very subdued, and I realised that they were nervous. They were nervous about how to react, and I had to quickly not allow myself to catch their nerves, to be confident, and I'm playing the scene with, wonderful Helen Mirren doing an extraordinary job as the Queen, and so I think we just sailed into the scene very confidently, and then they came on board and were like, oh, I see, it's okay, we can laugh, we can enjoy this. And then, from then on, we were all right. But it did have a particular charge, there's no doubt about it.
When she was on holiday, she would only be on holiday for a couple of days, recover, get some sleep, and then she really wanted to be rushing back. And she did want to say something that I thought was very sad. Home is a place you go to when there's no more work to be done. And I thought that was really, well, it painted what Thatcherism was all about work and effort and aspiration. But it didn't have a good work-life balance at all.
The wonderful incident that I remember, which Lords will understand, does make a great impression. I came into the cabinet in the very beginning of January 1983. My mother died 2 weeks later, and I think the first cabinet meeting we had when Parliament came back, she took me on one side and said, "Did your mother know that you'd come into the cabinet before she died?" And I said, "She did." And she said, "I'm very pleased." And it was that sort of personal interest in people that made, I think, such an impact on all of us.
The more we got to know Maggie, the clearer it became to us as reporters that she was very particular about her men.
I think I could almost describe physically the sort of man who would she be likely to get on with. He would be tall, conventionally handsome in a slightly 1950s film sort of way, well dressed, formally dressed, polite, charming, perhaps somewhat military, and sort of gentleman.
When I wrote her about the statue, I was full of trepidation because she's an opinionated woman, and I was afraid she'd say no. And if she did say no, then it might mean war and certain defeat if you went ahead anyway. But no, she was very friendly to the idea. And then Bruce Wolfe is the sculptor of this statue. He was chosen by a panel of faculty members. I think Tom Connor was on the faculty committee. Sam Connect was for sure. And they recommended him to me, and I went and made an arrangement with him. And I told him, I said, we're going to have to get the approval of this woman because I can't imagine having a statue on the campus of Hillsdale College that she didn't like. And Bruce Wolfe was prepared to, he's a very distinguished sculptor, but he was prepared to put up with that. And so we took to sending her photographs of the thing as it was underway. And I got a sort of a mild, nice the first time. And then my wife commented on something that I think was proved to be insightful. Penny said, maybe the skirt's too short. So I called a lady who worked for Lady Thatcher that I knew well. Ann Worthing was her name, and I called her up and I said, Ann, I've got a question for you. I said, is the skirt too short? And Anne said, "Good point." So they weren't telling us, but... And then after that, Lady Thatcher was effusive. I'll show it to you if you want to see it. I got a lovely letter from her about the statue and how much she admires it. And it is the only statue of her in North America. And after that, I think I mentioned this in convocation, but it's worth telling again. I saw her not long after we dedicated the statue, and I showed her photographs of it in its place. She liked them a lot. I said that she'd made a mistake about the skirt. She said, "Why?" And I said, "You do have very nice legs." And she said, "Well, I've been told that."
Interested in your view, and I read a review you wrote in the Telegraph of the Meryl Streep movie about Margaret Thatcher's life. I found it rather cruel in many ways, and sort of, in a sense, perhaps tried to belittle her and certainly glossed over and played down politics. But what's your view of the film?
Well, from the point of view of someone who knew Lady Thatcher, it was distressing because it wasn't a kind thing to depict a then living person suffering from dementia. So I didn't like it at all. But I think in terms, and I noticed this with a wider audience who didn't know her personally and knew less about her, obviously, that in a funny way it had a good effect on her reputation because it made people realise this crucial thing which they tend not to realise about her because she seemed so strong, that she was also vulnerable. And indeed her strength was partly to overcome the vulnerability. She felt she must be strong to succeed. So when you see that, it's touching, and it's, though I agree the actual politics of the film wasn't very interesting, in terms of a character study it was interesting. And of course it was so brilliantly done by Meryl Streep, so that was better than the script. The actual depiction of old age was so good that I thought she must have met Lady Thatcher in old age, but she hadn't. But sometimes it was sort of uncanny.
So that was a very accurate depiction of how she was in her later years.
Some of the particular details were not accurate or may have been a bit exaggerated, but the general manner of it, astonishingly good.
You learn many things, of course, about Margaret through the letters. You learn, of course, which is no surprise, that she's hard-working and competitive. She notices how other people are doing in the class, what her own results are, in exams, which she'll give at some length. She always monitors her own achievements. What she doesn't do, however, is introvert. She doesn't look in upon herself. It's absolutely unthinkable with her that she'd say, which so many teenagers or young people would say, where's my life going? What am I doing? Why am I on this earth at all? Nothing like that.
Viewed from inside John Major's bunker, this was deeply disloyal. Norman Fowler was a long-standing cabinet ally of John Major.
The fact that she'd been ejected from the leadership had a profound effect. It was an enormous shock to her. And in a way, I think that the way that she made sense of this was to fight back on the European issue. But in doing that, of course, she helped to destroy the premiership of John Major, and John Major was the person that she had actually done more than anyone to create as Prime Minister.
Her view was that I have my faith in individuals. What can I do to make individuals more powerful, more independent, less dependent? If they own their own home, they will be king of the castle. They probably will mow the lawn. They probably will cut the hedge because they'll feel like king of the castle. And that's what she wanted people to be. If they could be the king of the castle, they could be their own boss, they could have power. They would not be dependent on anyone. Not their boss, not the state, nobody. They would have power themselves. You see?
I do see. By the time we came to the 2001 election, there were the adverts, of me with Margaret Thatcher's hairstyle, of them saying, really, the Tories haven't changed, they are still the Thatcherites. And I suppose the net effect of that was damaging to us. There was a feeling that if the Conservatives were still dominated by Margaret Thatcher, they were living in the past.
Margaret's father came from a family of cobblers. He left school at 13 and became a grocery boy and slowly saved enough to open his own grocery shop. He met his wife Beatrice at Methodist Church. Her father worked on the railway. They made a home in the flat above Alf's shop and had 2 children, Muriel and Margaret. Her father Alf was one of the great influences in her life. Margaret later described him as an old-fashioned liberal. He loved to read and loved to talk about ideas, and Margaret loved to listen.
Mum's decision to stand as a candidate for the leadership was one which was taken over a short but nevertheless considered period of time. My father's concern was that if she stood, she would poll very badly amongst the Conservative members, and that would damage her political reputation forever.
I went to see her. There were 2 private secretaries present. I said to her, I do not believe that it is possible to sell the poll tax in these circumstances. I just don't think we're doing enough. It was the only meeting I ever had with her where I didn't subsequently receive a note or a record of the meeting.
The foreign ministers hadn't discussed it either. To Thatcher's fury, she found they had spent their time at the Hotel Bad Breo outdoing each other with travellers' tales. So as everybody started packing their bags on the final morning, the people with their work cut out were the heads of government's personal advisers. Helmut Kohl's was Horst Teltschik, Francois Mitterrand's was Jacques Attali, and for Mrs. Thatcher there was Charles Pole.
President Mitterrand's sense of tactical timing and handling was rather good. He kept it until the deadline, the end of the meeting, was in sight, so people knew they were up against a time when it had to be settled, and really it was all done. The final stages were all done that last morning.
Mrs. Thatcher was ready for a fight. She wanted to go home with her money. Kohl and Mitterrand had a 60% rebate in mind. She wanted 70. Attali, no fool he, could see Thatcher's tactics a mile off.
Mrs. Thatcher was doing her best to divide the French and the Germans. During this morning there was contact between her aides and Chancellor Kohl's aides to try to find a coalition between the Germans and the British against the French.
Charles Pole was trying to fix a private meeting between Thatcher and Chancellor Kohl, precisely what the Germans wanted to avoid.
She tried to meet him during the summit when the Chancellor was not ready to do that, because to give in, it must be at the right time, and not when Margaret Thatcher was interested.
She was mad against Chancellor Kohl. She said, we pay a lot for our army in your country, you should agree on us, we thought that you were allied. Actually, she was mixing NATO with the community. And there was a break. She wanted to see Chancellor Kohl. He refused to see her.
The whole axis there was France and Germany. France and Germany. And what those said, the others tended to agree with.
Thatcher did manage to see Mitterrand privately. He raised his offer to 65%, but that was now final.
Mitterrand said to her, it's a take or leave proposal. It's 65 full stop. And she almost broke in tears. The first time I saw that she realized that she was totally isolated and she broke like glass and she couldn't even discuss anything else, and then she accepted the deal.
For Margaret Thatcher there was no alternative. She had to do that which she most despised, compromise with the smooth Europeans. Still, she did hold out for 66%.
Even in the final hours of negotiation, she changed the figure from 65 to 66%, because then she could describe her rebate as a 2/3 rebate, which sounded nicer. So she really fought for it to the very bitter end, and everybody else was exasperated and gave her what she wanted.
She settled for 2/3, and I think in the final round she said this, and President Mitterrand said, well, Mrs. Thatcher wants 2/3, she must have 2/3. And that is really what enabled it to break the ice and get the thing settled.
The challenge was a perfectly legitimate one, but it aroused in her mind great irritation. And certainly it came as a shock. And in the final days, she had to decide whether to go and sign the European Treaty in Paris, not an EU treaty, but a big one with the Americans and others. And people advised her to stay and canvass in the tea room. In those days, the leadership was entirely a matter for members of Parliament. But I thought, as Foreign Secretary, she ought to do her job as Prime Minister, and that it would be a sign of weakness, and interpreted as a sign of weakness, if she didn't go to Paris.
But authorised, but it was agreed that she would never read it.
She stipulated herself that it should not appear in her lifetime, and that she should not be allowed to read it. And the chief reason for that, which was wonderful for me, was so that people would not think that she tried to control it. I must admit, I thought that she would try to control it. Even so, she's not a shrinking violet, but she didn't. She absolutely never ever did. She never said, say this, don't say that. She didn't even say, what are you going to say? I mean, in that respect, she was absolutely model citizen. The problem with her as a biographical subject was interviewing her, because she saw interviews as a combat, like being on television.
Right. Like you were Robin Day or something.
Yes, and so I was just trying to ascertain facts, but if she didn't like it for some reason, she'd sort of say, you only say that because you're a socialist, or something like that. Right. And she wanted to turn it into a battle.
Something you're not often accused of.
I'm not a socialist, by the way, yes.
In 1997, Margaret came and supported my election campaign in Christchurch, where we were trying to overturn a Liberal Democrat majority of something like 16,000, which they had won in the 1993 by-election. And this was her first outing during the campaign. And, Mr. Speaker, she was confronted by the press because one of our colleagues who was standing in Tatton, he suddenly hit the headlines, and Margaret demonstrated her ability to deal with the press with a phrase, or in this case a very short sentence, which couldn't really result in any follow-up, because she was asked about Neil Hamilton, and she said, nobody is perfect. And so she, in those 3 words, she closed down any other conversation, because she wasn't passing judgment upon his particular case, but she was saying nobody is perfect, and obviously that applies to all of us. So
she has exploited, if that's the right word, the natural conservatism of most people in Britain. The average chap in the factory or the pub has really held conservative views for very many years. But he didn't used to vote Conservative, and he didn't used to identify at all with the Conservative Party. In a curious way, she has managed to liberate that conservatism of his into a voting pattern.
The U.S., she could be elected president easily. She's very popular in the United States, and people respected her, and Ronald Reagan respected her. Indubitably we are. So he was always interested in knowing, what did Margaret think? And he wanted to know it directly, not somebody saying that they thought she said such and such. Or if we got a message from the Foreign Office, he would want to know, well, is this what Margaret thinks? And so he looked at her personally as a person of judgment.
She was never as disloyal to John as Heath was to her. Heath went into a long, prolonged sulk and would brief the press against her. Margaret, I don't think, ever briefed the press against John Major, but she made it clear in her strange way, and her rather effective way, that he was less of a favourite.
10 Downing Street. The Prime Minister, 3rd of May 1989. Dear Professor Hayek, it is with the greatest pleasure that I send you my warm congratulations on the occasion of your 90th birthday. The leadership and inspiration that your work and thinking gave us are absolutely crucial, and we owe you a great debt. With every good wish, yours sincerely, Margaret Thatcher.
Mrs. Thatcher wasn't listening, and so she didn't realise how dangerous for her this crisis had become.
We had a succession of meetings with backbenchers on roughly a weekly basis, which was intended to allow the parliamentary party to express their views to her. Unfortunately, more often it was the reverse. She expressed her views to them, and I'm not sure actually it helped greatly.
From 1983, when Geoffrey Howe became Foreign Secretary, colleagues had been first embarrassed and later appalled by the Prime Minister's public humiliation of this senior politician.
I think because he is very polite and didn't answer back. I mean, it was almost as if he was being treated as a cross between a doormat and a punch bag. She would delight in front of others. I mean, what she said to him in private was her own business, but in front of others, in front of colleagues, she would treat what he said in the most dismissive way, be extremely discourteous to him, trample all over him, and it was very embarrassing for others to witness.
Mrs. Thatcher would always be very critical of Geoffrey, sometimes almost rudely. I felt uncomfortable as a relatively junior member of her staff to be present to hear her talking pretty sternly to a minister as senior as Geoffrey Howe.
I think that one of the things that she had never fully absorbed is that it's bad management as well as bad manners to reproach, as it were, officers in front of other ranks. If you want to tick people off or have arguments with them, then you should, as a matter of courtesy, do it first in private. So I think that she had then become increasingly reckless, if you like, of the way in which she conducted personal relationships with that guy.
But to a certain extent, a supporter of that regime.
I think that would be do an injustice to her to say that she supported apartheid. She was a consistent critic of apartheid. But she had, I think, a greater understanding than most of her contemporaries about the complexities involved in South Africa. She accepted that any solution must offer security and opportunity to all South Africans, including whites. And she realized that in order for us to move forward, we needed to negotiate a new constitutional dispensation. My very first meeting with her, I was in a sense president-elect. And I briefed her here in London in 10 Downing Street about my vision. Beforehand, people said she would give me a lecture. She didn't give me a lecture. She listened carefully and asked penetrating, well-informed questions. And at the end, she said, if you do what you've just told me, you will have my support. From even well before I became president, she was also urging the release of the leadership of the ANC because she believed they should be part of any future negotiations.
Did you ever hear her allude to or call Mandela or the ANC terrorists?
No, never in my presence. And to me it's inconsistent that she would call him a terrorist but at the same time say he must be released. The only knowledge I have of that is Lord Robin Rennick's recollection that she referred to the ANC as a terrorist organization when they threatened to target British interests in South Africa because of her stance on not broadening sanctions against South Africa.
The world went into recession and the British economy nosedived. Inflation soared towards double figures. Interest rates hit 12%. Lawson proposed a solution. Sterling would join the European exchange rate mechanism. This went against a fundamental tenet of Thatcherism, that the money market, and not governments, should decide the exchange rate. Mrs. Thatcher was utterly opposed.
There was a genuine disagreement. Lawson believed in an economic structure that included the ERM that was tied up with the euro, and she didn't. And they completely disagreed. And she would say, look at what it says on the door of number 10. First Lord of the Treasury. I run the economy, not you. And they hated that. absolutely loathed it.
Geoffrey Howe began to irritate the Prime Minister by the way, the slow, measured way in which he liked to argue a case, and by his unwillingness to sort of leap quickly to fresh conclusions. And she didn't realize, I think she genuinely didn't realize how badly she was reacting to this, how it showed, and how much offence he was taking. He was very badly treated in Cabinet and outside.
Much has been said, and I would like to support it, about how she was really a person of compassion and concern. The station at Smyson once told me that Margaret Thatcher was the biggest purchaser they ever had of little notelets, because she was always writing personal notes to people when they had hard luck or had a bereavement or illness in a family. And I have a little collection of notelets that I myself received.
The inspiration of Margaret Thatcher that the Cold War could be won, and that there were certain values of freedom and the rule of law which should be applicable to all societies, and were just there waiting for the societies of Eastern Europe to apply them. That has always been an inspiration to many of our colleagues, particularly on the centre-right of politics, in countries like Poland and the Czech Republic, so they are very conscious of her legacy as well.
The Somerville Hall was a lovely hall, but it was set out with the high table, as always, at one end, and then the rest of the hall was 3 tables in a long row, and the top table tended to be the more exotic girls, reading perhaps PPE, and the bottom table, I'm afraid we thought were a bit of a snooty lot. It was Rodine and Cheltenham ladies and Down House in the bottom lot. And Margaret, of course, came from an ordinary grammar school. I don't think she'd have lasted for a minute, actually, in either the first table at the top for talk, which was, or the bottom, who were the real people with the real accents.
There is the UKIP sitting there on the sidelines, or actually I thought with great audacity going up to Grantham in the case of Farage, actually saying, look, I am the 100% proof Thatcherite. There is an alternative, if you like, at the moment.
And he's there to Thatcher.
Well, that's what he would claim. Now, it is if you talk to Conor Byrne, which I did earlier, and he'd actually only seen Thatcher on Sunday and was due to see her again this Sunday, he says that she said, oh no, you shouldn't vote. I wouldn't want anyone voting UKIP. But the fact is...
That illustrated her love of Parliament and her devotion to Parliament. Someone said earlier that she was scared of nothing. She was quite scared of the House of Commons. I can remember seeing her knees knocking when she was making speeches. And that was because she respected the House of Commons. And when you were discussing policy, she would often say, what do we do about telling Parliament? This was always central to her, and she had great respect for our Constitution.
In 1991, she was awarded the US Presidential Medal of Freedom by President Bush Sr. in recognition of her support for America during the Gulf crisis. He recalled this in terms that would have been familiar to her cabinet colleagues.
And she listened to my explanation, agreed with the decision, but then added these words of caution, words that guided me through the Gulf crisis. Words I'll never forget as long as I'm alive. Remember, George, she said, this is no time to go wobbly.
In 1984, the IRA were waiting. That year, the Conservative Party conference was held in Brighton.
We all went back to Chequers afterwards, and then I think that night and the next day and Sunday it sank in. They went to church on the Sunday, and she came back from church very shocked and said this was a day I was not meant to see.
Margaret was very blunt. You always knew exactly what she thought, and she was straight with the British people.
I like to be straight, I like to be clear, I like to be honest.
And that's why she was so popular.
She said, she'd never met me really before, she said, there are people in my party who still believe in consensus politics. And I said, well, Mrs. Thatcher, an awful lot of people in Britain, including myself, feel the same. I've been a consensus man ever since I can remember. To which she replied, looking at me very hard, no, she said, there is no consensus. I call them quislings, I call them traitors. Hard words, I replied. And she said, maybe, but they are appropriate.
So when you were in the car for all these hours, what did you talk about?
Well, that depended. I would never talk unless I was asked to find out whether she wanted to talk. The usual thing was, would you like a peppermint? We always had peppermints. We offered her peppermint back. And then she could either respond or she would just say thank you and then carry on.
Denis, did you have to look after his needs?
Well, yes, we certainly looked after Sir Denis as best we could, particularly in the Middle East receptions. It was always very tricky for him because he wanted his special water, which he would come up to me and say, "Oh, Barry, can you get me my special water?" So I knew exactly what that was, and it wasn't water.
And my last point I wanted to make has got a degree of topicality about it. I remember when the chairman of the procedure committee in the Commons came to see her and to say he had got a wonderful idea for improving Prime Minister's questions. He had this bright idea that instead of questions being on Tuesday and Thursday, he would suggest they should be on Wednesday for half an hour. And she looked him steelily in the face and she said, "What do you think the House of Commons would like?" And that was the end of it. Things stayed as they were. But she had more more reason than more reason than she admitted. Of course, she knew that every Tuesday and every Thursday she had to be, as she put it, match fit for Prime Minister's questions, and that was a great advantage. But there was a second great advantage, that her whole government knew that on Tuesdays and Thursdays the boss was in the House of Commons defending the government. And my goodness, if there was any department that hadn't sent a note as to what the issues were that were coming up, I used to get the message, and I would be very tactfully ringing some fellow who was towards the end of his political career, but he didn't know it at the time.
We're joined by this delightful, very active girl who knew exactly what she was doing, and she's very focused, and she knew her politics inside out, whereas we were rather flashing around. Edward Ball, of course, was tuned into politics already, but the rest of us were complete beginners and learning as we went along. But Margaret really knew what she was doing and was totally focused.
She was very much aware that she was a leader on probation. She recognised that if she lost the 79 election, that would be it. She wasn't going to have two bites at the cherry. She knew, because of the unorthodoxy of having a woman leader, that if the woman leader couldn't bring it off in one go, she'd be out.
Mrs. Thatcher regarded Michael Heseltine as an ineffective minister. She believed he was unable to control his tendency to what she called vulgar exaggeration. When he appeared wearing a flak jacket on television, her friends saw this as a deliberate ploy to steal her thunder. This was the sort of publicity pose reserved for the Prime Minister.
I think that the criticism will be made that she didn't have a sufficient instinctive understanding of some members of her cabinet, including Michael Heseltine, and that that being so, there was always the problem that sooner or later there will be a personality mismatch. And certainly I think the Westland affair produced that.
It was finally time for Margaret Thatcher to depart the stage.
The staff of number 10 had lined up in the hall to clap her.
Then she just stopped, and you could see her almost visibly making the effort to pull herself together.
She started to shed a tear, and her mascara just came down. Now, I moved forward and just wiped this mascara from her, and she caught hold of my wrist as I was doing it, and she was stone cold.
And she looked around for the last time and said,
thank you everyone, turned round and walked out.
It was just such a terrible blow. I don't think that she will ever completely recover from the fact that her colleagues threw her out.
I'm very glad that Lord Jopling said earlier that criticisms that she never listened were quite misplaced. She did listen, but she talked at the same time. She could listen while she talked. And it is true that she regarded attack as the best form of defense. But she was also always willing to learn. And I just offer finally an anecdote to the House which I think illustrates these three characteristics. It actually relates to a time after she'd ceased to be Prime Minister and after I'd ceased to be Cabinet Secretary. She came very kindly to my college at Oxford to talk. And in the course of her remarks to the students, she said that one of the things she worried about in modern life and the life facing their generation was the number of children born illegitimate. And when it came round to questions, one of the students said to her, "Lady Thatcher, don't you think it's a little unfair to use the word illegitimate of a child throughout its life when it has had no influence over the circumstances of its own birth?" And her eyes flashed. And she said, "Well, what would you call them?" "I can think of another word, but I think it would be even more unkind." And I thought, goodness, what's going to happen? Anyway, the moment passed. And she came to dinner, she came to chapel, and in the latter part of the evening, we were having a drink in the master's lodgings before she and Denis went back to London. We were talking about other things completely. And she suddenly said, "You know, Robin, that young man who asked me this afternoon about the word illegitimate, he had a point, didn't he?" And that was quite characteristic. I will wager she never used the word illegitimate again. She was prepared always to learn, even from a student. And she hit back immediately, but then she thought about it and she took the point. Those are just three.
On April the 2nd, Argentina invaded the Falklands. Within hours, the British Chiefs of Staff came to Number 10. They proposed that Mrs. Thatcher send a fleet of ships and men to recapture the islands.
In fact, it was Sir Henry Leach, I think, who was the First Lord of the Admiralty, who said to her, "Well, Prime Minister, I can only tell you, if you don't do it, this country will never be quite the same country again." And that went right like an arrow through her.
But she sent the task force, she got the task force together, and she sent it that day. It was a marvellous moment for her, and she did it in a truly Churchillian manner. And she took the tide, just as Churchill did, against all the play-safe people in the cabinet, people who'd been conditioned in the whole ethic of appeasement and compromise and didn't think we were strong enough to do it. And they were just outnumbered. The flow of public feeling rushed over them because she invoked it immediately.
She's now over 80, Margaret, and she may well have some form of Alzheimer's, dementia. She comes into the House of Lords quite regularly, and I see her in the House of Lords. We have a little talk together. Funnily enough, she usually sits right next door to Geoffrey Howe when she comes into the House of Lords, because they both sit on the front bench together. And they don't seem to quarrel sitting on that front bench.
We are good friends now. We sit alongside each other in the House of Lords. I went to her 80th birthday party. She came to mine.
Her position shifted with the passage of time. She was a vigorous advocate of the yes vote in 75. And in 1985, I think we presented a document to Chancellor Kohl at Chequers called Europe of the Future, which spelled out a lot of what has since been achieved, including the pursuit of a common foreign policy. She became less enthusiastic about it, as it appeared to her, and to some extent to others, that the community was taking too much trouble in too much power in certain directions.
With South Africa, initially, she seemed to be blind-spotted. She wouldn't see that apartheid was an evil and had to be overcome. But towards the end, she was a factor in persuading, particularly President de Klerk. President Botha was unpersuadable. He was a completely autocratic president. But de Klerk pays tribute to what Margaret Thatcher did, and I think there was some constructive diplomacy with a rather good ambassador, Robin Rennick, down there at the time. But and it's interesting, Mandela speaks well of her. So she was a force for getting the apartheid to come to grips with reality, and sometimes it's easier to do that from the right. She persuaded Gorbachev that she was he would be a good person to talk to, and she then persuaded Reagan that he should negotiate with Gorbachev. Again, it was easier coming from a figure on the right to persuade Reagan and America, with a lot of their anti-Soviet attitudes, that you should talk to a Soviet leader.
My last example was her final speech in the House of Commons on her resignation, because as leader of the House I was sitting next to her during that speech. It was obviously an immensely difficult occasion for her, and I was very nervous for her. I needn't have worried. She defended her record and achievements with great clarity, power and eloquence, and halfway through was questioned by some members of the opposition, backbench members, and I think it was in particular, if I remember correctly, Denis Skinner, who had asked her a question, to which she responded with great gusto and a huge response from our own backbenchers. So much so that at the end of the put-down she said something like, "And now where was I? You know, I'm enjoying this." And that was absolutely typical of the way in which she approached any of these speeches. And it was a quite remarkable speech. What a performance, displaying great courage and conviction, which we have frequently heard referred to today. But for me, great courage and conviction were the qualities which I will always remember her by.
The sign that Mrs. Thatcher now doubted whether she'd picked the right successor came when she announced she'd be a good backseat driver in Major's rear-view mirror.
Like the rest of the nation, number 10 doorkeeper Bob Jordan turned up for work thinking that Mrs. Thatcher would fight on.
The security people who look after number 10 while I'm away, they were on the door and they just said to me, "It's all over."
A cabinet meeting had been set for 9 o'clock.
They come not in groups but maybe ones and twos. We couldn't really pick out the guilty ones, as you say. We had a shrewd idea who a few of them were.
My door looked out on the area immediately outside where they all gathered before being summoned in, and there were a lot of people who looked very shamefaced and rather uncomfortable.
Most people weren't really saying very much, and were avoiding really each other. But Ken Clarke was going about saying, I remember vividly saying, you know, if she hasn't gone by noon, I'm resigning.
She carried on, and if all our advice had just been ignored, I decided this was a government that I couldn't possibly carry on in, and the honourable thing to do, sensible thing to do, thing I most wanted to do in that circumstance was say, well, that's enough, I'll resign, and I'll vote for Heseltine next week.
The thing about Ken Clarke is that what you see is what you get. You don't always like what you get, and sometimes what you see, but it actually is straightforward.
A woman leader was revolutionary. A woman leader with Margaret Thatcher's background was unheard of, and she led what I once called a peasant's revolt.
As a colleague once observed, she thought all men feeble, and gentlemen more feeble than most.
She said, you know, Tony, I'm very proud that I don't belong to your class. I said, Prime Minister, what class do you think I belong to? And she said, I'm talking, of course, about upper middle class intellectuals who see everybody else's point of view and have none of their own. Well, I thought that was an extremely humorous remark.
Of Margaret and her ability and her understanding of people and countries was after we took over in '79, and I was on the backbenches as a PPS in Northern Ireland. I also even then had an interest in Sri Lanka. Judith Hart had commissioned something called the Victoria Dam in Sri Lanka. I knew about the dam, costing about 100 million, and I asked to see the Prime Minister in order to suggest to her that that project should go ahead. I had an audience with her, with the then Overseas Development Secretary of State, and Margaret said, "Michael, there are 2 points I make to you. One, that if we as a country have an agreement with another country, as Lord Mackay said earlier today, we stick to it. So the agreement is that project will go ahead. And not only, Michael, will the project go ahead, secondly, I wish to be there at the opening." So some years later, I was pleased to be there with Margaret and Denis, and we had a garden party before the formal opening at the dam. And the big thing in Sri Lanka in those days and every time really is the elephant, the president's elephant, named Raja. Denis was asked whether he wished to give bananas to the elephant. Denis, of course, accepted. Unfortunately for Denis, he's not too good on the anatomy of an elephant. And Denis decided that elephants actually took bananas through their trunks. Just as Margaret was about to tell him that no, don't put it in the trunk, too late. Denis put half a dozen bananas in the trunk of the elephant, who then did his typical elephant snort, and the rest of us were covered by bananas. And then Margaret said, "I thought I told you early on that put it in his mouth, not in his trunk. Did you not hear me?"
The first time we had a real political discussion, this was in about 1972, and she said, "Could we have a word?" And we went and sat in the corner of the members' lobby. There's some seats there. And she said, "We've got to resist this incomes policy. Incomes and prices. We've been here before. I'm fighting it in the cabinet. I need the help of people outside." I didn't think she suddenly had a dramatic conversion. She supported the Heath Manifesto. What happened was that the leadership abandoned the policy, and that's what she didn't like. And that's when she started to strike out away from the leadership.
Blairites might disagree, but Thatcherites now believe their policies define the centre ground.
All the major things that we fought for in the 1980s are now accepted as sensible policies by our political opponents. I mean, that is a revolution in politics if ever there was one.
Mrs. Thatcher may be long out of Downing Street, but her shadow still falls long over the British political landscape.
The response of the European smoothies was calculated to offend. The summit went from bad to worse.
I think they were quite rude to her. I remember she really was hopping mad, and Lord Carrington thought they'd behaved very badly. They paid no attention to her interventions and more or less told her to shut up, which was very imprudent of them, really.
Well, it's anybody's guess who has been more discourteous at that meeting than the other.
When she offered me some years before the chairmanship of the Arts Council, she said to me, "Mr. Plumber, I want you to understand one thing very clearly, and you must not forget it. The government has no money. You are being asked to supervise the distribution of a great deal of money, and you must spend it wisely and carefully because it's taxpayers' money, it's not government money."
She continued to attend dinners and receptions and so on until very, very recently. She still had very firm views, and the thing I always say about her, although impaired by memory and frustrated by increased frailty, her instincts were in full working order right to the end. If you told her something that had happened, you would get an authentic Thatcher response. After the 2010 election, she expressed an interest in meeting some of the new parliamentary party, and she was so touched that almost all of those that we met at these little receptions had come into politics because of her. And one colleague said to her, of course, we're in coalition with the Liberal Democrats now. And she raised her index finger at him and said, I am not in coalition with the Liberal Democrats.
A group of us, hearing of the growing defeatism amongst her cabinet, rushed in to see her in her Commons office. I may well have elbowed Morrison aside, though I didn't actually punch him, as was later reported. I told her that she could go on, that she should speak to her MPs and ask for their support. She was taken aback. It had never occurred to her to fight for her job.
It was a fear she had to conquer during a trip to Africa or a Commonwealth conference.
As we were coming into land, she was toying with some dark glasses. It was night. She was toying with some dark glasses, so I said to her, what do you got these dark glasses for? And she said, well, I'm absolutely sure that I'm so unpopular that they're going to throw acid in my face. And so I'm going to put these dark glasses on. And I said, no, you've got it all wrong. Africans aren't like that at all. They won't do that. They may make a great noise and cheer and shout and whatnot, but they certainly won't do that. And at that moment we landed, and it was pitch dark, and all you could see was a sea of faces surrounding the aircraft, and all waving and shouting. And the steps came down, and she got out of that airplane without the dark glasses, straight into the middle. And knowing what she'd said to me, I thought that was really pretty courageous.
Well, Margaret Thatcher was the only leader of the Conservative Party since the war that gave her name to an ism. There was no Churchillism or Macmillanism. She gave the party an ism, and all those who joined in the 15 years she was leader, people who were young men and women in the 70s who became MPs and ministers in the government, and all the activists, large numbers of them thought this was the Conservative Party. So when the ism was deposed, they didn't know what ism to go for, and they hung on to the Thatcherism.
Among the audience watching her speech was the young Ken Clarke.
She impressed people at the party conference. She was not a great orator in those days, but she was very straightforward and clear, and she came across as very competent, very forceful, and she obviously was a bit of a rising star.
6 candidates, including William, John Redwood, Michael Howard and Ken Clarke, went into round 1 of the contest. Margaret Thatcher held her fire.
I support the party, and I shall support whoever wins.
The eventual runoff was between Ken Clarke and William Hague. Margaret Thatcher couldn't bear Euro enthusiast Ken Clarke to win.
I'm mad about the boy.
So she gave her blessing to William.
And I know it's...
I am supporting William Hague. Now, have you got the name? William Hague. Vote for William Hague for principal government, following this kind of government I led, and vote for him on Thursday.
About the boy.
Now, the noble Lord Williams mentioned Margaret's Methodism, and her religion was very important to her. But she could be pragmatic about that. In her latter years, a number of us tried to get her involved in social occasions. It's often said she wasn't interested in the arts and music and so on. That's nonsense. She was just so busy sorting out the country, she didn't have time for it. And so I invited her to Ascot. And she said, well, you know, I was brought up as a Methodist, and we're not really keen on this gambling. But I understand there are 6 races, and she opened her handbag, and she said, I've got £5 for each race, is that all right? Anyway, the first race was run, and she lost. And she looked extremely glum. And I'd sat her next to someone who was a racing expert. And I said, what's happened? She said, we've lost. And I said to this chap who's called Dominic Black, I said, Dominic, if you lose the next race, you'll go the way of Michael Heseltine. And she said, that's quite right. And she won every single subsequent race. And she had all this money. And she said,
I'm not sure the Methodists were right about this scandal. And was so pleased that she stood on the balcony and she joined in the singing of Roll Out the Barrel. And I thought, if only people could see the real Margaret Thatcher and not the Margaret Thatcher that's been painted as an image.
Margaret Thatcher instructed me to back John Major, the candidate who would carry her banner forward. He won a clear victory, though none of us quite knew what we were getting.
Parliamentary historians have written about this at great length. My perspective is somewhat different. As her son, it's very easy. She was the best man for the job.
A very exacting boss. So when you went to her with proposals, you had to have thought them through. And some people in cabinet didn't like this. They didn't like her style. They accused her of being too confronting. But she wasn't. She was just pressing you to make sure you had thought the problems through. At the moment you had her 100% support. She was a tremendous person to work for. I remember on another occasion, the late Arnold Weinstock, I was the minister in charge of export credits at the time, and he telephoned me to tell me about a wonderful investment that his company had. And he said, I just need some credit assessment, and I need £1,800 million worth of credit. And I said, what is this thing, Arnold? He said, oh, it's a wonderful opportunity. It's a nuclear power station in Turkey, and we'll build it there, and it will sweep the world, and we'll sell dozens of them. And Turkey had just defaulted on its debts 2 years earlier, and export credit had just restored cover, a total of £50 million for small businesses and small orders. And I said, Arnold, not a chance. And so he said, thank you for being so straightforward, I'll leave it alone. I picked up the phone and spoke to number 10, said I'd like to speak to the Prime Minister. Arnold Weinstock's going to come on the phone. He's going to tell you about this wonderful proposition. And he's going to try to get you to overrule me. And I took her through it. She said, it's outrageous. She telephoned me back an hour later. She said, Arnold's been on the phone and he told me about this wonderful proposition. Arnold Weinstock was very proud of the fact that he never had less than £3 billion in his balance sheet of the 30 every year. And so she said to him, well, it's a wonderful proposition, is it, Arnold? And he said, yes. And she said, how much did you have in your balance sheet last year? And he said, £3 billion. And she said, well, if it's so good you can spend your own money, you're getting none of ours. She was a really tremendous person to work. You knew where you stood. Once you made the case and she believed you, she backed you.
And also, as a surprise journalist said to me yesterday that after the events of recent years, he had been looking at some of the things that Mrs. Thatcher had said about the single currency and had been really quite astonished to discover that in fact most of the things that had occurred in the last few years had been part of the debate and part of the argument that had taken place as to why she came to the view that the UK should not be part of a single currency.
One of the most extraordinary things is the fact that Margaret Thatcher, as I knew her when we were young, is now Prime Minister. She was, when we knew each other at school and later on at Oxford, a perfectly ordinary student. Hard-working, not a lot of imagination, not a lot of sense of humour either, and yet determined to get to the top as a politician. And I distinctly remember when we were all 21 sitting around our kitchen table, the end of a party, that she suddenly said, I now know what I'm going to do. I'm going to be a politician. I'm going to be a member of Parliament. And from then she went ahead to do it.
Charles, it's fascinating. You write about how Margaret Thatcher was influenced by the traditional views of what a wife should be, that she would never think of making Denis, her husband, cook his own meals because he was too old-fashioned. So here she was while she was at war with the Labour Party, while she was at war with the Labour movement, while she was at war with the Falklands, she would come home and she would be cooking over a skillet, cooking his eggs for breakfast every morning.
Yep. Yes, that's literally true. But I think she liked to play this double game very effectively of being very much the traditional wife and, of course, taking her husband's name, Mrs. Thatcher, and yet subverting the old order because she had conquered all the men, really, and she was the most successful woman politician in certainly in British history and possibly in the whole history of the world.
And we've heard her other achievements domestically. She didn't do everything. And the No Turning Back group, and of course we, my brother and friend for Hitchin and Harpenden and my brother and friend for Wokingham and many others in the No Turning Back group were urging on her to go further and faster. And we were called the Don't Turn Your Back group for some obscure reason. But we did urge her to go further. And I remember we put to her a proposal that we might, in education, have a system whereby the money followed the pupil. And she told us at this NTV dinner, she said, grow up boys and be your age. We can't possibly do anything like that. So we were all crestfallen and went home thinking, well, this is very disappointing. The Prime Minister hasn't listened. Well, come the general election 1987, we're out there canvassing all day long. We turn on the telly at night, see what's going on at the centre. There's the press conference in the morning, the Prime Minister in the middle, and Ken Baker to her side. And she said, Ken, we've got this new idea about education. The money follows the pupil. And I said, but that's what we proposed to her. And she told us to grow up, we couldn't possibly do anything like it. And that was the art of Margaret Thatcher's political argument of which the Prime Minister spoke. That she did challenge you, and she did make sure that you got your facts right, and she challenged that, and she found that it was a policy worth pursuing.
I don't think my parents ever had a romantically slushy relationship. I mean, forget about Barbara Cartland, Brooks, Mills and Boone's. It was an old-fashioned relationship. They were married to each other, so that automatically meant love and loyalty. I remember my father seeing some American president walking out of the White House hand in hand with his wife and thinking that this was not done. So, and they weren't given to public displays of affection, but there was always the underlying assumption, the old-fashioned quality of love and loyalty, and I think that was a very strong pillar in their marriage.
Every man and woman a capitalist, she used to shout at me. Hey, that's what I want, every man and woman a capitalist.
Mr. Speaker, it is no wonder she remarked as early as 1965 in a speech to the National Union of Town Women's Guilds Conference, in politics, if you want anything said, ask a man. If you want anything done, ask a woman. I'm sure some people in this House, I was going to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure some people in this House, and no doubt many more in the country, will agree with this sentiment.
She had a profound influence on President Reagan, and particularly in his approach to what he had characterized in 1981 as the evil empire. 5 years later, if Margaret Thatcher, his close colleague and philosophical soulmate, is saying, look, we can do business with this guy, that's very persuasive, I think, to President Reagan. In fact, I know it was because I was there.
One of Mrs. Thatcher's aims was to generate a new sense of pride in Britain's past. For over 30 years, monuments to the country's greatness had lain discarded. They had been replaced by modern sculpture. Now that was all to change, as reporters took up the challenge.
One evening I was standing on one of the gates just over there, and I wondered why we had a spotlight on King George V when a man, I think, of national importance down in the square should have the same treatment. Sir Winston Churchill. Bearing in mind he was the right man, the right place at the right time. And I thought, well, this is definitely not on. And the next thing I know, I've got a letter in my tray saying, you know, well done, I think your idea is brilliant and all this business, or words to that effect. And, hey presto, the light appeared.
Some 3 years ago I was looking after Baroness Thatcher at the annual ball of the British Forces Foundation, where she was the patron and I serve as a trustee. So I said in the casual conversation that was actually very difficult with Baroness Thatcher, I saw Carol on the television the other night. And she said, oh yes, she said, Carol was on. She said, she speaks too much sometimes. And I said, I wonder where she got that from. And she said, from her father, of course.
My Lords, I was chairman of the Conservative Party on that terrible night at Brighton. And I was with the noble Lord Butler, with Margaret Thatcher at that very time. It was very late. We were writing the speech. Those occasions went on forever. I thought I had the final bit. I knew I hadn't, of course, because there used sometimes to be speeches where I would be in the cellar writing on the auto cue as it moved and as she was speaking the bit that she decided she didn't like. But on this occasion I just walked across the corridor. Lord Butler was finishing some work with her to get the final speech photographed, and this terrible bang took place. And automatically we all got to the floor. All the girls who were working in the office, running off this speech. And there was a second bang, because the roof had lifted off and it then dropped again, sounding like another explosion. And the dust began to fall. And I moved towards the door and on my knees and opened the door and put my head round the door. And on the other side, the door to Mrs. Thatcher's room opened, and she was on her knees, looking round the door. Tragicomedy is the only word I can say. And it was that mixture of what has happened, what should we do, don't we both look silly? And she got up, brushed herself down, and said, right, but we better get on with something. What do we get on with? Because we had no idea. But she knew that things had to go on. And you know, she never said the party conference will continue. Everyone assumed it, because we knew, and that was the point that the noble Lord Tebbit made, we knew exactly how she would react and precisely what we would be expected to do. So we went off and organised the continuance of the conference. Nobody asked the question except the local chief of police. And we soon told him that he'd better not ask her that, or he might be in even worse trouble than he clearly was going to be. And so it continued. It was a harrowing and difficult time.
It was an extremely painful interview. I had voted for her on the first round. I'd argued for her in the first round. I thought that even if she won on the second round, she'd be so damaged, her authority would be so undermined, that it would be very difficult and humiliating for her to go on.
The Trade Secretary, Leon Britton, accepted responsibility for making the Solicitor General's letter public and resigned. The disclosure of a law officer's letter is considered a particularly grave offence and forced Britton's departure from office. But Leon Britton always made it plain the leak had been made on instructions from Number 10.
Well, the release of the Solicitor General's letter was something which was approved by Mr. Charles Powell, the relevant private secretary at Number 10, and it was approved by Mr. Bernard Ingham, the Prime Minister's press secretary. And those, as I made clear at the time, there would have been no question of the release of that document without that express approval from Number 10.
The minister authorised the disclosure. Now, Leon Britton maintains that I authorised the disclosure. Well, it's a novel concept of the kind of governments we have, that an official can authorise that disclosure. And I think that the explanation of this is that, and I regret that I didn't do this, but I think the explanation for that is that I didn't actually positively say, don't. What I did say is that I'm not doing it.
Then Ian Duncan Smith, who'd been consistently disloyal to John Major, was endorsed by Margaret Thatcher. He was up against Ken Clarke, who had the backing of John Major.
I therefore declare that Ian Duncan Smith has been duly elected as leader of the Conservative Party.
Margaret Thatcher became the butt of the cartoonists and the target for demonstrators. She was depicted as a harsh and uncaring Tory lady, and the chant, "Margaret Thatcher, milk snatcher," hit a chord with the public.
The phrase Thatcher the milk snatcher was foisted upon her because she didn't snatch the milk away from the kids. It was the budget that took the milk away from the children. She then got blamed for it as the Minister of Education, bitterly. I mean, people said things like, how could a mother do this?
Her strategic objective was to solve the Rhodesian problem, which had bedeviled our foreign policy for so many years. And once she'd taken that decision, she was pragmatically prepared to accept the chips to fall wherever they might fall. And they fell somewhere which she would not have chosen.
Now, throughout her period since 1990, she has been supported by a magnificent team of people. Of course, Denis was her main support until his sad death. But Mark Worthington, her political secretary, really worked 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and did a brilliant job, sometimes dealing with very difficult issues which came up from time to time, and her carers. But I'd particularly like to mention Cynthia Crawford-Crawfey, who was with her from the start, who organised her wardrobe, and I can tell you she was very careful about how she used her clothes and how they could be recycled. But she always turned out absolutely immaculate, down to the last days when she was here just before Christmas for a lunch.
Some say the real beneficiaries of Thatcherism have been New Labour, revamped and repackaged under Tony Blair.
You've got to remember that Tony Blair admired Thatcher to bits. When he became Prime Minister, she was the first person he invited to Downing Street, 2 weeks after becoming that. Before he invited any Labour grandee, before he invited Michael Foot, Neil Kinnock, anyone, he invited Margaret Thatcher to Downing Street. She admires him, he admires her. They are birds of the same feather.
I knew Margaret from the time she came in on the scholarship, and she would be, I think, 10. I was 11, she wasn't quite. She was average sort of height, I suppose, fairish hair, straight, which eventually she had permed, quite nice looking, well covered but not fat. She wasn't thin, put it that way.
Because in British society, the Queen would have been for decades the only strong female character, and now suddenly there was somebody else on the scene.
Well, there's a strange thing in British life that the Queen is the supreme monarch, but has no power, but the Prime Minister has the supreme power ultimately to decide certain things, but they come and go. I mean, Mrs. Thatcher was, I think, the 7th or 8th Prime Minister for the Queen. There's been, 4 or 5 since then? So you can see from the point of view of the Queen that Mrs. Thatcher was there at 11 and a half years, very important though she was, but she was just one of many. Though I do think it's extraordinary. I was at Buckingham Palace, I wasn't visiting Buckingham Palace, I was outside looking on, but it was extraordinary to see the flag at Buckingham Palace at half-mast. Now, when you could go back 10 years, or even longer, and remember the death of Diana, and the flag on Buckingham Palace was not flying at half-mast, and it took them about 5 days to bring it to half-mast. To have the flag at Buckingham Palace half-mast within half an hour or so of Thatcher, her death being announced, was, I think, extraordinary. I was in Parliament about 2 or 3 hours after she died, and all the flags were at half-mast, and then I went round the corner and there was Buckingham Palace, and that was the slight shock to me to see that. Actually, I hadn't anticipated seeing that, because again, it's this thing where protocol says that if the flag is flying The flag on top of Buckingham Palace isn't the same as any other flag. It basically says that the Queen is in residence. So when the Queen leaves Buckingham Palace, they take the flag down. And the monarch in Britain never dies. The Queen is dead, long live the King, is what they will say when the Queen dies. So the sovereign's flag is never, ever at half-mast, for the very simple reason that the monarch is never dead. The monarch lives on. The person dies, but the monarch lives on. And therefore, to have the flag at half-mast is quite an extraordinary thing. British sort of society is incredibly complicated because you have the Union flag, which flies on buildings, and then you have the sovereign's flag, which is very slightly different. The sovereign's flag could never, ever fly at half-mast. But I think the Queen has a remark of respect and also recognition of Thatcher's contribution.
Learned from Diana?
Well, I probably learnt from Diana, yes, I think that is fair to say. But also that Mrs Thatcher was given, within hours of her departure, when she resigned 20 years ago, Order of Merit, which is a gift that only the Queen can give her. And she also made her a member of the Garter, which is again a personal gift. So although they didn't necessarily get on personally, very different sorts of women, I think there is a recognition that Mrs Thatcher changed society beyond all recognition.
She was always incredibly kind to me, and it was a huge honour to welcome her to Downing Street shortly after I became Prime Minister. Something that when I started working for her in 1988, I never dreamed I would do.
I did interview her when a long-lost television show called Wogan. She came on and conducted herself with great propriety. And in fact, afterwards, in the hospitality suite, which we used to call hostility, she brought Denis with her, and Denis was downing the pink gins, as was his wont, and he'd had at least 3 or 4, and she was keeping a weather eye on him, and she said, Denis, that's 2 you've had. We must be off.
Margaret Thatcher was also an incredibly kind, generally and particularly to those who worked for her. And of course, she revelled the Iron Lady sobriquet given to her by the Russians and others, which was a badge of respect for her steadfastness and determination. But there was also a much softer and more caring side to Margaret. And perhaps I can just give one example to which I think every member of the House could empathise. At one of my intake, Patrick Nichols was a very effective junior minister, but he'd had to resign from office following a road traffic offence. Not surprisingly, he was cross with himself, very frustrated, thought he'd let people down, etc. And one evening, Patrick had a telephone call from his whip, telling him to be in the division lobby at 5 to 10, shortly before the 10 o'clock vote. Patrick asked why. He was told simply to be there. Patrick arrived as instructed at 5 to 10, and shortly afterwards Margaret Thatcher walked in, put her arm through his and said, "How are things going, Patrick? How are you?" And then as the division bell rang and as the lobby filled with parliamentary colleagues, the Prime Minister slowly walked through the lobby, arm in arm with Patrick, chatting to him all the way, a very kind and clear gesture of support for someone who'd been a hard-working junior minister and who continued to be an extremely hard-working and loyal backbencher.
People sometimes ask me whether Margaret Thatcher was deeply affected by the works of Hayek. And my answer is always the same: no. But she was very glad that he agreed with her. She was an instinctive politician. Margaret Thatcher was the sum total of her experience. She was the daughter of a corner shop owner, and through that she developed an interest in free trade. She knew no sensible family could afford to live beyond its means, so she was very, very aware that that example should be followed by the country. Her beliefs sprang from her personality.
This election address, if you'll forgive me for using a prop, dating back to 1974. And if I may highlight a few excerpts from it. She said, because this was her local election address of 1974, 40 years ago, "As a nation, we must stop living on borrowed money. We must gradually reduce the debt over a period of 3 or 4 years." That sounds familiar. "We must keep public spending within the capacity and willingness of our citizens to foot the bills." And it goes on, Mr. Speaker, to talk about helping first-time buyers with their deposits, of helping council tenants to buy their homes, and of course of easing the rates burden. And that was 40 years ago, and some would say nothing has changed.
As to all other politicians, she didn't seem to mind whether she was liked. You know, if the Guardian was against her, that was great. If Ted Heath and Francis Pym and things were against her, that was good. That showed she was on the right track.